science, we are getting deeper into the mysteries of the metaphysical world every day, the solutions of which are amazing. Today I'm going to tell you something that can completely change your understanding of life after death. What you will hear next is not fiction. This is real scientific research. Imagine, every day, hundreds of people find themselves on the verge of life and death. Some come back. And you know what? Their stories are so incredible that they shock even the most skeptical doctors. What do people see at the moment of clinical death? Why are their stories so similar? And most importantly, why do the world's leading doctors believe that consciousness does not die with the body? In this video, I will tell you about the sensational research of 3 outstanding researchers. They devoted their lives to exploring the afterlife, and their discoveries simply turn all our ideas about death upside down. These doctors have been collecting evidence for decades. They risked their reputations and careers, they rejected simple explanations and sought the real truth. And what they found is really amazing. Watch this video to the end, because what you are learning now can change your understanding of life and death forever. The first researcher I want to talk about is the mysterious and tireless seeker for answers, Peter Fenwick. His life seemed destined to push the boundaries of human understanding. He was born in 1935 into a family of British immigrants in the sunny African Republic of Kenya. His father was a large farmer who managed coffee plantations, and his mother was a certified surgeon who came to the country under the auspices of the Red Cross. After graduating from a local college in Kenya, fate brought him to England, to the walls of Cambridge, where he devoted himself to natural sciences. Choosing medicine was not just a career decision for Peter. It was the door to the world of human nature, full of secrets and mysteries. After graduation, he delved into neurophysiology and neuropsychiatry, mastering the most difficult areas step by step. But the real challenge began later at King's College, where Peter not only taught but also advised in the most complicated cases. His services were used not only by various psychiatric clinics in the UK, including the Broadmoor Hospital in Crowthorne, where criminals who were recognized as insane were treated, but also by the Japanese Institute of Neuroscience. Each of these places, each patient seemed to add new touches to the picture of the mysterious world of the mind. But it was the study of the nervous system that became for Fenwick the maze where he encountered the inexplicable. At first, he shrugged off the strange coincidences and did not try to find logic in the anomalies that occurred to his patients. Everything changed the moment Raymond Moody's book, Life After Life, fell into his hands. It wasn't just a book, it was the point of no return. It was like a key that opened the door to understanding the phenomena that Peter tried to explain by chance. In the mid-80s, Fenwick began his own research. The first case he recorded still sounds like the plot of a mystery novel. He was approached by a man who was worried about his mental state. He suffered a clinical death after cardiac arrest, and from that moment on, vivid, almost frightening memories did not leave him. He described how he left his body, watched the doctors saving his life, and then felt his spirit captured by a blinding bright stream of light. It seemed that he was dissolving into this light, floating in zero gravity. But suddenly, the light closed into a ring, and he collapsed back into his body at breakneck speed. The man couldn't get rid of the feeling that his mind had cracked like a mirror shattered by a lightning strike. Something had changed in his mind, and he didn't know if he could handle it. His main fear was the prospect that others would consider him crazy. He was silent, avoiding conversations with family and friends. His fear was more than just a shadow in his mind. It was the horror of ending up in a psychiatric clinic, where everything he had experienced could be declared a figment of fantasy and psychological trauma. Nowadays, near-death experiences are no longer perceived as something impossible, but then, in the absence of open data, they seemed like a mystery. It took Dr. Fenwick's persistence and patience to convince the patient that his memories were not unique. They were consistent with what other people who had returned from death had told them. To dispel his last doubts, Peter recommended a book by Raymond Moody, the legendary researcher who collected these mysterious evidence into a single whole. Each memory of those who have experienced clinical death is unique, like a piece of a mosaic hiding a larger picture. But Fenwick noticed that there are surprisingly similar features in these stories. Awareness of death and clarity of mind. A person understands that he is dead, but this realization does not frighten him. On the contrary, many people recall the extraordinary clarity of mind with which they observed what was happening around their bodies. A feeling of peace. As soon as the pain goes away, the deceased finds himself in a space where everything seems to be made of light and love. This world fills you with a feeling of happiness. Meetings with the dead. Images of deceased relatives or friends often appear, and sometimes higher beings radiating light. They don't speak, but they communicate through telepathy. A flash of life. "My life flashed before my eyes" is a phrase that accurately describes the memories of many. These vivid images, like a movie, help you review your life and understand its meaning. Religious beliefs, culture, or atheism can color this perception, but almost everyone notes that the experience was positive. He changed their attitude to death, removed the fear of the inevitable. Many people are sure that a new life awaits them, filled with light and warmth. But the most mysterious thing about Fenwick's notes are the stories of those who watched their loved ones die. Some saw how, with the last breath, a misty clot or a light appeared over the body of the dying man, which smoothly rose up and disappeared. There were also those who felt the inevitability, a premonition of their death. Such people started talking to long-gone relatives and often accurately named the date of their departure. Fenwick was convinced that the human soul does not remain alone at the moment of death. Someone, whether it's a loved one or the essence of light, is sure to come to guide her into a new reality. These discoveries form the basis of the book The Art of Dying, which he wrote with his wife Elizabeth. This work became a reference book for those who were looking for answers to questions about death and eternity. Moreover, Peter founded the Horizon Foundation, which continues the scientific study of this mysterious boundary between life and death. Fenwick passed away in 2024, having lived to 89 years. His students are sure that now he himself has learned what lies behind the last line. But the story doesn't end there. The next hero, an American psychiatrist, changed doctors' views on the nature of near-death experiences with his books. His work is not just a study, it is a challenge to everything we know about life and death. And now, it's time to talk about the second hero, whose name is familiar to many. This is the man who opened the veil over the mysteries of life and death, Dr. Raymond Moody. Raymond was born in 1944 in the small town of Porterdale, Georgia. His childhood was spent in the shadow of skepticism. His father, a local doctor, was a staunch agnostic and did not hide his criticism of religion. He joked that he would believe in higher powers only when he could shake their hand. These views were also passed on to young Raymond, who inherited from his father not only a sound mind, but also a thirst for research. Moody began his academic career in philosophy, earning bachelor's and master's degrees from the University of Virginia. But, as if obeying the call of fate, he decided to link his life with medicine and chose psychiatry. After graduation, Moody became a forensic psychiatrist in Georgia, and later became head of the department at the University of Nevada. It was in Virginia that a fateful meeting took place that changed the whole course of his life. At one of the seminars, Professor George Richie, a well-known psychiatrist, shared the story of his near-death experiences. 9 minutes of clinical death turned into an out-of-body journey for Richie. He saw the cities of America from a height, communicated with shining creatures, and experienced incredible peace. These words seemed to awaken a hidden power in Moody. Shocked, he decided to devote his life to studying such phenomena. Long studies began. Moody talked to hundreds of people who had experienced clinical death, collected their stories, building a picture full of mysteries from them. The result was his famous book, Life After Life, which collected the testimonies of almost 1,000 patients. She turned down, causing both delight and controversy. But the real drama unfolded in 1991, when Moody himself found himself on the verge of life and death. In a state of despair due to a progressive thyroid disease that had destroyed his nervous system, he attempted suicide. His heart stopped, but the doctors managed to bring him back to life. This experience became personal proof for Moody that death is only a door to the unknown. He saw himself from above, hovering over his body, watching the medics resuscitating him. What followed was a tunnel of light, peace, and extraordinary clarity. This episode formed the basis of his new book, The Paranormal, where he described his journey into the unknown. In addition to researching near-death experiences, Moody is also interested in other aspects of the afterlife. Memories of past lives, transmigration of souls, meetings in the other world. Let's talk about this in more detail. Regression or hypnotic memories of previous lives can help patients with mental disorders. The doctor is sure that hypnosis reveals the dependence of today's problems on the actions committed in previous lives. Moody himself has been repeatedly subjected to hypnotic regression and is sure that he is now living his 10th life. Leading questions from a specialist hypnologist allow everyone to rethink what they have lived before. The method, according to the psychiatrist, is extremely useful and allows you to cure a variety of phobias, anxiety, insomnia, and obsessive thoughts. Reincarnation, or the transmigration of a human soul into a new body after death, is the basis of many religious and philosophical doctrines. But what if it's not just a myth? Raymond Moody believes that solving reincarnation will help open a mysterious door leading to a world beyond life. He personally interviewed patients who had experienced clinical death, who suddenly began to recall the moments of their past incarnations. And, most surprisingly, their stories were confirmed in real archives, as if all this was happening not in their imagination, but in a parallel reality. Almost everyone who has experienced the proximity of death talks about meetings in the afterlife. Many people see their relatives and friends, and believers of various faiths claim to have met with the supreme embodiment of their religion. But the stories that attracted the most attention were those who met not people, but higher light beings. They are called in different ways: teacher, mentor, master. And that's what unites all these experiences. It's their words that make people rethink their lives and continue on a path filled with bright thoughts and good deeds with renewed vigor. Moody does not limit himself to the study of death. He seeks to alleviate the suffering of people who have lost loved ones and help them understand that death is not the end. He borrowed an idea from the ancient Greek psychomanteum, rooms for communicating with the dead, and created a space for people to experience loss and come to terms with it. This is a small room with dim light, where alone, but with deep awareness, you can pay tribute to memory and let go of grief. Dr. Moody also coined the term shared experience of death, describing cases where people who were close to the dying person could feel something supernatural. Some saw the ghosts of the departed coming to meet a new soul, while others witnessed vivid, almost unreal light phenomena filled with love and forgiveness. And if there was a deep spiritual connection between people during their lifetime, then one of them could feel the moment of the other's transition, even at a great distance. All these mystical events were collected in Moody's book, Reflections of Eternity. She offers comfort to all those who are afraid of death, because the doctor is sure that each of us has a new life full of light and love. And although time passes, and Moody himself no longer meets with fans so often, he continues to work on new books that reveal the secrets of life after death. Today, Raymond lives with his third wife Cheryl and 2 adopted children in Alabama. His advanced age does not allow him to hold many meetings, but his research continues, and he continues to write in order to convey his truth to the world. Our next hero is a Dutch cardiologist who has conducted his own research in the field of near-death experiences. You know, there are people who change our view of the world once and for all. Pim Van Lommel is one of those people. His name has not only become synonymous with a revolution in the understanding of life and death, but has also become a key that has opened up unimaginable horizons for us. Pim was born in the small town of Laren in the north of Holland in 1943. Since childhood, he felt an extraordinary interest in medicine, and after graduating from high school, he entered the medical faculty of the University of Utrecht. Cardiology became his passion, and after graduating, Pim spent more than 26 years patients at the Arnhem City Hospital. But it was during those years, working with cardiac patients, that he began collecting information that would soon shake the foundations of medical science. Immersed in the study of near-death experiences, Pim interviewed more than 400 clinical death survivors in 10 major hospitals in the Netherlands. The results of his work attracted the attention of the entire medical community when they were published in one of the most prestigious medical journals in the world, The Lancet. This work stirred minds, questioning everything we knew about death and consciousness. However, for Pim, this was just the beginning. Already in retirement, he decided to summarize his findings and wrote a work that could change the perception of the science of death. The book, Consciousness Beyond Life, The Science of Near-Death Experience, appeared first in the Netherlands and then was translated into many languages, attracting the attention of scientists and ordinary people around the world. In his book, Pim breaks down the usual paradigms. He argues that human consciousness does not disappear when the heart and brain cease their activity. Surprisingly, most patients who have experienced clinical death describe their experiences within 5 to 10 minutes, when not the slightest brain activity is recorded on medical devices. While the physical body remains motionless, their consciousness continues to live, and they experience events that fundamentally change their understanding of life and death. But what's amazing is that these are not just individual experiences. They are magically similar among people all over the world. That's what they describe. Coming out of the physical body is like the soul separating and watching what is happening. A feeling of incredible peace and happiness, as if time and pain disappear. A white light or tunnel that beckons forward. Pictures of a past life that suddenly pop up like movie stills. Meetings with deceased relatives or the appearance of light entities, as if they had come to guide. And that's where the real miracle begins. According to Pim, consciousness exists independently of brain activity. The soul does not die with the body, it continues to exist. Dr. Pim Van Lommel is one of those researchers whose findings can transform not only our understanding of life, but also of death itself. Unlike most people, he argues not just that the brain does not create consciousness, but that it exists outside our body. The brain only serves as a receiver that transmits consciousness from the open space of the universe, like a radio receiver. And so, when the brain dies, the soul doesn't disappear, it just finds new ways to interact with the world. A cardiologist from the Netherlands introduces the concept of non-local consciousness. Let's try to explain it more simply. The soul is not tied to the body and is not limited by time or space. She lives in the world itself, permeates it, exists everywhere and always. And if the death of the body is not the end, but simply a transition to another state, then perhaps it is at this moment that a new chapter begins, the endless existence of each person. It seems that we still avoid careful study of these facts, although they are worth being investigated from a variety of points of view. Of the many amazing stories described in Van Lommel's book, 2 stand out in particular. A blind woman survived clinical death and returned with an incredible story. She described not only the operating room, but also the appearance of the doctors and their actions. All these memories were confirmed by the doctors who were nearby. Surprisingly, this cannot be explained by the effects of drugs or increased suggestibility. The woman was indeed blind, and this was confirmed by ophthalmologists after her return to life. In another case, an elderly man who had experienced clinical death lost his denture during intensive care. But after he came back to life and ended up in the intensive care unit, he told the nurse exactly who took out his prosthetic leg when he was unconscious and where they put his prosthetic leg later. Moreover, he described this process as if he had seen it from above, and all the details turned out to be accurate. And that's where the real revelation begins. Van Lommel notes that many of his patients who experienced clinical death lost their fear of death. They returned convinced that death was not the end. And more importantly, they tried to convey this truth to others. All these incredible stories are true, documented, and can only be part of a much more mysterious picture. Doctors, scientists, and millions of people who have experienced clinical death are sure of one thing. When our mortal physical world ends, the door to another world will open before us, a world without pain and fear. It is a place where all our earthly problems and sorrows will disappear, So friends, you and I have met 3 amazing researchers who have dedicated their lives to exploring what lies beyond our familiar world. But you know what? This is just the beginning. Their research continues today, inspiring a new generation of researchers. And here's what's amazing. More and more doctors who used to be skeptics now admit that death is not as simple as we used to think. Increasingly, new evidence is emerging, new evidence that consciousness can exist separately from the body. More and more articles on this topic are being published in leading medical journals, and conferences on near-death experiences gather thousands of participants from all over the world. Imagine this. Perhaps in a few years, we will be able not only to record these amazing phenomena, but also to understand their nature. We will be able to solve the mystery that has worried mankind for centuries. And who knows, maybe it will completely change our understanding of life and death. Perhaps we are on the verge of the greatest discovery in the history of mankind. When I realized what was really going on, I was seized with wild horror. Imagine that you see a human body on the operating table, and then suddenly realize that it is you. In addition, you can hear one of the doctors shaking his head and saying, "That's it. The patient has passed away." Write down the time of death. The doctors did not realize that I had heard everything, and although my heart stopped, my consciousness continued to function. What I have discovered beyond our mortal existence will not leave anyone indifferent. And it doesn't matter if you are an atheist or a believer in the afterlife, everything is not as you are told. Believe me, I know what I'm talking about, because I have not only been beyond the horizon of life, but also returned from there. Georgie Rodonia talked about his incredible experience of clinical death, which is considered one of the longest in the world, since he returned to life while already in the morgue. This story really makes your blood run cold. But on the other hand, it provides answers to many questions that torment any reasonable person, and they are all related to the topic. Is there life after death? And if there is, what is it like? It all started long before that, when Georgie Rodonia, a Soviet neuropathologist and atheist to the core, was run over by a car in 1976. He was taken to the intensive care unit in extremely serious condition. Alas, the doctors failed to save him, but when the experts delivered their sad verdict, death for Georgie Rodonia himself was not the end of existence, but only the beginning of a journey into the otherworldly space. Here's what he said about it himself. "I saw what was happening as if from the outside. There was only one thought in my head. How can I be when I'm not there?" We atheists are used to thinking that everything ends with cardiac arrest, but reality clearly showed me that this was not the case. Fanatical atheism turned out to be nothing more than a lie. The facts spoke for themselves. In an instant, I realized the full horror of my situation, and it seemed even more terrible to me when, simultaneously with this thought, I saw my grieving family. My death has already been reported. I saw my 2 sons, and, although they were still young to understand what had happened, they felt the tragedy that had happened in their family. But then, even more shocking events happened to Georgie Rodonia. His soul seemed to be caught up by an invisible wind, and he found himself in the room of his neighbor, with whom they were friends. A few days before his death, a neighbor had a baby, and now he was crying a lot. His parents did not know what to do with him. No matter how they calmed him down, the crying did not stop for a minute. And then, George Rodonia realized that he could talk to him. That's how he described the case. It was amazing. I couldn't talk to his parents, my friends, but I could talk to a little boy who had recently been born. I asked him what happened. Of course, no words were said, but I got the answer to my question. I think it happened telepathically. I found out that the boy was in pain, but unfortunately, in my ghostly state, I couldn't tell his dad and mom about it. Then, by an effort of will, Georgie Rodonia mentally returned himself to the operating room, where his lifeless body was still lying. He hoped to somehow let the doctors know that he was still conscious. But that was not the case. The most terrible period of his otherworldly journey began. Everything went dark around him abruptly, and it seemed to him that he had fallen into a dream. But it wasn't like that. He wasn't sleeping. Meanwhile, the darkness around his mind was getting thicker and denser. Georgie Rodonia recalled, Although I found myself in total darkness and still could not feel my body, I did not feel any physical pain. Nevertheless, I still understood that it was me and that there was absolute darkness around me. This darkness surrounded me from all sides. It seemed to me that she was pressing on me. I wasn't ready for this, although I still know where I was. It seemed unfathomable. Gradually, he pulled himself together and began to think about what was really going on, but nothing pleasant or soothing came to mind. He kept asking himself questions. He was in the dark. What should he do? Then he remembered Descartes' famous saying, "I think, therefore I exist," and it helped to relieve a lot of tension. He realized that he was still alive, although he was obviously in a completely different dimension. Then he thought, if I exist, why not think positively? I am George. I am in darkness, but I know for sure that I continue to exist, which means that we should not despair. Reflecting on his new position, Georgie Rodonia thought about what can be opposed to darkness. It seemed to him that he had forgotten everything he knew about on Earth. And that's how the idea came to him that, in addition to darkness, there is still light. Thinking about the light, he noticed that the darkness around him was beginning to gradually dissipate. Soon, blinding white light shone everywhere around him, which was so bright that Georgie Rodonia compared it to the continuous flash of a camera. Georgie Rodonia recalled that at first it was painful to look at this light, or rather, to perceive it with consciousness, because he no longer possessed physical vision. Soon he got used to the dazzling light and felt a soothing warmth and comfort emanating from it. After getting used to the light, George began to look around, and only now did he notice that the entire space around him consists of tiny particles which we call molecules and atoms. At first it seemed to him that there was no order in the movement of these particles, but then he saw that this chaos was beautiful in its symmetry. George was shocked by such incredible beauty. He said that at that moment, the all-encompassing form of all living things appeared before his eyes. Admiring this beauty, he felt that his anxiety about his position had disappeared. He stopped worrying about both his body and the continued existence of his soul. All restrictions on the perception of life after death have disappeared. At a certain moment, another glow appeared, a kind of golden disk resembling the sun. This light penetrated George's consciousness, and he felt like a part of this light. He began to experience waves of indescribable ecstasy one after another. The fear and uncertainty have completely disappeared. Now it seemed to him that everything that had happened was natural. He felt the logic and deep correctness of what was happening. The presence of an otherworldly space gave life meaning. Everything fell into place. Endless evolution and spiritual development really exist, and now George understood why they were needed. He realized that there was no time in the afterlife. His whole life appeared before him in its entirety, from beginning to end. He felt like both a spectator and a participant in this life. He compared this vision to a hologram, which contained everything from the moment of birth to the sad ending on the operating table in the intensive care unit. George realized that life exists everywhere, and it is endless. Only the forms and its manifestations change, but the essence of existence never ends. All existence is interconnected and one. It would seem that this was the end of the otherworldly adventure of Georgie Rodonia. But the most amazing and incomprehensible thing happened only in his posthumous fate. The turn came again, and this time it was so shocking that, according to George himself, he could not remember it for a long time without shuddering. The fact is that while his soul was in other spheres, his body had already been brought to the pathologist for an autopsy. After all, the doctors witnessed his death. A specialist at the morgue made a longitudinal incision on the corpse to open the chest, and at that moment George opened his eyes. At first, the doctor did not attach much importance to this, believing that it was just a reflex, and closed his eyes. But Georgie opened them again, and then, frozen with horror, the medic held a lamp to his face and noticed with amazement that the pupils reacted to light. The doctor immediately began to do a heart massage and urgently took George to the operating room. Everyone understood that this could not have happened, because too much time had passed since death. And yet, the one who was already considered a corpse suddenly showed signs of life. When the doctors in the intensive care unit brought Georgie Rodonia back to life, his soul felt like some invisible force grabbed it and roughly pushed it down into the abyss of darkness and terrible pain. And after a while, he woke up in his body. Such a resurrection from the dead can only be called a miracle. Returning to life, George told his wife and close friends what he had been through while he was dead. Of course, few people believed him, but when the diagnosis of the neighbor's child was confirmed, others became less skeptical of George's stories. After 9 months of recovery in the hospital, he did not return to medical practice, but became a priest. He spoke about his incredible experience and spiritual transformation as follows. I managed to fully recover, but I realized that now my life would not be the same. All I wanted to do now was to learn wisdom. I realized that the only purpose of our life is love. You need to love nature, love people, love creation itself. But this is not enough for many. Knowing that I had experienced clinical death, people came to me for answers and asked what awaits them after death. And I answered each of them that the afterlife for everyone would be an extension of his soul. Scoundrels and villains will find themselves only in the darkest areas of the otherworldly space, and bright and kind souls will continue their endless existence in the higher spheres of existence. Clinical death of Georgie Rodonia lasted 2 days, which is one of the longest in the world. This is not a fantasy, but a real fact carefully documented. Therefore, a reasonable person will not be able to dismiss it so easily. Write in the comments what you think about this. When she found herself on the verge of life and death and freezing with fear, realized who exactly had come for her soul, the woman was horrified by such a terrible turn of events. She definitely wasn't expecting this. After all, just recently everything was fine, and suddenly in one moment, everything changed. What followed was worse than the worst nightmare she had ever seen. But the scariest thing was that everything that was happening was not a dream, but a reality. The very reality that she had been denying all her life. But now, all she had to do was admit to herself that the afterlife really exists, and the most incredible things can happen to a person's soul in it. It all started on May 5, 1995, when dentist Gloria Polo, along with her husband and nephew, went to the library to get some necessary books to work on her dissertation. On the way home, a heavy downpour suddenly began. Gloria opened an umbrella, and she and her nephew walked under it, while her husband walked along the walls of buildings, sheltering under their eaves from the increasing rain. When the woman and her companion were about to jump over a large puddle that had spread out between the trees, they were struck by lightning. The nephew immediately died on the spot, and she, having received many severe burns, lost consciousness. Fortunately, her husband reacted quickly and called the doctors, who took her to the intensive care unit. Gloria Polo describes those events as follows. While my body was in the operating room, my soul was flying through a wonderful tunnel in the direction of what we call the afterlife. That's where I ended up. I was surrounded by a white light that filled my soul with such bliss that it is impossible to convey it in words. I felt completely free from time and space. But then Gloria did not know that very soon she would have to go through difficult trials, from which Holone's blood was in her veins. Meanwhile, all the relatives who had long since left the physical world appeared before her eyes. According to Gloria, the perception of people in the otherworldly space has changed dramatically. She described these changes as follows. During my earthly life, I only paid attention to whether a person was fat or thin, how ugly he was. But, thinking about her children, she found herself next to them and tried to hug them, although she realized that she was in a disembodied state. And yet her 9-year-old daughter clearly felt something. She smiled and said the word "Mom" softly. But Gloria didn't have time to answer, when suddenly some invisible force brought her back to those beautiful places where she had been before. There, the woman saw her nephew again, who was killed by lightning. He stood, frozen in indecision, near the beautiful gate leading to the wonderful garden. Gloria immediately realized that this was the entrance to paradise. There could be no other place so beautiful. Golden radiance emanated from there, and divine love and kindness wafted out. I wanted to bask in these rays of happiness forever. The nephew looked back, smiled at her, and waved goodbye before entering paradise. Gloria felt that no matter how much she wanted to follow him, it was too early for her to go there. And then, as if from afar, she heard her husband's voice. He begged his wife not to give up because her children needed her. At the same moment, the vision of the beautiful Garden of Eden disappeared, and Gloria Polo found herself next to her body, which was surrounded on all sides by doctors trying to bring her back to life. For a while, Gloria anxiously watched what was happening in the operating room, but soon noticed that several people were standing with her. At first, it seemed to her that it was an additional medical team, but when Gloria looked at them closely, she was stunned with fear. She had never felt such horror in her life. Gloria described these events as follows. The faces of these creatures were terrible. Their eyes were blazing with hatred. Looking at them, I knew that these creepy monsters had come for me. They surrounded me, and I was very scared. I tried to crawl into my body like I was hiding in a hole, but my own flesh wouldn't let me back in. Then I was completely paralyzed by fear. At that moment, Gloria decided that her only salvation would be to try to escape. Running out into the hospital corridor, she found herself in a completely different place than she had expected. It was not a corridor, but a tunnel that led not to the light, as they say, but on the contrary. Her soul was carried towards some dark and frightening area. The longer she flew along it, the darker it became around her. Finally, she felt a solid surface beneath her. At least, that's how she felt it. But before the woman could take a deep breath, she realized that she was actually standing on the very edge of an abyss, from which emanated an inhuman emptiness and despair. Looking into this abyss, Gloria realized that if she fell down now, her soul would disappear into the oblivion of hell forever and ever. And at that moment, she realized why she was there. The reason was her vanity and excessive, though well-concealed, selfishness. During her lifetime, she didn't really love anyone, but was a hypocritical person. Later, Gloria confessed, "When I saw someone else's grief, I said that I sympathized with people, but in fact, I never had a drop of real compassion. On the contrary, I thought they all deserved their troubles as punishment." But when she realized all this on the edge of that damned abyss, she felt incredible shame. Alas, nothing could help anymore. No matter how much the woman resisted what was happening, an invisible force still began to slowly lower her into the black abyss of darkness. Gloria felt the endless suffering and pain that reigned around her, and at some point she realized that the devil really existed. She even thought she heard his quiet, sarcastic laugh. People like her, vain, envious, hypocritical, and proud, were his favorite treat. In her memoirs about those events, Gloria said the following: "I saw a large number of people there, completely overcome by torment. They gritted their teeth, let out heart-rending growls and painful screams, and all this made me shudder. To be honest, I still can't get over that shock. I will never forget those terrible events. It's been years since I've been through this, but every time I think about it, I cry out of compassion for those unfortunate people." Then Gloria saw a glimmer of light in her soul. Dim, barely noticeable, but still light. Unfortunately, the monsters that surrounded her also noticed this, and they immediately rushed at her, trying to take away this light. She realized that just a little more, and these creatures would tear her soul apart. In incredible despair, the woman screamed, and this cry became her parting words and prayer of repentance. And then a real miracle happened. Light broke through the darkness, and she heard someone's voice, which said that this time she would be saved thanks to those who love her. She will be given a second chance. Gloria Polo described her return from the abode of suffering and torment as follows: "When that very voice of light was heard, as I called it to myself, all these dark creatures instantly recoiled in horror, as if they too worshipped the Lord. And then, when I swore that I would take my second chance at life, I saw many small lights appear in the dark. They were the hearts of people who sincerely wished for my return. Guided by their light, I slowly began to get out of this terrible place, which with full confidence can be called hell." Having been beyond our mortal existence and personally seen what really happens in the afterlife, Gloria Polo said, "The biggest deception and the most clever trick of the devil is that he spreads lies as if he doesn't exist at all. But he is there, and sooner or later he will reveal his account to us. The only way to avoid this situation is to live a full life through the realization of our inner spiritual light and not selfish whims. No less dramatic experiences were shared by another person who also visited the border of our mortal existence. His name was John, and this is what he himself said about his experience of being in the other world, where he had to go after his heart suddenly stopped during surgery. What I saw in the first moments after my death shocked me so much that even the very fact that I died, he faded into the background. The vision that appeared in front of my eyes caused such horror in me that it seemed as if the soul itself trembled with fear, although I never believed in its existence, considering its presence to be just a stupid superstition. But now only she and the experience she was destined to go through mattered. In the first minutes of my stay in the afterlife, I desperately hoped that this was just a terrible dream, and I would soon wake up in the world I was used to. But alas, these were vain hopes. Those shuddering visions that now appeared before my eyes are the real otherworldly space, and it all eloquently proved that most of what we were told about life after death is a complete lie. The truth is so frightening that apparently few people dared to voice it. For John, it all started when, at the moment of cardiac arrest, his consciousness seemed to be blown away from his body by a strong storm wind. He later recalled that this was not followed by any soaring over his own flesh, nor flying through a tunnel with light at the end. There was nothing good at all, it was just pitch black. After that, he found himself on a lifeless flat plain that was filled to the horizon with angry translucent creatures that only vaguely resembled humans. They were ugly, made of mist mixed with ash. And yet, no matter how hopeless the situation John found himself in, he noticed something that went unnoticed by the creatures squabbling with each other on the plain. He saw that someone was watching them, ready to come to their aid at any moment if they showed even a little prudence and a desire to escape from the terrible hell. They were higher beings who, out of compassion for the unfortunate, descend into the darkness in order to bring to light those who will be ready to go through purgatory. John told this story to his cardiologist, Pim Van Lommel, who, together with his team of doctors, brought him back to life. Pim Van Lommel spent a lot of time studying the question of the existence of life beyond our mortal existence. He conducted numerous surveys of people who had experienced clinical death and came to the conclusion that after the end of life, people see not only light, but also darkness. Many of them spoke of a frighteningly dark space from which they could not escape. The memories of such people were completely devoid of positive emotions. Patients who had been in the dark felt fear, so intense that they kept silent about their experiences for a long time. And this is not surprising, because such places were visited by those whose souls were burdened with evil. Therefore, when they returned to their earthly existence, they knew perfectly well what awaited them later, when death would take its toll. That's why they were afraid to admit it. Although some still found the courage and shared their otherworldly experiences. So one of the patients said that after his death he saw a dark tunnel and then fell into it and flew upside down with great speed. As this soulless and cold dust continued, he could hear a terrifying laughter, like whiskey. Then creatures began to appear, trying to grab him. The patient confessed that it was only at that moment, when it seemed that there was nothing left in him but fear, that he finally remembered God and began to pray to him furiously. After that, the fall stopped, and through the terrible hum, the voices of the doctors who were fighting for his life could be heard. After carefully studying the stories of his patients who had visited the otherworldly space, Pim Van Lommel came to the conclusion that after the end of earthly life, souls are sorted into high and low vibrations. High vibrations indicate that a person performed many good deeds during his lifetime, was selfless and spiritually developed. Low vibrations, on the contrary, indicate that a person was busy only satisfying his selfish desires. The former, after death, go to the higher realms of the afterlife, and the latter, to where they will atone for their sins in terrible suffering forever. Just as there is no beginning and no end to the universe, so there will be no end for our consciousness in physical death. It continues to gain experience in a dimension invisible to us, where the past, present, and future are endless. That is why death and birth should be considered as a transition from one state of consciousness to another. But it's one thing to study the experience of other people's clinical death, and another thing is to visit the afterlife yourself. This is exactly what happened to an anesthesiologist named Rajiv Parti, who was a skeptic and generally did not believe in the existence of the soul or in the otherworldly space. Everything changed dramatically in 2010 when Rajiv Parti, who himself found himself in intensive care due to a serious illness, suffered a clinical death on the operating table. The doctors had to state this fact, but they did not know that at that moment their patient was faced with the unimaginable. The first thing that struck the man was that his soul really separated from his body and soared to the ceiling. His consciousness rose higher and higher, and the surrounding reality became brighter and brighter. Then something happened that it is impossible to remember without a shudder. Suddenly all the visions disappeared, and complete darkness fell. For a brief moment, Rajiv even thought that he was finally returning back to his body, but that was not the case. He was horrified to discover that something terrifying was approaching him from the depths of the darkness at a rapid speed. He couldn't figure out what it was, but he could feel it terrifying him. In addition, this frightening phenomenon was accompanied by thunderclaps, which made his soul shake in panic. Then Rajiv seemed to be caught by an invisible cold wind, and in the same second he found himself on the very edge of a fiery abyss. Terrified, he tried to move away, but some force was steadily pushing him to the edge with the intention of throwing him into the hyena of fire. He had never felt such fear before. Where are the angels who were supposed to meet him? Where are the rainbow places that the other dead talked about? Once in this place, he realized that it was all a lie. After death, there is only darkness, and this is the abyss that is ready to incinerate his soul. It would seem that what could be worse? But as if in a terrible dream, someone's mocking metallic voice said, "You've never loved anyone." Rajiv looked around but saw no one. He understood perfectly well that these words were addressed to him personally, and unfortunately, it was true. Like Gloria Polo, he didn't really love anyone during his lifetime, and he treated his patients with extreme cynicism, perceiving them only as a source of income. Rajiv had to honestly admit to himself that he deserved to be thrown into the infernal fiery abyss. And yet, somewhere in the depths of his soul, he had a glimmer of hope for redemption, and he prayed, "God, give me one more chance." No sooner had he uttered these words than he noticed a human figure out of the corner of his eye. When he looked closer, he was filled with even more fear. It was his father, who died 20 years ago. He was incredibly cruel and strict, and it didn't cost him anything to roughly punish his son for any wrongdoing. As a child, Rajiv considered him a real monster. But now it was clear that his father had undergone a spiritual transformation that had completely changed him. Her father took her by the hand and helped her move away from the edge of the fiery abyss. Rajiv told about further events as follows. Then we flew through some kind of tunnel and found ourselves in an amazing place. My dad left me there, and I was left alone. But not for long. Almost immediately, I met a creature that looked like an angel. It told me that I had to return to physical life, and that I needed to leave my job as an anesthesiologist and become a soul healer. In other words, I should dedicate my life to helping people suffering from mental illness. This will be my atonement for all the sins that I have committed. The higher powers are giving me a second chance, and I vowed to take it. After leaving the hospital, Rajiv Parti did just that. He stopped his professional medical career and began to devote all his time to helping people. Few people could have imagined that a nurse with many years of experience working with dying people in places where people spend their last days when medicine is already powerless would make a series of statements that would shock the whole world. She said, "There is an opinion that there are many cynics and atheists among doctors. I've been caring for the dying for over 20 years. It would seem that watching someone else's grief, I also had to become a hopeless cynic and a pessimist. But instead, watching death, I believed in the existence of another life," admits Barbara Karnes, Who is this woman who so unequivocally asserts that a different reality awaits each of us beyond the threshold of death? Barbara was born in 1941 and enrolled in a nursing course right after graduating from high school. After graduating, Barbara first worked as a full-time nurse, then became an administrator and executive director at hospices and home care agencies. She worked there until her retirement. We can say that this woman is a specialist in the care of terminally ill people. All of Barbara Karnes' patients have diagnoses that modern medicine is powerless against. They are living out their last days and weeks with incurable diseases. Observing these people, Barbara Karnes compiled a reference book in which she described the behavior of her patients. A small booklet called Gone From My Sight: The Dying Experience was written in 1985. Since then, it has been translated into 12 languages and has a worldwide total circulation of over 45 million copies. In her work, Barbara sympathetically explains the stages of the dying process, living with a life-threatening illness, pain relief, and how people experience grief. She explains how important it is to take care of yourself if you are caring for a patient and offers recommendations for specialists. Now, relatives of patients in hospices in America receive such a book. What is discussed in this handbook inspires faith in life after death. People do not understand that there is a normal, natural way to die. My materials are written to guide and support those who face end-of-life situations. Since 1994, Barbara has been engaged in educational activities. She travels around the country a lot, talking about end-of-life issues and the stages of dying at national and regional medical conferences, and has spoken at colleges, nursing schools, hospitals, and hospices. She is an expert who is relied upon to teach families how to explain the dying process. Barbara has devoted the last 40 years of her life to teaching, caring, and supporting dying people and their loved ones. I can't explain these cases, but I witnessed them, so I believe in it. Death equalizes everyone. Among my patients, there are both ordinary workers and people who have held a high position in society. But when a person dies, their social status loses its significance. Everyone, regardless of their position, is afraid of the unknown. This fear is intensified in cases where the dying person has already witnessed how his loved one left this life hard. However, according to my observations, this fear disappears shortly before death in most of my patients, says Barbara Karnes. A nurse tells about a woman with heart failure. She was very afraid, as she saw the severe death of her father from the same disease. We convinced her that death is usually a peaceful process, during which people become more sleepy as their organs slow down. They fall into unconsciousness, but until the last minute, they are able to hear and feel the touch of a friendly hand, even if they can no longer communicate. A few weeks before death, a person often sees and talks with people they know and who died before him. According to Barbara Karnes, this is a very common phenomenon. Thanks to her experience with dying people, she has collected hundreds of such stories. Before they die, patients talk to me not so much about God as about the deceased relatives who have come to them, says the nurse. When patients say that they have seen their mother, their deceased child, or even a pet, it always reassures them. And it becomes clear to the staff that the patient is living out his last hours. These stories left no doubt in the nurse's mind that deceased loved ones come to help a person make the transition from this world to another. The figure that is most often shown to the dying, according to Karnes, is their mother. For example, one of Barbara Karnes' patients was dying of cancer. She was very restless the last night of her life. This woman fell asleep only in the morning. In the presence of Barbara Karnes, she suddenly opened her eyes and looked intently at the part of the room where no one was. The woman smiled tiredly and said, "Mom, I'm so glad to see you." Shortly after this episode, the patient died. One of my patients was not an old woman at the age of 52. She was dying after an operation that didn't help her. This woman was terrified of death, and she often told me that she would fight for her life to the last. 2 days before she left, she kept raising her head, seemed to be looking through me and exchanging short remarks with someone. I asked the patient who she was seeing, and she replied that her dead father was talking to her. Shortly before her death, this woman said, "It's okay, I'm not scared." I can't explain these cases, but I witnessed them, so I believe in it, says Barbara Karnes. In another case, an elderly patient was talking to her mother and brother, who had died earlier. For several days, this woman talked with her invisible guests. After that, she fell asleep with a smile. In the last conversation with her mother, the patient agreed that it was time for her to go home. She left quietly. From the history of near-death vision research, the first attempts to bring together observations of dying patients were made at the beginning of the last century. The founder of this can be considered the Irish physics professor William Barrett. He started collecting information after hearing an interesting story from his own wife, who worked at the Royal Dublin Clinic. Doris, a patient who was dying after a difficult birth, spoke with great joy about seeing her late father. Then, with a rather puzzled expression, she said, "But for some reason, Vita was with him." She died soon after. Doris's sister, Vita, had died a week before the incident. But due to Doris's state of health, her family had not told her about it. Curious about this improbable story, Barrett collected and analyzed reports from nurses and doctors on the subject, which cover over 35,000 cases. The data was collected in the UK, USA, and India. The professor concluded that those who said that their deceased relatives had come for them to take them to the afterlife died sooner and easier than those who simply talked about seeing angels and angel-like creatures in the other world. Sometimes the visions were reported by people who were not going to die, which eliminates the possibility of waiting for the event. One young Indian man who had received a college education was recovering rapidly from his illness. They were going to discharge him that day. Both the doctor and the patient hoped for a full recovery. Suddenly, the patient exclaimed, "There's someone in white clothes standing here. I'm not going with you." He died 10 minutes later. There are 3 common theories about how and why such events occur. The first is the body theory. According to her, such visions are caused by lack of oxygen, release of endorphins and other chemicals. The second is a psychological theory, according to which visions of deceased relatives are a psychological defense of the body from death. The third is a spiritual theory that connects these experiences with the existence of the soul and the afterlife. Whatever theory you follow, near-death visions exist and are included in the Karnes hospice directory as harbingers of impending death. I'm sure there's more to life than the physical dimension. I know that I walk a fine line when I talk about such things, but they really happen. A few weeks before death, a person loses interest in our world because it is no longer the meaning of his existence. I do not know the details of how the brain and consciousness work, but I believe that they are capable of more than is commonly believed. I'm sure there are scientific explanations for what I've seen so many times, but suffice it to say, I'm convinced that there's more to life than the physical dimension, says Barbara Karnes. Karnes believes that as we approach death, the veil separating our physical reality from another dimension becomes thinner, and the dying person begins to feel as if they are living in 2 worlds at the same time. Perhaps this is why Barbara Karnes' patients see those who are dear to them, who left before them. Barbara Karnes witnessed not only how grown-up children talk and interact with deceased parents, but also how excited elderly parents are when they see their child who died in infancy. In addition to patients seeing deceased relatives, dying people also talk about visions of lights, unknown figures, and places of incredible beauty. As an example, Barbara Karnes cites her elderly patient, who became increasingly weak over the course of several days. But one day she sat up in her bed, looked up, and asked, "Do you see these lights? They want me to follow them." A few minutes later, this woman died. One of my patients was a 90-year-old woman. Many times she told me that she hears the beautiful singing of the choir and feels the touch of wings. When she talked about it, a serene smile appeared on her face. Barbara Karnes cites a case from her practice. Another Karnes patient talked to his deceased parents for several days. One afternoon, he turned to Barbara, who entered his room and said, "I'm going home. It's so beautiful there, with lights and clouds everywhere." On the same day, this man died. Here's another interesting story. A 67-year-old woman saw her deceased husband. He said he would show her the path she needed to follow in order to be able to die peacefully. Another elderly woman was lucid before her death. She told me that angels had gathered by her bed and were ready to take her home. When patients see something like this, it always reassures them. At the same time, I understand that a person is living out his last hours. I believe that the transition of such patients to another world is easy and with minimal fear. There are silent experiences in which the actions of the dying person warn us that death is very close. It can be looking into a corner of the room or holding out your hands as if they are pulling someone closer to hug you. Sometimes they can even silently follow something, looking at the ceiling. Family members of her patients also tell Barbara Karnes about similar visions. They say that their dying relatives don't only see the dead. Quite often they talk about some bright lights. According to Barbara Karnes, bright lights are a hallmark of many near-death experiences. Karnes believes that the lights represent either some kind of higher spiritual being or the afterlife. Dying people often say that they are drawn to the light, which comforts them and amazes them with its beauty. Often, those who are close to the dying person share their near-death visions with them. Such evidence is valuable from an evidentiary point of view. Several people see and feel the same thing. In addition, such incidents defy scientific explanations. For example, the hypothesis that all such visions are provoked by the dying brain, because the accomplice's brain was not in the process of dying. They do not have hypoxia, fear of death, or other symptoms that can affect brain function at the time of death. Here is an example of such a vision. The 5 Anderson siblings in Atlanta were on duty at their dying mother's bedside. Since she was seriously ill for a long time, the children psychologically accepted the inevitable. According to one of the daughters, suddenly there was a bright light in the room. He did not look like any earthly light. I nudged my sister to see if she was seeing the same thing as me, and when I turned to her, I noticed that her eyes were as big as saucers. My brother was sitting with his mouth agape. We all saw the same thing, and we were scared for a while. Then they saw lights that took the form of a portal. Their mother came out of the body and left through this passage. Other shared experiences sometimes include a review of some events in the life of the deceased. Accomplices may see friends and relatives of the dying person whom they did not know before. One of the survivors subsequently looked at the album and recognized the people he had first seen during such a divided vision. One of our biggest fears about death is the fear of dying alone. But hospice workers are confident that we will not go over the edge of life alone. Deathbed visions soothe the dying. This happens frequently all over the world, regardless of the patient's age, gender, nationality, religious beliefs, or income level. In their last moments of life, the dying calm down. The visions that terminally ill people experience in the last minutes of their earthly lives have demonstrated that death is not the lonely and frightening experience that most people believe in. Boundless peace is something we would all like to experience before passing away. Working with the dying, I witnessed how people left when their dead relatives were near them. Still, it's easier for me to see my charges off on their last journey, knowing that someone has come for them. It also strengthens my belief that there is something bigger than our world. At least it gives me hope that when it's time for me to leave, someone I care about will show up to pick me up, says Barbara Karnes. In the afterlife, everything turned out to be completely different. What awaited him on the other side of life was not the darkness of nothingness that atheists frighten us with, nor the blinding light of the gates of paradise described in the sacred books. The picture in front of him was shocking, and that's the mildest word that could describe what he saw. Everything he had heard during his lifetime about the afterlife turned out to be untrue. But it can be said unequivocally that what he saw shocked him to the depths of his soul. For more than 25 years, I have been responsible for putting the patient under anesthesia and providing resuscitation if something went wrong during the operation. Some patients died, others were saved. Often, those who returned to life after clinical death talked about traveling through a glowing tunnel, accompanied by angels or deceased relatives. I've never believed in stories about getting out of my body and flying through the ceiling. Listening to such stories, I recommended that the patient consult a psychiatrist. As one of my professors at the medical university used to say, if you can't touch it, hear it, or see it, then it's the field of psychiatry. And I never believed that I would experience such an experience myself. Rajiv Parti wrote such a preface to his book Dying to Wake Up. Rajiv was born in New Delhi, the capital of India, and worked hard to get out of poverty and fulfill his dream of becoming a doctor. After graduating from high school, he went to Germany and managed to enroll in medical school. In order to pay for his education and not starve to death, Rajiv worked hard. This largely left its mark on the character of the young man. Most of all, he valued material goods and vowed that he would achieve a secure life. After graduating from the institute and receiving an honors degree in anesthesiology and intensive care, Rajiv went to America, where he rapidly began to make a career, successfully married, and became the father of 3 children. By his 50th birthday, reality had surpassed the wildest dreams he wanted to make come true. He got the position of chief anesthesiologist at Bakersfield City Hospital in Bakersfield, California, had a luxury house in a prestigious area and a whole garage of luxury cars. He could acquire almost all the material goods he wanted. This gave the party confidence in its invincibility. But soon everything changed. At the age of 51, he was diagnosed with a severe prostate infection. The operation that was performed soon led to complications, which caused him to suffer excruciating pain. He was prescribed strong painkillers, to which he soon became addicted. Soon Rajiv fell into severe depression. The treatment required several operations. During the final intervention, Rajiv himself experienced clinical death. It was only then that he became convinced from his own experience that the patient's stories about out-of-body travel were true. By the way, here is one such story. The patient on the operating table was dead. The heart stopped, the body was drained of blood, the lungs were not supplied with oxygen. In fact, the patient was not completely dead. He was in a state of suspended animation. Doctors stop the blood flow, cold fluid circulates in the patient's veins, body temperature drops to 10 degrees Celsius, all body functions are suspended. It looks like death, but it's not death. In this case, the surgical operation was supposed to prevent the rupture of the aorta. It's dangerous, but there's no other way out. If the patient does not die on the operating table, then his life expectancy will be the most normal. He is taking a deadly risk by opting for surgery, but if he does not do this, he will be doomed. The anesthesiologist is always present when the operated patient regains consciousness. It was then that he smiled slightly and said, "I saw you guys in the operating room. My soul parted from my body and floated under the ceiling. I saw you standing at the head of the table. I saw the surgeon patching my artery. I saw the nurse handing him shiny instruments." It became clear that he was watching the operation. He described the operating room very accurately. He talked about scalpels and scissors, and he described surgical procedures correctly. He wanted to keep talking, but anesthesiologist Rajiv Parti wasn't in the mood to listen to such nonsense. After prescribing a course of soothing injections, he left the intensive care unit. The doctor promised to visit the patient later, but in fact he was not going to do this and immediately went home. The next morning, the patient was transferred to another department. In the end, this story turned into another funny case from his medical practice. But for some reason, it was this ordinary incident that Rajiv remembered before the emergency operation, which caused his clinical death. And now let's move on to the main topic of this video. Dr. Rajiv Parti was admitted to UCLA Hospital just before Christmas 2010, where doctors were trying to fight a blood infection with powerful antibiotics. Sepsis was not treatable, so the next day, Rajiv was scheduled for emergency surgery after a sharp rise in temperature. Constant pain tormented the patient. He was ready to die just to end these sufferings. The operation has begun. Suddenly, he felt that consciousness had left his exhausted body. He went up to the ceiling and looked down at the operating team, trying to resuscitate him. Doctors are generally considered to be the main cynics in matters of the afterlife. Long years of study and hard work in hospitals have taught them to consider all issues exclusively from the materialistic side. What happened to Rajiv at that time was completely outside the medical norm. How can he observe the process of resuscitation of his own body from the outside? Suddenly, the anesthesiologist's mind flashed with the certainty that he was the victim of a professional prank. Probably his colleague, the anesthesiologist, added something narcotic to the usual drug for anesthesia, which could put him into a state of delirium. But after thinking about it, Rajiv dismissed such speculation. Being a highly qualified professional in his field, he understood that such an outburst could end with dismissal or even prosecution for the Joker. So, it had to be admitted that his soul had indeed separated from his body. What happens now? In case of death, will he forever wander through an unknown world? If the resuscitation is successful, will he come back? Would they believe him if he started describing his near-death experiences? He himself would have laughed heartily at such a story quite recently. The doctors of the operating team will surely do the same. After all, they are all conditioned to believe only in what can be seen. And no surgeon has ever been able to see the soul during an operation. The direction of the party's thoughts suddenly changed. What does he care what other people think? It is much more important now to understand how his relatives will take the news of his death or insanity. Immediately, Rajiv saw in his mind's eye a small house in India, where the doctor's family still lived. He saw a living room where his mother and sister were talking quietly. They were going to cook lentil soup for lunch. It was time to start cooking, because the whole family would be here soon. It was also real that Parti forgot that he had been transported thousands of kilometers away, only in a mental plane. He started talking to the women, but no one heard him. He tried to touch his sister, but his hand easily went through the girl's shoulder. She seemed like a ghost to him, but most likely, he was the ghost himself. The women went to the kitchen. Rajiv was about to follow them, but he heard the clink of instruments being carelessly thrown aside by the surgeon. Parti turned his head slightly, and immediately the picture of the surrounding world changed. The operating room appeared in front of him again. By changing the angle of view, Rajiv could simultaneously observe images that were located on different continents. But everything blurred and blurred. It was pitch dark. This gave the party confidence that his incredible journey was finally coming to an end. Now he will wake up on the operating table and will not tell anyone anything about what happened. But the joyful expectation of returning was replaced by horror when a dark thundercloud dotted with lightning appeared on the horizon. Thunderclaps rang out. The anesthesiologist ran away from the oncoming clouds and soon found himself at the edge of a huge sinkhole in the ground, in which a fire was blazing. There was no way to get around it. The pit stretched to the horizon. Rajiv couldn't move back either. An elastic wall grew behind him, which threw him back towards the abyss. Parti had long forgotten the religion of his ancestors, but now the word Naraka came back to his mind. That's the name of the place in Hindi where sinners go to purify their souls in fire and pain and transform into a new personality. Dark entities scurried everywhere, and the screams and moans of suffering souls could be heard. Suddenly, the words sounded above the burning pit. You didn't love anyone. It was the truth. He wasn't worried about how his family was doing in India. He did not appreciate his wife's tender love and took it for granted, giving her nothing in return. He didn't even love his children, domineering over their lives and expecting only obedience from them. If Rajiv treated his loved ones that way, then it was hardly worth saying how indifferent he was to outsiders. He went over his head to achieve fame and success. He did not spare his patients, considering them only as a source of income, allowing them to lead a comfortable, habitual life. He showed ostentatious benevolence only to those people who could be useful to him in some way. The doctor recalled the faces of patients who expected to receive from him at least a drop of sympathy for the suffering they were suffering. But Rajiv was only performing official duties and was not going to delve into the mental problems of patients. Rajiv recalled his disgusted bewilderment when he witnessed the sincere grief of his colleague, who, along with his relatives, mourned the patient who died during surgery. The anesthesiologist was also in the operating room, but he did not feel the slightest sympathy for the patient's wife and children. He just wanted to finish his business as soon as possible and go home. Now, on the threshold of hell, Rajiv realized how poorly he had lived his life. Fear and powerlessness gripped him. He couldn't change anything in the past and must be punished for his callousness and cruelty. In the chaos of this place, Dr. Parti realized one more thing. His life on Earth was materialistic and devoid of true meaning. When meeting new people, Dr. Parti asked himself the question, "What can I get from this person?" And then the man called out to the one whom he considered a fiction for the stupid all his life, "God, give me a chance to fix what I've done." Suddenly, a man appeared on the edge of the cliff, whom Parti recognized as his own father. He died more than 20 years ago and was violent and rude during his lifetime. His wife and children hated and feared him because he beat his loved ones for the slightest offense. But now my father looked much younger than the year he died, and his eyes shone with sincere love. He approached his son, silently took his hand, and led him into a glowing tunnel that appeared over a fiery abyss. Along the long corridor, deceased relatives stood, who also blessed Rajiv without a single word on the way forward. As he walked through the tunnel, he saw his past incarnations. In one of his lives, in the 18th century, he was an Afghan peasant who grew poppies and became addicted to opium, which explained his current rapid addiction to narcotic drugs. In another life, he was a cruel prince in the Middle Ages, punishing poor peasants with a whip, which led to cruelty in real life. The tunnel suddenly turned into a large, bright room, in the middle of which an angel was waiting for the party. He announced that the request had been heard and the man was allowed to return to earthly life. But he will have to abandon the idea of materialism and a career as an anesthesiologist. From now on, Rajiv must become a healer of souls, a psychiatrist. His specializations will be those mental illnesses from which he himself used to suffer: depression, drug addiction, unjustified cruelty to others. After that, the vision disappeared, and Rajiv flew swiftly over the endless green fields, returning to his dead body. He has known unconditional love, harmony, peace, and bliss. He felt the light as if it were a part of him, and at the same time something separate, as if the light were a clear, boundless ocean and he was its small wave. Now he knew what his new life should be like. When Rajiv woke up in the operating room, his first wish was to fall to his knees and thank the heavens for this experience. Of course, he couldn't get out of bed, but 3 days later he was already sent home. Dr. Parti immediately recovered from his drug addiction and gradually stopped taking antidepressants. Rajiv said that as a first-generation immigrant, he was passionate about success. Now he sold a huge house and bought one that was perfect for his family to live in. Now he drives not a sporty luxury Mercedes, but a simple Toyota. In the evenings, Rajiv no longer watches crime series and strives not for wealth, but for spiritual growth. The doctor has developed intuitive abilities. He has become a more compassionate and responsive person. He developed his own method of helping psychologically unhealthy people, which was called conscious healing. It's not entirely his invention. It was revealed to him by an angel. Despite the difficulties that faced Rajiv when changing his profession, he was determined to put this technique into practice. His mindset and lifestyle have changed beyond recognition. Along with his healing activities, Rajiv Parti travels around the country and makes public appearances, telling about what happened to him. Does it turn out that in order to become a better person and awaken from the shackles of materialism, you need to die a little? God doesn't send us to hell. We create it ourselves. By your deeds and deeds, by your thoughts, both in this incarnation and in previous ones. This man's research has had a bombshell effect among doctors, scientists, and hundreds of thousands of ordinary people. Few people could have imagined that an ordinary doctor would be able to challenge one of the most terrible fears of mankind, the fear of death and the loss of loved ones. And in this battle, the doctor won a convincing victory, because thanks to his work, hundreds of thousands of people got rid of this fear. What did he find out, and what evidence did he provide to the world? This video is dedicated to one of the most striking and mysterious figures in the study of near-death experiences, Raymond Moody, a famous American psychologist, doctor, and philosopher. In his iconic book, Life After Life, he opens the veil over what happens after a person crosses the boundary of life and death. Here's what he told in his book. From the very beginning of my research on the afterlife, I listened with interest to the stories of people who had near-death experiences. Some of them were atheists, while others were true believers. But whoever they were before, after suffering a clinical death, they had something in common. A calm understanding that yes, God exists, and death is just an exit to another dimension of life. But who is this mysterious man? Raymond was born in 1944 in the small town of Porterdale, Georgia. His father was a surgeon at a local hospital. The family was considered Catholic, but rarely attended church without forcing the children to do so. The head of the family considered himself an agnostic and never claimed that there was a God. The future writer spent his childhood and youth in such an atmosphere free from religious dogmas. After graduating from high school, Raymond enrolled at the University of Virginia, where he received his PhD in philosophy and psychology. It was during his studies that Moody first became interested in near-death experiences. He was prompted to investigate this issue on his own by a meeting with George Richie, a professor of psychiatry. The students liked his lectures very much. One day, Dr. Richie told me about what happened to himself. He suffered clinical death twice, with an interval of 10 minutes. George told absolutely fantastic things about what was happening to him at that time. With his usual humor, he claimed that this experience sometimes gave him a direct connection with God. It was after this lecture that Moody began to collect and systematize such cases. And thanks to what he found out, thousands of people stopped being afraid of death. In 1991, Moody experienced clinical death firsthand during a suicide attempt. This tragic event was triggered by an undiagnosed thyroid condition that had severely affected his nervous system. His near-death visions, detailed in his book The Paranormal, offer profound insight into his journey beyond life. Moody recalls witnessing his own resuscitation from above, feeling an overwhelming sense of peace, and traveling through a tunnel of light. From this experience, the psychiatrist concluded that physical death is merely a doorway into the unknown. Beyond near-death experiences, Moody delves into other facets of the afterlife, such as past life memories, soul transmigration, and encounters in the otherworldly realm. Let's explore these topics further. Moody believes that regression therapy, or the recall of past lives under hypnosis, can be therapeutic for mental health patients. He asserts that hypnosis can reveal connections between present struggles and past life actions. Having undergone multiple hypnotic regressions himself, Moody is convinced he is now living his 10th life. According to him, guided questions from a skilled hypnotherapist can help individuals reassess their past experiences. This method, he claims, is highly effective in alleviating phobias, anxiety, insomnia, and intrusive thoughts, offering profound healing and self-discovery. Reincarnation, the belief in the soul's rebirth in a new body after death, forms the cornerstone of many religious and philosophical traditions. Dr. Raymond Moody suggests that studying reincarnation phenomena could unlock the mysteries of death's enigmatic realm. Through personal interviews with patients who experienced clinical death, he documented vivid recollections of past incarnations, preserved in archival records. In nearly every near-death account, people describe encounters in the afterlife. Many report meeting departed relatives or friends. Followers of different faiths often recount conversations with the supreme figure of their religion. Others recall encounters with luminous higher beings, referred to by names like teacher, mentor, or master. Regardless of the name, one truth emerges. These beings impart wisdom that inspires survivors to reevaluate their lives and dedicate their remaining days to positivity and good deeds. Dr. Raymond Moody has devoted his career to understanding and easing the pain of those grieving the loss of loved ones. Drawing inspiration from the ancient Greek psychomanteums, chambers used for communicating with the dead, he proposed a similar method for processing grief. Sitting alone in a dimly lit room can help mourners confront and accept their loss, facilitating emotional healing and the ability to move forward. Moody also coined the term shared death experience. He was the first to document the accounts of people present at the moment of a loved one's passing. Some witnesses reported seeing spirits of long-departed souls arriving to guide the newly deceased. Others described watching life events play out alongside the dying person. Experiences of a radiant light and overwhelming sensations of love and forgiveness were commonly noted. In cases where a deep spiritual bond existed, the surviving individual could even feel the moment of their loved one's passing from afar. These profound experiences are chronicled in Moody's book Reflections of Eternity, offering comfort to those who fear death. Moody's message is clear. We will all be met with love at the threshold of a new life, and he strives to share this hope with his readers. Now, I want to talk about those cases of out-of-body travel that have caused unprecedented resonance in society and the world. To write his main book, Moody selected about 150 cases where these phenomena occurred. They can be divided into 3 categories. The first category, the experience of people whom doctors considered clinically dead and who were resuscitated. The second category is the experience of people who, as a result of an accident, dangerous injury or illness, were very close to physical death. The third category is the feelings of people who were near death and talked about them to other people who were nearby. The near-death experience includes several stages. They cannot be called permanent, since not all those who have experienced such an experience go through them. But Moody was able to identify common parameters for many stories: strange and inexplicable sounds, the ability to use ordinary senses, combining them with superpowers, a feeling of complete peace and absolute absence of pain, detachment from everything around, travel along the tunnel, the feeling of flying, meeting with long-dead relatives or sanctified entities, a retrospective of life moments, and the lack of desire to return to the physical body. Many said they had heard doctors or other nearby people pronounce them dead. Mrs. Martin from New York remembers the day that changed her life forever. Being in the hospital, doctors could not make an accurate diagnosis for a long time. To understand the causes of her condition, one of the doctors suggested taking a contrast X-ray of the liver. Given her allergy to medications, they first performed a test on her arm. There were no reactions, but as soon as the contrast agent was injected into the vein, something terrible happened. Her heart suddenly stopped. In complete silence, she heard the radiologist answer the phone and say in horror, "Dr. James, I killed your patient." However, at that moment, Mrs. Martin clearly realized that she was alive. Even though she couldn't move a finger, a fuss started around her. She was quickly put on a gurney and taken to the intensive care unit. There, standing between life and death, she heard the doctors discussing which drugs and in what quantity should be administered. But she felt nothing. No pricks, no touches. It was then that she had a frightening and inescapable thought. She had come face to face with death. Patients' first-person memories often match surprisingly closely with what was happening around them at the time of their clinical death. One cardiac surgeon described an amazing case from his practice. When his patient's heart stopped, he was standing next to her. The woman's pupils dilated, the monitors froze, showing a complete absence of signs of life. Doctors fought for her life, but all attempts remained futile. The atmosphere in the room became tense, steeped in despair. Finally, the surgeon turned to the intensive care unit and uttered a heavy phrase. "Let's try it again. If it doesn't work out again, then it's time to stop pointless attempts." It seemed like it was her last moment, but suddenly, as if by a miracle, her heart started beating again, and she began to regain consciousness. Later, when the surgeon questioned her about what had happened, she said she remembered almost nothing. Almost, except for one phrase. She accurately repeated his words. "If nothing works out again, then it's time to stop pointless attempts." The doctor stood in amazement. How could she hear it if her heart had already stopped? Many people who have experienced near-death experiences describe it as a surprisingly pleasant and peaceful state. One person who suffered a severe injury and temporarily showed no signs of life later shared his unusual experience. At first, he was pierced by a sharp, unbearable pain, but suddenly it disappeared, as if it had disappeared into the void. It seemed to him that he was floating in a dark, boundless space where there was neither sound nor time. Instead of the cold that prevailed that day, he felt incredibly warm and cozy, as if he were wrapped in a soft blanket. Suddenly, he had an unusual thought. I must have died. The feeling of peace and freedom was so powerful that the fear of death evaporated, giving way to surprise and peace. A Vietnam War veteran who died from a wound sustained during combat says that at the time of his injury he felt a sense of calm and joy. There was no pain at all. I've never felt so free. It was easy for me. Everything was as good as I've ever felt before. Many accounts of near-death experiences mention auditory sensations, and their nature can be strikingly different. Sometimes they turn out to be extremely unpleasant. One man, who was presumed dead for 20 minutes during abdominal surgery, recalled, "There was a terrible, annoying buzzing sound right inside my head. It was as if he was breaking through the skull and cutting the brain. This feeling was driving me crazy. I will never forget that disgusting noise." But there are also completely different experiences, filled with harmony and beauty. So, another person, who was declared dead and then resuscitated, told about his experience. "I heard a melodious bell ringing, barely coming from afar, as if a light breeze was bringing it from another reality. This sound was reminiscent of Japanese bells that I once brought back from a trip to Japan and hung on my veranda. These bells were supposed to scare away evil spirits, and their ringing always seemed to me to be something mystical. That was the only sound I heard then, quiet, fragile, but amazingly peaceful." Every near-death experience is unique, and sometimes sounds become important conduits between life and death. Often, people who have experienced near-death experiences describe not only sound sensations, but also a feeling of rushing through the darkness, as if they were being carried away by an invisible stream. One man recalled an incident from his childhood. "It happened when I was 9 years old. I was badly injured and I was rushed to the hospital. When they put me under anesthesia, my heart stopped. At that moment, I heard a ringing, rhythmic sound like a distant metal bell. Then I suddenly began to move rapidly through a long, boundless dark space. This feeling of flying was accompanied by the same ringing noise, and I will never forget that moment." Another person who experienced cardiac arrest due to an allergic reaction to local anesthesia described his feelings as follows. "It felt like I was rushing through a dark tunnel at breakneck speed. It was like falling on crazy rides in an amusement park, exciting and scary at the same time. Fear and delight merged together." The boy, who used to be afraid of the dark, once suffered a cardiac arrest after falling off his bike. His experience was very different. "It was like I was moving through a dark valley, where the darkness was deeper than anything I had ever seen. But strangely, I felt peace and comfort. It was so pleasant that from then on I stopped being afraid of the dark and began to consider it kind." One woman later said that her experiences reminded her of an old movie. "I felt like I was flying through a spiral-like tunnel. It was complete calm, complete absence of fear. Later in the hospital, I remembered the TV movie Time Tunnel, where people moved along a similar corridor. It turned out to be the most accurate description of what I experienced." Another person who experienced a critical condition associated his experience with religious images. "I was moving through a dark valley, through dense obscurantism. But in this darkness, there was a path that I was following. Later, I realized that it was the valley of the shadow of death from the Bible. I was sure that's where I'd been." Each such experience is unique, but they have one thing in common. Beyond death, darkness often turns out not to be frightening, but full of deep meaning and peace. Many people simply cannot imagine the possibility of themselves existing in any other state outside of the physical body. That is why a dying person is so amazed when he discovers that he is looking at himself from the outside, as if he were an outside observer, or sees people and events as if on a movie screen. I was 11 years old. It was during the summer holidays. One afternoon, my friends and I decided to go swimming. Someone suggested swimming across the lake. I've done this many times, but that day, for some reason, I began to drown almost in the middle of the lake. I was floundering, then falling, then rising, and suddenly I felt that I was away from my body, away from everyone, as if by myself. I could see my body from the back and slightly to the right. I had a feeling of lightness that is almost impossible to describe. One woman shared her amazing experience that happened to her when she found herself in the cardiology department of the hospital. In the morning, lying in a hospital bed, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest and pressed the button to call a nurse. She hurried over to her and started taking her blood pressure. To get comfortable, the woman turned on her side, and at that moment her heart stopped. It all happened instantly. She heard the nurse's desperate cry, and at the same moment felt herself being torn away from her own body. Her consciousness seemed to rise higher and higher until she hovered near the ceiling. From there, she could clearly see everything that was happening below. Several more nurses and a doctor ran into the room. She thought in surprise, "What is he doing here?" Her own body lay sprawled on the bed, surrounded by medical staff. The panicked nurse shouted, "Oh my God, she passed away." Another nurse started performing artificial respiration. The woman saw every detail from above. Her attention was especially drawn to the hair of one of the nurses. For some reason, this particular moment was etched into her memory forever. The doctors brought in a defibrillator and prepared to start the heart. As the electric shock passed through her body, she heard the crunching and creaking of her bones. She found the sound terribly unpleasant. But what surprised her the most was that everything that was happening seemed completely detached, devoid of fear or pain. The doctors continued to massage her heart, rubbed her arms and legs, but the woman herself thought, "Why are they so worried? I feel so good right now." This state of peace and lightness, separated from physical pain and anxiety, seemed incredible to her. Near-death experiences have an indelible impact on those who have experienced them, especially for those who didn't believe in life after death before. These people, having crossed this border, change forever. The common thought that everyone has is that death no longer causes them fear. One man recalled his experience at the age of 10. From that moment on, his conviction was firm. Life does not end with death. This knowledge became an integral part of his existence, and from then on he was no longer afraid of death. He watched as many around him were experiencing fear of the inevitable end, and when he heard their doubts about life after death, he only smiled inwardly. He always told himself, "When you die, you'll see." This experience gave him an inner resilience that supported him even in the most dangerous situations. One day, after witnessing a robbery, he found himself face to face with a criminal who could shoot at him at any moment. But despite the threat, the man felt no fear. There was only one thought in his head: "If he kills me, I will still live." For him, death was no longer the end, and this knowledge filled his life with a special power. He was no longer a prisoner of fear, and nothing could overshadow that certainty. Raymond Moody himself fully agrees with this conclusion. Here is a quote from his interview published in the journal Psychology, which is published in 9 countries around the world. "The methods of modern science do not allow us to explore this human experience. We need a new definition of near-death experience, which should be considered as one of the events associated with death, along with reincarnation, the appearance of ghosts, and the revelations of mediums. I know that the spirit continues to live after life. We can say that we have come to the doors of paradise, but we still do not know how to open them." After talking about Raymond Moody, it's hard not to mention George Richie. After all, as mentioned earlier, it was thanks to him that Raymond Moody gave us hope of continuing life after death. What did he hear from George that turned his mind upside down? Few people could have imagined that the future talented doctor would be declared dead within 8 minutes. But then, when they were about to take him to the morgue, he suddenly showed signs of life. When he regained consciousness, he told something that shocked the entire medical staff of the hospital. This story happened in 1943. 20-year-old Richie ended up in the hospital where doctors pronounced him dead as a result of pneumonia. He remained in this state for 8 minutes. George Richie described everything that happened to him during this time in his book, Return from Tomorrow. After graduating from high school, George Richie had plans to become a doctor and was set to begin medical college in Richmond that September. However, fate intervened when he was drafted into the Army that same month. Shortly after enlistment, he was sent to the Barclay Army Camp in Texas. By December, Richie fell gravely ill with bilateral pneumonia and was admitted to an Army hospital where he was placed in isolation. At the time, the life-saving drug penicillin was still unknown. One day, his condition deteriorated rapidly. The orderly on duty could no longer detect a pulse, breathing, or a heartbeat. The attending doctor was called, pronounced Richie dead, and instructed that his body be taken to the morgue. 8 minutes later, as the orderly returned with a gurney, he noticed something strange. Richie's arm seemed to have shifted slightly. He immediately summoned the doctor again, who performed another examination and reaffirmed the young man's death. Despite this, the orderly refused to give up hope. He urged the doctor to try one last desperate measure, an injection of adrenaline directly into Richie's heart. Although the doctors believed it was futile, they administered the injection. Against all odds, Richie's pulse returned, his breathing resumed, and his blood pressure stabilized. He remained in a coma for 3 days, but eventually regained consciousness. When Richie awoke, the clinic staff shared the miraculous story of his brush with death and unexpected revival. In turn, George recounted a vivid experience he had during those minutes when his body showed no signs of life, a story that would stay with him forever. That night, George Richie woke up in his hospital room, feeling completely healthy. Surprised by his sudden recovery, he decided to find a doctor to report the improvement in his condition. He wandered through the silent, empty corridors of the hospital until he spotted a nurse approaching with a tray of medical instruments. Relieved to see another person awake, Richie hurried toward the nurse. "Excuse me, have you seen the doctor?" he asked. To his shock, the nurse didn't acknowledge him or even seem to notice his presence. The medic continued walking straight toward him. Just before they collided, Richie shouted to get the nurse's attention and jumped aside. But the nurse showed no reaction and passed by as if he weren't there. Confused and unsettled, George decided to return to his room, grappling with a growing sense of unease. "When I returned to my room, I saw someone lying on the bed with a sheet pulled over their head," George Richie later recalled. An arm hung limply from under the sheet. As I stepped closer, I recognized the black onyx ring with a small golden owl on the hand, the same ring my grandfather had given me. The numbers 19 and 45 were engraved on it. That was my ring. That was my hand. It was my lifeless body on the bed. At that moment, I couldn't believe it had happened to me. The realization hit him hard. Just days earlier, he had been preparing for medical school and looking forward to a family gathering. Now, all of that was gone. A crushing wave of loneliness and confusion washed over him, deeper than anything he had ever felt before. Desperate to see his family, Richie thought of them. The moment the thought entered his mind, he found himself standing outside the hospital. He was flying over the ground at an incredible speed, far faster than any airplane could travel. The sensation was neither hot nor cold, and everything unfolded before him as if seen from a bird's eye view. His rational mind insisted this was impossible, yet it was undeniably real. George Richie soared over twinkling city lights, most of them traffic signals. He could make out the streets below, but there were only a few cars passing by in the late-night quiet. The cities he flew over appeared dark and serene. His destination was clear: his hometown of Richmond. Ahead of him, a massive bridge stretched across a river, leading to a sprawling city on its banks. George wanted to descend and ask someone for directions. To his surprise, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, his speed decreased until he came to a full stop. He hovered in the air about 15 meters above a building with a red roof and a cafe sign on the wall. Then, he noticed a man walking below. Perfect, a person who could help. In an instant, Richie found himself on the sidewalk beside the pedestrian. "My thoughts control my movements," he realized. The man appeared to be about 40 years old and wore a warm coat. "Excuse me, sir. Can you tell me what city this is?" George asked. The man continued walking without acknowledging him. Determined, Richie raised his voice. "Please, I'm a stranger here." They reached the cafe, and the man reached for the door handle. Maybe he's deaf or mute, George thought. He reached out and lightly touched the man's shoulder with his left hand. His hand passed straight through the man's shoulder. The man opened the cafe door and vanished inside without a glance. Dazed, Richie turned toward a nearby telegraph pole, intending to lean against it and collect his thoughts. But his body went straight through the pole, as if it didn't exist. What's happening? Richie wondered. The man in the cafe, the telegraph pole, I can't connect with anything around me. That man didn't see me, and neither did the nurse at the hospital. I don't exist for them. If I go to Virginia, will anyone in my family even see me? Years later, in his book Return from Tomorrow, published 43 years after the event, George wrote, "Death is instantaneous. One moment, you're in your physical body. The next, you're outside of it. You can see that old body, but you are no longer part of it. It's dead, but trust me, you're not." Staring at your lifeless body, knowing you're not in heaven or hell, and realizing you can't communicate with anyone, creates a profound sense of isolation. It was terrifying to understand. Perhaps there was still time to fix everything if he acted quickly and returned to the hospital, to his body. If he didn't, his disembodied spirit might be lost forever under the infinite expanse of stars. In this dreamlike state, it seemed as though all of George Richie's wishes could come true. In an instant, he found himself back at the hospital. Desperate, he tried to pull the sheet off his body, but it was impossible. Richie was paralyzed by confusion and helplessness, overwhelmed by the pain of not knowing what to do or where to go. Then, the small isolation room was flooded with light, as if 1,000 lamps had been turned on at once. A figure composed entirely of light entered the room. It was God, or perhaps the Son of God. Richie could feel an overwhelming wave of unconditional love radiating from this being. In that moment, a panorama unfolded before him. Every significant event of his life flashed by. He saw everything, from the moment of his birth by cesarean section to countless other scenes from his life. Every memory, both positive and negative, rushed into his awareness. Suddenly, Richie found himself outside the hospital once more, the panorama of his life now gone. Together with the glowing being of light, he soared high above the earth, heading toward a distant, shining point. On his first journey, he had barely risen above the ground, but now, with the luminous figure beside him, he was much higher and moving far faster. The distant light turned out to be a city, where they soon landed. The landscape was filled with buildings, smoking chimneys, factories, and other industrial structures. But the people there were unlike those on Earth. They didn't have physical bodies. Richie described some of the scenes he witnessed. He saw people locked in bitter quarrels, consumed by hatred for one another. Their arguments often escalated into violent fights, though the translucent figures couldn't inflict any real harm. Despite the lack of physical impact, the rage was evident in the faces of the combatants. Those who weren't involved in the arguments stood indifferent, unaffected by the turmoil around them. Richie later referred to this place as hell, believing it to be a realm inhabited by the most tormented souls. After witnessing these scenes, Richie and the glowing being ascended once more, continuing their journey toward a new horizon. The quality of the light around them shifted. "I began to sense a new level of existence," Richie recalled. Towering buildings loomed over a peaceful, sunny park. It felt as though we had crossed into an entirely different dimension, a higher state of being. The peace was palpable. He marveled at the beauty of the surroundings, the buildings, the people working with purpose, the warm light, and the joy that seemed to radiate from everyone. There was an overwhelming sense of care and concern for the well-being of others. Suddenly, the scene shifted again, and Richie found himself in a lab, surrounded by strange, unfamiliar devices. They baffled him. He couldn't understand how they worked. It wasn't until 10 years after his near-death experience, when he saw a picture of an atomic reactor in a scientific journal, that he realized what he had witnessed. The design in the photo was exactly the same as the one he had seen during his otherworldly journey in 1943. When I left the engineering laboratory, a dark corridor opened up to me, flying through which I could see various events awaiting humanity in the future. I have witnessed a great many natural disasters and catastrophes. I've seen explosions like I've never seen before, and the world only found out about them in August of '45. After that, the glowing creature mentally made it clear to me that I should go back. In the next moment, George found himself staring at the familiar ring on his hand, this time with his normal vision. He was certain now that he had been returned to life with a purpose, to share the message that humanity had the power to transform their material world into a paradise, if only they chose to. By January 1944, after his recovery, Richie was sent to Virginia to continue his medical studies. Later that year, in early October, he and 2 fellow medical students embarked on a road trip in a weathered Plymouth, heading toward Texas. None of them had ever traveled this route before, so navigating the tangled highways proved difficult, and they often found themselves lost. They passed through Louisville and Memphis, and by the 3rd day, they arrived in Mississippi, driving toward Vicksburg along the east bank of the river. For miles, corn and sugarcane fields lined the river, and up ahead on a hill, the city of Vicksburg came into view. "Do you see any signs?" the driver asked George, who had taken on the role of navigator. Richie froze, his mouth dry and his stomach in knots as they neared the city. Though it was his first time in this place, he recognized the riverbank instantly. He knew where the next turn would be, and the intersections felt strangely familiar. Then, with certainty, he realized that just a block away, the street would lead them to a building with a red roof and a neon sign that said Cafe. Richie instructed the driver to continue straight and follow his directions. They arrived at the block with the 24-hour cafe. "Here's the sidewalk where I walked with that man who couldn't see me," he said. "And there's the telegraph pole I stood by. I wonder how long I stood there?" He felt an overwhelming urge to jump out of the car and run to the telegraph pole to embrace it. He longed to enter the cafe. "It was here in Vicksburg, Mississippi," Richie continued. "Here, I interrupted my disembodied flight. This is where I stopped and wondered what to do next. When I got to that cafe, I felt goosebumps run through me. You see, death is a great illusion. It's not the end, it's just a door to the next room." And with those words, George Richie concluded his reflection on the powerful experience that had changed his life forever. Few people could have imagined that the future talented doctor would be declared dead within 8 minutes. But then, when they were about to take him to the morgue, he suddenly showed signs of life. When he regained consciousness, he told something that shocked the entire medical staff of the hospital. Every year, science and humanity learn more and more amazing things and discoveries about the invisible world. The story that will be told in this video is one of the most vivid and amazing that I have ever heard of. She turned my mind upside down. Enjoy watching. I heard the amazing story that happened to the famous American psychiatrist George Richie at his lecture in 1965. At that time, I was a student of a psychiatry course, and until that moment, I did not believe that anything else could happen after life. Thanks to Dr. Richie's story about the afterlife, I began to actively explore this phenomenon, recalls another doctor, Raymond Moody. The details of Richie's story inspired Moody to experiment, which formed the basis of his famous book, Life After Life. How it describes a typical near-death experience that Moody constructed based on a survey of numerous patients who had experienced clinical death. A person hears a doctor pronounce him dead. He feels as if he is moving very fast through a long, dark tunnel. Suddenly, a person discovers that he is outside his body. Now, from an observer's position, he is looking at his own dead body from a distance. Highly agitated, he is present at this strange observation post and monitors the attempts to bring his body to its senses. Other creatures approach the dying person to greet him and help him. A person sees the spiritual essences of deceased relatives and friends, and a luminous being radiating warmth and love appears in front of him, which he has never seen before. A panorama of the most important events of his life flashes before a person. At this point, it becomes clear to him that he must return to Earth for the time being, since the time of his death has not yet come. A person resists this. He is captivated by the experience of the afterlife, and he does not want to return. He is overflowing with joy, love, and peace. Despite his inner resistance, a person inexplicably reconnects with his physical body and comes to his senses. In the future, trying to tell other people about his experiences, he faces great difficulties. A person cannot find the appropriate words in the language that would make it possible to describe the unearthly events of his experience. People are often ridiculed and completely stop sharing their memories of post-mortem experiences. Nevertheless, these impressions leave a deep mark on his life. They influence how a person begins to relate to death and realize his attitude to life. But let's return to the story that prompted Moody to do such research. It happened in 1943. 20-year-old Richie ended up in the hospital, where doctors pronounced him dead as a result of pneumonia. He remained in this state for 8 minutes. George Richie described everything that happened to him during this time in his book, Return from Tomorrow. After graduating from high school, George Richie was going to become a doctor, and he was supposed to start studying at the medical college in Richmond in September. However, this was not to be, as he was drafted into the Army that same month. Shortly after, he was sent to Texas to Barkley Army Camp. In December, he contracted bilateral pneumonia and was admitted to an Army hospital. Richie was lying alone in the isolation ward and dying quietly. The miraculous penicillin was not yet known. At some point, the orderly could not feel his pulse. There was no breathing and no heartbeat. The doctor who was called pronounced him dead and ordered the corpse to be taken to the morgue. When the orderly returned to the room 8 minutes later with a gurney, it seemed to him that the patient's arm had shifted slightly away from its previous position. He called the doctor again, and upon a cursory examination, he again announced that the patient was dead. The orderly did not want to believe that Richie was really dead and asked the doctor to inject adrenaline directly into the heart muscle. Both doctors thought it was unlikely to change anything, but after the injection, a pulse appeared. Blood pressure and breathing were restored. Richie remained in a coma for 3 more days and finally regained consciousness. When George woke up, the clinic staff told the patient the story of his death and his happy resurrection from the dead. In response, the young man told about what happened to him in those minutes when he did not show signs of life. That night, George Richie woke up in his room. The patient felt completely healthy. He decided to go out into the hall to find a doctor and tell him about the improvement of his condition. He wandered through the deserted hospital corridors until he saw a nurse approaching him, carrying a tray of instruments. Richie went to meet him. The guy was glad to meet at least someone who was awake. He asked the nurse, "Excuse me, have you seen the doctor by any chance?" However, he did not notice the patient and was heading straight for him. At the last moment before the collision, George screamed to get the medic's attention and jumped aside. The young man could not understand why they did not pay attention to him. He decided to return to his room. When I returned, I saw that someone was lying on my bed with a sheet over his head. From under it, only an arm could be seen, which was hanging down. Looking closer, I noticed on this hand a black onyx ring with a small golden owl. The numbers 19 and 45 were engraved on the ring. I realized that this was my ring, a gift from my grandfather. It was on my finger, and it was my dead hand that was hanging powerlessly from the bed. At that moment, I couldn't believe that this had happened to me, George Richie recalled. The young man thought that he was going to become a doctor, and in a few days, he was supposed to sit at a festive table with his family. Now it's all gone. George recalled that he had never felt such overwhelming loneliness and confusion as at that moment. Richie wanted to see his family. And as soon as he thought about it, he found himself outside the hospital. He was flying over the ground at a tremendous speed. It seems dozens of times faster than the speed of an airplane. He was neither warm nor cold. He saw everything from above, from a bird's eye view. His mind was telling him that it was impossible, and yet it was a reality. Richie flew over the twinkling lights of unfamiliar cities. These were mainly traffic lights. Richie could see the streets, but few cars were passing at that hour of the night. The cities he flew over seemed dark and calm. Richie was flying to his hometown, Richmond. Ahead, a large high bridge spanned the river, on the banks of which a huge city was located. George wanted to go downstairs so that someone could tell him where to go next. He was surprised to find that his flight speed had dropped, and then he stopped altogether. Richie saw a building with a red roof and a sign on the wall that said, "Cafe." He was floating in the air at a height of about 15 meters when he suddenly noticed a man below. That's who you can ask for directions from. A moment later, Richie found himself walking along the sidewalk next to a pedestrian. My thoughts control my movements, he realized. The man was about 40 years old. He was wearing a warm coat. Richie asked him, "Excuse me, please, what kind of city is this?" The man walked on as if he hadn't heard him. George spoke louder, Please tell me, I'm a stranger here and... They approached the cafe, and the man reached for the door handle. Perhaps the person was deaf and dumb? Richie lightly touched the man's shoulder with his left hand. A hand went through his shoulder. The man opened the door and disappeared inside the establishment. He left the elusive man alone and wanted to lean against a telegraph pole to think about what was going on. The body passed through the pillar as if it were not there. Richie was lost in thought. The man from the cafe, the telegraph pole. What's going on here? Apparently, I've lost my ability to connect with things around me. Obviously, this man didn't see me, and neither did the nurse at the hospital. I just don't exist for them. Why would I fly to Virginia? Probably no one from my family will see me either. Listen to what George wrote about his experience 43 years later in the book Return from Tomorrow. Death is instantaneous. Now, body, and in a moment you are already outside of it. You can see this old body, but you are no longer a part of it. It's dead. But trust me, you're not dead. Contemplating your body lying on the bed, realizing that you are not in hell or heaven, realizing that you cannot contact other people, creates a feeling of complete isolation. It was terrible to realize. But maybe everything can still be fixed if you hurry up and immediately return to the hospital, to your body. Otherwise, his disembodied spirit risks being lost forever under the endless stars. In this dream, all the wishes of the young man came true. Suddenly, George Richie returned to the hospital. He tried to remove the sheet from his body, but he couldn't. Richie didn't know what to do or where to go. This caused him unbearable suffering. Suddenly, the small space of the isolation ward was brightly illuminated, as if 1,000 lamps had been switched on at once. Someone made up entirely of light entered the room. It was God, the Son of God. Richie could feel the unconditional love coming from him. At that moment, he saw a panorama of the most important events of his life. He recalled everything, starting with the birth by cesarean section and ending with thousands of other scenes from his life. He remembered all the events of his life, negative and positive. Then Richie found himself already outside the hospital. The panorama of his life was gone. Together with the creature of light, George flew high above the ground, heading for a distant shining point. On his first lonely journey, he had only slightly risen above the surface of the earth, but now he and the glowing satellite were much higher and moving much faster. The shining dot in the distance turned out to be the city in which they landed on the ground. There were many buildings, smoking pipes, factories, and factories. There were people here who didn't have physical bodies. Richie described some of the scenes. He saw people quarreling, choking with hatred for each other. Often the scandal turned into a violent fight. The translucent bodies couldn't do any damage to the opponent, but there was real rage on the faces of the combatants. Those who did not participate in the quarrels remained completely indifferent to what was happening. Richie calls this city hell and claims that unhappy people are on that level. Richie and the glowing creature took off again and continued moving forward, opening a new horizon in front of them. The quality of the light has changed. I gradually began to perceive a new level. Huge buildings towered over a beautiful sunny park. It seemed that we had suddenly entered a completely different dimension, a different kind of existence. There was peace all around. Richie describes the buildings, the people who worked there, the light around them, the joy and concern for the well-being of others. Suddenly, the picture of the surrounding world changed again. Then the guy ended up in the labs. The devices that George saw here surprised him. He couldn't figure out how they worked. It wasn't until 10 years after his near-death experience that Richie saw a picture of an atomic reactor in a scientific journal. This photo amazed George. After all, this is exactly what Richie saw back in 1943 during his journey to other worlds. When I left the engineering laboratory, a dark corridor opened up to me, flying through which I could see various events awaiting humanity in the future. I have witnessed a great many natural disasters and catastrophes. I've seen explosions like I've never seen before, and the world only found out about them in August of '45. After that, the glowing creature mentally made it clear to me that I should go back. The next moment, George was looking at the familiar ring on his own hand. but now he could see it with his normal vision. Richie is convinced that he was brought back to earthly life so that he could tell people that they could make their material world a paradise on earth if they wanted to. In January 1944, after recovering, Richie was sent to Virginia to continue his medical studies. And in early October of the same year, he and 2 medical students were driving in a battered Plymouth to Texas. None of them had ever traveled from Virginia to Texas before, so they didn't know how to navigate the tangle of highways and often got lost. They passed Louisville and Memphis. On the 3rd day, they arrived in Mississippi and drove towards Vicksburg along the east bank of the river. For many kilometers along the banks of the river there were fields of corn and sugarcane, and in front of them on a hill lay the city of Vicksburg. "Do you see any signs?" the driver asked George, who was acting as navigator today. Richie couldn't answer him. His mouth went dry and his stomach twisted as they drove the last kilometer to the city. It was his first time in this place, but he definitely recognized the riverbank, could tell where the next turn would be. The intersections of the roads were familiar, and it immediately became clear to him that a block down the street would lead them to a building with a red roof and a neon cafe sign. Then, Richie asked the driver to drive straight ahead and follow his instructions. They reached the block where the 24-hour cafe was located. "Here's the sidewalk where I was walking with a man who didn't see me. There's a telegraph pole I stopped by. I wonder how long I've been standing there?" He wanted to jump out of the car, run across the street to the telegraph pole to hug him. He longed to open the door to that cafe. It was here in Vicksburg, Mississippi. Here I interrupted my disembodied flight. Here I stopped and thought about what I should do next. When I got to that cafe, I felt goosebumps running through my body. After all, death is a great illusion. It's not the end of everything. It's just a door that you walk through to the next room, concluded George Richie. In conclusion, I want to say that this story struck me to the core. This is probably one of the vivid stories confirming that death is the beginning of a new life. What do you think? Write your opinion in the comments. Most of the people who have experienced clinical death tell how they were outside their body and could see what doctors were doing and saying. Dozens of books and thousands of publications are devoted to this topic, and many scientists study these phenomena. They all agree that the human soul, after leaving the body, does not cease to see, experience, and think. In this case, what is the organ of thought? Once, a doctor of technical sciences, Professor Viktor Veynik, asked such a question. In his writings, the scientist answers this question and describes the chain through which a person receives and processes information. Let's learn more about the Belarusian scientist, who retreated from the materialism imposed by the education of the Soviet Union and began to look for the truth in other sources. Vainik remained a staunch atheist for most of his life, and gained international fame as a talented practical scientist and author of numerous monographs on physics. However, in 1991, he suddenly changed the scope of his research interests. The objects of his research are mystical or science fiction phenomena, such as poltergeists and unidentified space objects. In the last period of his life, he was engaged in research on human consciousness and the spiritual world. The result was the publication of the professor's new book, Why I Believe in God. There is not the slightest hint of a thought process in the brain. Viktor Veynik began his research, in which the scientist tried to describe the process of thinking by searching for evidence that we think with our brains. However, no such evidence could be found. But the scientist has collected a lot of facts suggesting that the brain is not an organ of thought. As an example, Professor Veynik cites data collected by the brilliant Russian surgeon Valentin Voyno-Yasenetsky. The doctor said that he had performed operations on the human brain stem more than once. However, I did not find any structures there that would confirm that our consciousness is located in them. In his practice, Voyno-Yasenetsky encountered situations where patients had brain damage. But after the surgery, the surgeon did not notice any mental defects in the patient. By the way, such evidence is presented not only by Voyno-Yasenetsky. It is interesting to note that at the age of 53, the doctor came to God, rising to the rank of archbishop by the end of his life. In addition to many works on medicine, Wojciech Jasenecki wrote a 2-volume treatise entitled Spirit, Soul, and Body, in which he tried to substantiate the unity of science and religion. Viktor Veynik also noted that if we turn to the Atlas of Human Anatomy, then in the description of the work of brain regions, we will not find any that would be responsible for the process of thinking. All of them are responsible only for various kinds of muscle movements. Professor Vainik also cites statements by famous scientists. So, academician Pavlov said that the brain distributes all the phenomena that occur in the human body. And the scientist-physiologist Sechenov argued that all the work of the brain in the end is reduced only to muscle movement. The brain and the mind are two completely different concepts. The brain is a part of the physical body, and the mind is an immaterial concept. Both are necessary for normal human functioning. The brain is responsible for the physical functions performed by our senses, and the mind is responsible for abstract thinking and emotions. It turns out that the brain does not belong to the organ of thought. How do we think then? The English philosopher and artist Francis Bacon said that the human brain is not an organ of thought, but an organ of survival, like the fangs or claws of animals. Is he right? Nowadays, it has been absolutely proven that the brain controls all physical and physiological processes in the body. But it has not been proven at all that we think with the brain. In general, no one knows what we think, so the version that we think with our brain is just a matter of faith. The prevailing stereotype states that the brain is necessary for a person to control mental and physical processes. But is it true? In the history of world medicine, there have been cases when people were born and lived either without a brain at all or with an undeveloped brain, but at the same time remained completely adequate. What they thought is unknown. Don't you believe it? Several shocking cases from medical practice can be cited as evidence. American Carlos Rodriguez lives practically without a brain. He has no frontal lobes, and indeed there is little in his skull after a terrible car accident. But he's no different from other people. His personality did not change at all after more than 60% of his brain was removed. His memory, speech, and thinking did not change. What is he thinking? Scientists have yet to answer this question. Russian boy Alexei Dontsov was born with such a developmental anomaly that baffled all neonatologists. In the skull of a baby born weighing 3,450 grams, there was a substance that was incomprehensible, even for a super-powerful ultrasound machine. Not a brain with convolutions, but an unknown something that constantly changes the size and shape of matter. But the child grew and developed just like ordinary children. He was kept in the clinic under the supervision of experienced pediatricians, who developed a special program of development, treatment, and massage. 6 months later, a follow-up examination of the brain was performed. The diagnosis showed that the brain appeared. Alexei grows up in an ordinary family, attends school, and continues to amaze everyone. After all, the boy was diagnosed with brain loss at birth, and he studies better than all his classmates. In 1940, the Bolivian doctor Augusto Iturricha told about a 14-year-old boy who was in his clinic with a diagnosis of a brain tumor. The patient remained conscious and sane until his death, only complaining of severe headache. During the autopsy, the doctors were extremely amazed. The entire brain mass was separated from the inner cavity of the skull and looked rotten long ago. The blood had no access to it. In other words, the boy simply didn't have a brain. What he was thinking remained unclear. Most likely, an explanation for these and other similar facts will be given after solving the age-old question of whether a person has a soul. Even now, some scientists are inclined to agree with the possibility that a person is a symbiosis of a physical body and some invisible, obviously intelligent substance. It is believed that this substance is responsible for our thinking and consciousness. Obviously, the process of vital activity of the body also largely depends on it. This substance is capable of taking over the functions of individual internal organs, including the brain. But how this happens and what mechanisms are involved is still unclear. Could it be that behind such sophisticated words lies something that has long been known and is called spirit or soul in the sacred books? When it comes to what cannot be touched we should look for answers not using the usual scientific methods, but in the invisible world and its laws, said Viktor Veynik. The scientist suggested referring to the biblical texts. The truth of this source was mathematically proved by scientist Ivan Panin. This Russian emigrant became interested in studying numerical coincidences in the text of the Bible and has been engaged in numerological analysis of the Bible text for more than 50 years. Viktor Veynik tried to find in Scripture the answer to his main question: does a person think with his brain? There are only 2 references to the brain in the biblical texts, but none of them has the slightest hint of a thought process, which is another confirmation of the absence of areas in the brain responsible for creating thoughts. But in the Bible, the scientist found more than 1,000 mentions of the heart and a huge number of quotes that our thoughts and desires dwell in it. Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. For out of the heart come evil thoughts, murder, adultery, sexual immorality, theft, false testimony, slander. After analyzing the quotes about the heart from the Bible, I came to the conclusion that the information in our heart comes from outside and is already emotionally colored in it in a certain way. It is in the heart that the information received is enhanced or weakened by our feelings. And only after that, colored by our emotions, it goes to the brain and nervous system. Thus, Veynik came to the conclusion that the heart is also not responsible for thinking, but is only an organ of emotions, as well as a kind of receiver of incoming data and a transmitting device. It turns out that our heart is not involved in the creation of thought. By the way, the surgeon Wojno Jasenecki also called the heart the organ of emotions, and not only the main organ of blood circulation. Does our soul think, and in which part of the body is it located? There are many quotations in Scripture that confirm the presence of the soul and spirit in us. There are a lot more of them than quotes about the heart. Having studied the information about these invisible substances in the biblical texts, Viktor Veynik described their functions. So the soul mainly cares about the body, that is, about the earthly, and the spirit about the spiritual, unearthly. It is also clear from the texts that neither the soul nor the spirit independently produce thought. However, the spirit also colors the information received from the outside, but not with the help of emotions, as the heart does. According to Viktor Veynik, the spirit critically evaluates and gives semantic coloring to the material, fulfilling the function of the mind. This is indicated, for example, by such phrases: "But it is a spirit in man, and the breath of the Almost gives them understanding. The spirit of wisdom and understanding. In every matter, trust your soul." In his research, Viktor Veynik tries to find the answer to another question: where in our body the soul and spirit reside. The biblical texts explicitly state this. Blood is the soul. Blood contains the breath of God's life. Blood is the source of life. In this regard, the amazing role of the heart as a sensory organ and a filter through which blood is pumped, which contains information coming from outside, becomes clear. Blood, in turn, spreads through the circulatory system throughout the body, including the brain. Shared by Viktor Veynik. According to the researcher, any information in our body is transmitted along the following chain. Any information coming from outside is cleared in the primary filter. The spirit or soul analyzes its usefulness, and if deemed useful and necessary, sends it on. In the second filter, the heart, an emotional analysis of the data takes place. Finally, through the circulatory system, the processed information is transmitted to the brain, which gives clear motor instructions to all organs of the human body. Of course, Scripture is not a textbook on physiology and other sciences, but some of the information in it may be useful for understanding certain mechanisms. You need to understand that everyone is endowed with talents and free will. These features help us filter information that comes to us from the outside. However, you also need to understand that it is serious and painstaking work to use these opportunities for the good. It is much easier to endure life with the thought of the possibility of returning or joining God. The main thing is that faith in the immortality of the soul gives a person hope for a repetition or a change in real life for the better, Professor Veynik argued. God acted wisely by depriving man of immortality in his physical body. No wonder the soul does not prevent diseases and death of the human body. Apparently, aging and dying are more natural for the physical body than the forced preservation of life in it. The spirit remains in existence after the death of the mortal body, preserving all the accumulated life baggage. Understanding this allows many people, especially those who have had the experience of leaving the body during clinical death, not to be afraid of the moment of death. Any of them will say that death is not the end, but the continuation of life. After all, the soul continues its rational life. The body is the prison of the soul, and death is the release from this prison. The physical body is only a temporary shell of the soul. This quote belongs to Raymond Moody, the man who shocked the whole world with his sensational book called Life After Death. He was able to give people hope that our earthly life is not the end. But who is he, and what secret has he discovered through his research? Raymond Moody is a name that is associated with one of the deepest and most mysterious questions troubling humanity. What happens to us after death? But before becoming a researcher in the study of near-death experiences, he was an ordinary person with an unusual mind and a thirst for knowledge. Born in 1944, Moody was interested in philosophy from an early age, striving to find answers to questions about the meaning of life and human nature. His love of thinking about eternal truths led him to study ancient philosophy, which in turn laid the foundation for his future research. After receiving his PhD, Moody did not stop there. His curiosity and desire to combine humanitarian knowledge with science pushed him to get a medical education. It was here that the first encounter with the unknown took place. Studying patients who had experienced clinical death, he began to notice strange and surprising patterns in their stories. Moody's interest in the topic of death began with surprise. While working in the medical field, he repeatedly came across the stories of patients who said they saw a light, a tunnel, heard a voice, or met with departed loved ones. These stories might have remained just coincidences if there hadn't been so many of them, and if they hadn't sounded so convincing. In 1965, a fateful meeting took place. Moody heard the story of psychiatry professor George Richie, who had a near-death experience after clinical death. The story was so detailed and filled with deep personal meanings that Moody realized that there was more to these events than just brain hallucinations. From that moment on, his life changed. Inspired by his personal interest and endless thirst for knowledge, he decided to study this phenomenon from a scientific point of view, while remaining open to spiritual and philosophical interpretations. Raymond Moody approached the study of near-death experiences from two sides. As a doctor, he sought evidence, and as a philosopher, he sought to comprehend their meaning. This allowed him to become a unique figure in science and literature. He not only collected hundreds of stories of people who survived clinical death, but also systematized them, revealing common features that cannot be explained only by biology. But why did Moody write Life After Death? The answer is simple. He wanted to share his discoveries to open humanity's eyes to the fact that death may not be the end but the beginning. His book became not just a study, but a call to reflection on what we really know about the world and our role in it. Raymond Moody is a man who is not afraid to look beyond the unknown. His combination of medical expertise, philosophical wisdom, and human empathy have made his books a symbol of hope and a source of inspiration for millions of people around the world. When Raymond Moody's book, Life After Death, was published in 1975, it immediately became a sensation. It was not just a work on the medical or spiritual aspects of death. It was a challenge to everything that was considered known about the boundary between life and death. While conversations about death were usually surrounded by silence or fear, Moody dared to open this forbidden door. Moody's main innovation was the introduction of the concept of near-death experience. For the first time, he collected hundreds of testimonies from people who had experienced clinical death and systematized them. His research has shown that the stories of different people, regardless of their age, culture, or religion, have common elements. The feeling of leaving the body, travel through the tunnel to the bright light, meetings with long-gone loved ones, a feeling of love and tranquility that transcends the earthly experience. Before Moody, such stories were either ignored or explained as hallucinations caused by the stress of a dying brain. But he went further, suggesting that these experiences could be something much bigger. Many readers admitted that after Moody's book, they were no longer afraid of death. And this is not surprising, because the reality that the author describes destroys the traditional idea of it as an endpoint. For example, the book mentions a story about a patient who watched his operation from the outside, telling in detail about the actions of doctors, which he could not see in any way due to the state of clinical death. These details were confirmed by the surgeons involved in the operation. In his book, there are stories about the so-called panoramic overview of life, where in seconds a person experiences his key moments of life, and this makes one think about the nature of time and consciousness. Also, many people described an incredible feeling of unity with the world and universal wisdom, which cannot be expressed in words. And after such an experience, their consciousness and understanding of the world was no longer the same. Moody emphasized that such stories cannot be attributed solely to the biological processes of a dying brain. He called for studying them as a phenomenon that can reveal not only the nature of death, but also the depth of human consciousness. I want to tell you about 3 amazing cases described by Raymond Moody that give you goosebumps. The light at the end of the tunnel. A story that makes you believe in the existence of something more. One of the most famous and recurring themes in near-death experiences is the bright light at the end of the tunnel. Moody's book describes the story of a woman named Sarah who suffered a clinical death after a severe operation. Sarah remembers how she suddenly realized that she had left her body. She saw her motionless body on the operating table and the doctors frantically trying to save her. But surprisingly, instead of fear, she felt incredible relief and peace. At that moment, she noticed a tunnel into which she seemed to be being gently pulled. There was an incredibly bright, but not blinding light at its end. This light was warm, enveloping, as if it was calling her to him. She described him as something alive, full of love and acceptance. Sarah said that this moment changed her forever. Despite returning to her body, she was no longer afraid of death, because she knew that something beautiful was waiting for her beyond the border of life. Sarah's story is not just a testimony, but a kind of message that death may not be the end, but the beginning of something new. Meeting with departed loved ones. Another amazing phenomenon described in the book is meeting with loved ones who have already passed away. One of the most touching stories belongs to a man named Thomas, who suffered a cardiac arrest. In a state of clinical death, he found himself in a place that he described as a garden. His father, who died 20 years ago, met him here. Thomas was surprised to realize that his father looked young, as in his prime, and shone with some kind of inner energy. His father didn't say anything in words, but Thomas understood him without words. They communicated on the level of thoughts and feelings. His father reassured him, saying that his time had not yet come, and that he had to return to fulfill his mission. Thomas admitted that this experience changed his whole life. He felt closer to his father than ever and realized that love really knows no boundaries, even death. Return after clinical death, a story after which death ceases to be the end. Jane's story is one of the most famous in the book, as it includes an amazing memory of life. Jane suffered a cardiac arrest during a car accident. When her heart stopped, she felt her consciousness leaving her body. She described how her whole life had flown before her eyes, like on a movie. Jane recalled not only bright moments, but even small details that she had long forgotten. Her daughter's first word, the smell of her grandmother's house, touching moments that previously seemed insignificant. She was particularly impressed by the fact that she saw her life not only with her own eyes, but also with the eyes of other people. She felt the emotions of those she interacted with, understood their pain or joy. This experience made Jane realize how important every action, every emotion that we give to others is. When she was resuscitated, she came back to life with a strong desire to change. She gave up her previous career and devoted herself to helping others, claiming that her experience was not accidental, but a kind of lesson or warning. These 3 stories from Raymond Moody's book have one thing in common. They make you think about the nature of death, consciousness, and our connection to something bigger. Each of them is not just a story, but a deep experience that changes the outlook on life. Death is just a new round of the journey. Dear friends, do you believe that another life awaits us after death? Or maybe you had some mystical experience that you would like to share with others? Write in the comments. It is obvious that we are all blind to the spiritual world while we are in this life. Dr. Rawlings Maurice shared stories about his research in the field of intensive care and what happens to a person after his death. What happens to a person after the end of his life? A colleague asked me once. He himself replied that after death, a person turns into flower fertilizer. My colleague was absolutely serious, and until recently I myself held similar views. Said Rawlings Maurice, doctor of medicine, a cardiologist. For almost 20 years, Rawlings Maurice has been involved in resuscitating patients, saving their lives, and has not thought about what happens to those who cannot be brought back to life. However, one case with a patient made him rethink this issue and start paying more attention to it. After that, Maurice began actively interviewing his patients about how they felt and experienced when doctors were fighting for their lives. These studies led him to believe that there is another form of life beyond death. Unlike other studies that described exceptionally positive post-mortem experiences, Maurice also collected testimonies from patients whose memories of death shocked him. Don't let me go back there. It all started with a case involving a patient named Charles. This man suddenly experienced cardiac arrest, and the doctor immediately began resuscitation measures to save his life. When the patient regained consciousness, he uttered a very strange request. He said that he was in some kind of pit and begged for help, shouting, "Don't let me go back there." His face was distorted with horror. He was trembling and sweating. But then I didn't attach much importance to his words, because I was used to such reactions from patients in a state of shock. Rawlings Maurice recalls of the case that became the beginning of his research. A few days later, Maurice decided to talk to Charles again and ask him more about what he had seen. When Maurice reminded him of what had happened, Charles was amazed and said, "What pit are you talking about? I don't remember anything like that." Instead of dark memories, he talked about meeting a woman who introduced herself to him as his mother. He was able to describe her appearance in detail, including her facial features and hair color. She was young. The woman appeared to be about 20 years old, but according to Charles, his mother looked different. Interested in this story, Maurice decided to talk to Charles's father. He found out that his father remarried after the death of his first wife when Charles was only 1.5 years old. The father never told his son about his real mother or showed her any photos. When Charles's aunt found out about this case, she brought several portrait photographs of his mother. I mixed one of these portraits with many other photographs and asked Charles to choose an image of the woman he saw. He chose the right photo accurately, which made a strong impression on me, Maurice shares. The intensive care specialist continued to interview patients who had experienced clinical death. However, only about 20% agreed to talk about their impressions. These stories helped Maurice to get rid of skepticism and strengthen his conviction that there is life beyond death. He noted that patients can see and hear doctors in the ward, but they themselves remain invisible and cannot be heard, said the rheumatologist. Rawlings Maurice included the stories of his patients in the book Beyond Death's Door, published in 1979. I have never met a person who, after experiencing this, remained an atheist, he claims. Thanks to modern resuscitation methods, there are more and more messages from people who have returned to life. I am surprised that many of them describe exceptionally positive post-mortem experiences. As a doctor with extensive experience in intensive care of patients, I noticed that if you ask the patient immediately after resuscitation, you can also hear about negative impressions received on the other side of life, explains Rawlings Maurice. According to the doctor, over time, most of the disturbing and painful memories experienced by patients go into the subconscious, and only pleasant sensations remain in conscious memory, or all memories disappear altogether. Many of Maurice's patients begin their stories by describing real events that took place during their intensive care unit. The accuracy of their memories is surprising. They describe not only the sequence of resuscitation procedures, conversations between doctors in the room, but also their clothes and facial expressions. After such visions, patients often leave their room and move into a dark corridor. However, some of them, instead of going out into the light, pass through this corridor and end up in a place resembling a cave or pit. According to the descriptions collected by Maurice, everything in this place is covered with fog, and the people living there are more like shadows. Their faces express nothing but emptiness and apathy. However, among the memories that Maurice managed to collect, pleasant incidents prevail in the majority. Maurice notes that some patients encounter an invisible barrier during their out-of-body experiences. The doctor believes that if a person overcomes this barrier, he will not be able to return to life. Throughout the history of mankind, the existence of life after death has been predicted, but it is only thanks to modern methods of resuscitation that we have begun to lift the veil of this mystery. Perhaps the afterlife is not only a mystery, but also a hope for humanity. The unusual encounters experienced by my patients had a profound impact on them and changed their attitudes towards life and death. I have never met a single person who, after experiencing this, remained an atheist, said Rawlings Maurice. One such obstacle was described by a patient named Ledford. He described how he found himself on a rolling lawn, flooded with sparkling light that did not look like sunlight. This is where I met my brother. He was alive, even though I remembered that he was dead. We were both glad to meet. We held hands and started climbing one of the hills. I was so happy that I couldn't hold back the tears. Climbing a hill, they reached a barrier that resembled a railroad crossing. Ledford could not see what was going on behind this barrier and could not pass through it, although he found nothing that could interfere with the passage. That's what Ledford told his doctor, Rawlings Maurice. Rawlings Maurice, like his patients, also stopped being an atheist. However, he warned against blindly believing these stories. The doctor did not rule out that some of his patients' management may be a cunning deception, a manifestation of evil forces trying to convince the unsaved that they have already been saved. Maurice has repeatedly stressed that the descriptions of post-mortem experiences are striking in their variety, but they are all united by an amazing emotional intensity. Even those who have encountered dark and frightening images have often noted that these impressions have awakened in them a deep desire for spiritual development and a reassessment of values. For many, such experiences have become a turning point in life, opening up new horizons of understanding and acceptance of the inevitable end of the earthly path. The doctor believed that such experiences may be part of the natural process of preparing a person for the transition to another reality. Rawlings Maurice's research raises not only philosophical questions, but also serious scientific interest. They confirm that consciousness can exist outside the physical body, although the mechanism of this phenomenon remains a mystery. Maurice's work has inspired scientists and medical professionals around the world to conduct new research aimed at studying post-mortem experiences. Perhaps in the future, humanity will be able to better understand the nature of life and death, which will help not only in science, but also in mitigating the fear of the inevitable. Write in the comments what you think about the words of Rawlings Maurice, and whether you believe in life after death. In the afterlife, everything turned out to be completely different from what he had imagined. There was neither the oblivion that skeptics and atheists talked about, nor the heavenly visions described in various books about the otherworldly space. The picture in front of him was shocking, and this is still the mildest word that could describe what he saw. All it meant was that everything they said about life after death was a complete lie. It wasn't like that at all. These were the impressions of an anesthesiologist named Rajiv Parti, when, by the evil fate of fate, he had to find himself in a world where living people are not allowed to go. What did he see there? Why did it scare him so much? And how did he get a second chance at life? Like most doctors who are familiar with human physiology and know all the mechanisms of our body, Rajiv Parti was an absolute skeptic. He was very aggressive about any stories about post-mortem experiences. It didn't cost him anything to harshly ridicule any narrator. Here's what he himself said about his behavior at that time. In a quarter of a century of work as an anesthesiologist, I have seen hundreds of patients who could die at any minute. Some of them said that during cardiac arrest, they saw some kind of light, glowing creatures or deceased relatives. I did not believe in these stories and recommended such patients to see a psychiatrist. However, one day he himself did not feel like laughing. It happened just after Christmas in 2010, when Rajiv suddenly felt unwell, so much so that he had to call an ambulance. The doctors who arrived at the call stated that his health was at risk and insisted on urgent surgical intervention. Being a person familiar with medicine, Rajiv realized that the chances of a positive outcome are extremely low. Everything was complicated by the fact that he had been fighting cancer for many years and by that time had undergone several difficult operations. That day, he admitted, he was ready to die. As he suspected, something went wrong during the operation. His heart stopped, and doctors were forced to declare him clinically dead. But they did not know that at this very time, Rajiv was faced with something unimaginable. The first thing that struck him was that his soul actually separated from his body and soared to the ceiling of the operating room. At first, he did not even admit the thought that he had died, assuming that one of his colleagues had mixed a hallucinogen into the solution. However, he soon had to abandon this idea, since what was happening did not fit into the framework of hallucinations. Rajiv noted that he thinks too clearly for a person under the influence of narcotic substances. He was gripped by questions. How does he even think? How can he hear and see what's going on around him? This caused irritation, because what was happening was destroying his usual picture of the world. It was difficult for a skeptic and an atheist to accept the fact that there is a world beyond physics, and even more so to admit to himself the existence of a soul. Suddenly he was seized with fear. What will happen next? Will he be able to return to his body? How will the relatives react to his death? As soon as he thought about it, his soul was transported 1,000 kilometers to his parents' house. There he saw his mother and sister sitting on the couch and discussing what to cook for dinner. Overcome with despair, he shouted, "Mom, I'm here." But she didn't hear him. Rajiv tried to shake his sister's shoulder, but his hand went through her body. He had to admit that he had become invisible. All he could do was watch them. Suddenly there was a sharp clang of surgical instruments. He turned around and saw the operating room, where doctors were still trying to bring him back to life. These two visions, the parents' house and the operating room, seemed to merge into one. And then he realized that, after death, consciousness can be in several places at the same time. But what's the point of this discovery if he's dead? What's the use of an out-of-body existence if he can't tell anyone about it? And who would believe someone who has scoffed at such revelations all his life? Then something began that is difficult to remember without a shudder. Suddenly all the visions disappeared and complete darkness fell. For a brief moment, Rajiv Parti even thought that he was returning to his body, but it turned out not to be so. With horror, he discovered how something terrible was coming at him from the depths of darkness with incredible speed. He couldn't figure out what it was, but he felt a wild fear. The phenomenon was accompanied by thunderclaps, which made his soul tremble in panic. Suddenly, an invisible cold wind picked him up and carried him to the edge of the fiery abyss. Terrified, he tried to move away, but some force pushed him to the edge, as if about to throw him into a flaming abyss. He had never felt such fear before. Rajiv desperately asked himself the questions. Where is the light tunnel? Where are the angels who are supposed to greet the dead? Where are those rosy places that his patients talked about? Everything turned out to be a lie. After death, there is only darkness and an abyss that can incinerate the soul. It seemed that nothing could be worse. But suddenly a metallic mocking voice rang out. "You've never loved anyone." Rajiv looked around, but saw no one. However, he realized that these words were addressed to him personally, and unfortunately they were true. He had never loved anyone. He treated his patients cynically, seeing them only as a source of income. Bitterly, he realized that in his entire life he had shown almost no love or compassion. He was only interested in money and power. Even those patients who were near death did not receive sympathy from him, although he was the last person they saw. Rajiv had to admit that he deserved to be in this hellish abyss. And yet, deep down, there was a glimmer of hope for redemption. He begged, "God, give me another chance." As soon as he said these words, he noticed a human figure out of the corner of his eye. As he looked closer, fear gripped him with renewed vigor. It was his father, who died 20 years ago. Rajiv always considered him a cruel man. As a child, his father often punished him harshly, and he perceived him as a monster. But now, it was different. My father looked younger than the day he died. The most amazing thing is his eyes. They shone with wisdom and love. Smiling, his father took Rajiv by the hand and led him away from the edge of the abyss. Then they went through the tunnel together, in which Rajiv saw all his departed ancestors. About what happened next, Rajiv told the following. After crossing the tunnel, I found myself alone. There, I met a creature that looked like an angel. It told me that I should return to physical life, leave my job as an anesthesiologist, and become a healer. This will be my atonement for the sins committed during my lifetime. The higher powers have given me a second chance. Rajiv has really changed his life. After being discharged from the hospital, he left the profession of an anesthesiologist and devoted himself entirely to helping people. Later, he wrote the book, Die to Wake Up, where he described his posthumous experience in detail. Write in the comments, would you like to get a second chance to correct the mistakes of your life? There are cases in this world that neither science nor medicine can explain. Few people would have thought that an experienced medical examiner who, like many other doctors, should be a materialist, would suddenly tell something that would make even skeptics' hair stand on end. Today I'm going to tell you about America's most compassionate coroner, Dr. Janice Carol Amatuzio, a specialist in forensic pathology. Why the most compassionate? For example, because after the autopsy, Janice calls the relatives of the deceased to tell them the details and express her condolences. This is completely atypical behavior for a forensic pathologist. Kindness and compassion are crucial. I must not only establish the truth, but also express my sympathy to my loved ones. You just need to be there and listen. And then they'll be able to heal from grief and come back to life, says Dr. Janice. Before turning to the truly incredible things that Janice encountered while working as a pathologist, I want to say a few words about her biography. Janice was born in 1950 in Coon Rapids, Minnesota. Her father was a famous therapist. Listening to his stories, young Janice decided on her profession long before graduating from high school. She became a student at the University of Minnesota Department of General Medicine. When it came time to choose a narrow specialty, the girl wanted to become a pathologist. And after graduation, she came to work in a forensic laboratory. Everyone who has worked with Dr. Janice notes her amazing cheerfulness and positive thinking. After all, some of her colleagues become callous because of the nature of such work. In addition, she did not dismiss the amazing cases that she witnessed in her line of duty. Unlike many doctors, Janice believed in the supernatural, maybe because she had her own unusual experiences in early childhood. When the girl woke up in the morning, she saw the sunlight swirling around the room, and out of that warm, soft light, the figures of two glowing horses appeared. They circled and disappeared, bowing to her in farewell. Janice still believes that this is how her spiritual mentors met her. Janice has been collecting supernatural stories for years. Relatives, friends, patients who had suffered clinical death, police officers, priests, and medical colleagues of various specialties shared real stories with her. She has included them in her books, Forever Hours, Real Stories of Immortality and Living from a Forensic Pathologist and Beyond Knowing, Mysteries and Messages of Death and Life from a Forensic Pathologist. She holds meetings with readers all over the country. Now, let's lift the veil of secrecy and get acquainted with the incredible cases from her medical practice. This is the very first story Janice heard back when she was an intern. This story is about a man who has experienced clinical death. One patient said that they started putting an IV drip on him. He became allergic to the injected medication and died. The man described in detail how he got out of his body and watched the resuscitation from the side. This can be heard from many who have experienced near-death experiences. But then something amazing happened. At the same moment, the guy in the next bed went into cardiac arrest. He left his body and was very surprised to see another spiritual entity in the ward. The two of them looked at the commotion in the ward. But when they realized that they could not interact with the living, they faced the question of what to do next. As in many similar cases, they both had a choice: to stay in our world or to move on to another world. That other guy didn't want to return to his physical body. It was an amazing experience. There was no fear. Everything seemed completely natural. The incident has completely changed the man's life. Now he has no fear of death. He is sure that after death we continue to live in another world. Now this person can hear people's thoughts. This happened for the first time during intensive care. He said that he had caught the nurse's thoughts. When the second patient went into cardiac arrest, she was angry. It wasn't because she didn't like her job. The reason was that she had a date scheduled after her shift, and she didn't want to stay late. And here's the story from Janice herself. Gregory Bear was 19 years old. It was a beautiful hot autumn evening. He was driving home. It is unknown for what reason he was distracted from driving and crashed into the side of a semi-trailer tractor. His car ended up right under the truck, and half of his head was practically blown off. I did the autopsy on the young man. Greg's mother was a senior nurse in the therapy department at a local hospital. She called me because she had some questions. "Doctor, is there any chance that he was conscious?" I replied, "Mary, no, he couldn't have been conscious with such injuries. The paramedics, the driver of the truck he crashed into, no one saw him conscious. Judging by the injuries, your son died instantly. It happened around 2 a.m. The next day, a deputy sheriff came into my office. I just got a call from a woman named Sheila. She was Greg's babysitter when he was 2 years old, and she hasn't seen him since. She said that last night she dreamed of the same baby she looked after 17 years ago. He was standing by her bed and was agitated and confused. Sheila hugged him and he disappeared. Suddenly the bedroom was flooded with bright light and the boy appeared again. This time he was changing rapidly, growing up, and a minute later Sheila saw a young man standing at the foot of the bed. He asked, "Sheila, tell my parents that I love them. Tell them that I'm okay. I'm so happy, and there are so many good people here. Oh, and tell Mom that I'm with Ellie right now." I decided to dial Mary Bear's number and tell her the whole story. We were silent for a long time, and then I asked who Ellie was talking about. My hair stood on end when I heard the answer. "This is my mother. She died 2 years before Greg was born." He had never even heard of her. "You know, Janice, my grief hasn't gone away, but it's gotten easier. Now I know for sure that I will see my son again. I just have to wait." And this is a story about a man who died sitting in a rocking chair in front of the TV. The autopsy revealed a tumor in the heart. His wife, Julie, said that on the first night after her husband's death, she was completely devastated. She was sitting in his favorite chair, feeling his arms around her. Then she went to bed and cried herself to sleep. She had previously closed the bedroom door so that the children would not hear her sobbing. At 4 a.m., she was awakened by footsteps in the hallway, sat up in bed and looked at the door. She thought it was her 14-year-old son, but her husband came in through the door. Waves of light emanated from him. He came over, put his hand on her shoulder, and told her that he loved her very much. She should stop grieving, at least not as much as she is now. He said that he was fine, that he would always be by her side. She woke up the next morning feeling sad. The pain of loss has not disappeared, but it has dulled. It turns out that not only people can return to their loved ones after death. The following story will be about the devoted Labrador Buddy, told on behalf of his mistress. When my mother-in-law fell and broke her hip, she underwent surgery. She moved into our house for the duration of her recovery. It was an unusually cold winter. Grandma didn't like our old dog too much at first, but later they became friends. While changing the bedclothes on my mother-in-law's bed, I noticed the silky black fur. It turned out that Buddy climbed into bed at night and warmed her with his warmth. By the beginning of the summer, our grandmother's health had improved, and she went home to Florida. But our dog became very weak, and we decided to put him down. We didn't know how to tell our mother-in-law. But she suddenly called herself and told an amazing story. It turns out that Buddy came to see her last night, as happened in Minnesota, and in the morning he was gone. My husband and I didn't know how to answer his mom's question. How is this possible? Am I going crazy? And here is another amazing case. Janice was told this story at the wedding of her husband's colleagues. The groom's sister approached her, who had just read the book and decided to share what had happened to her personally. Her grandfather needed good medical care. He had severe asthma and was in constant need of oxygen. He recently moved into a nursing home, and his granddaughter still hasn't been able to visit him. She had a strange dream last week. Grandpa was sitting on my bed, and he didn't have an oxygen tank with him. We left the room and found ourselves at a pond with a fountain surrounded by flowers. He told me not to worry, he was fine, and he would always look out for me. When I woke up, I was happy and calm. The phone rang. The administrator of the nursing home informed me that Grandpa died in his sleep at night. One day after a lecture, a woman named Teresa approached Janice and told her that a similar incident had happened to her. One day, she woke up around midnight and remembered a dream she had just had. Her close friend Jane invited her to go shopping. She told me how Jane tried on a beautiful burgundy dress. She was so happy that she found the perfect dress for a future party. Then they went to the jewelry department and selected a small gold pendant. The dream ended. Teresa rolled over and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, she was informed that Jane had died of a heart attack at exactly midnight. Teresa was just devastated. During the farewell in the crematorium hall, the deceased friend turned out to be wearing the same burgundy dress and gold pendant that they bought in a dream. Such cases make it clear to us that communication with loved ones is not interrupted. Perhaps there is more to this than we can explain. Here's another story. The father of the family was in a very serious condition. His youngest daughter wanted to be on duty at his bedside, but he said, "No, you have to go to this conference." She obeyed. At 4 p.m., the woman was on a plane, constantly thinking about her father. Suddenly, the anxiety went away, and in its place came an inexplicable sense of peace. Calling the hospital after landing, she found out that it was at this time that her father died. Her older sister, who was thousands of miles away at the time, experienced something similar at the same time. The elevator she was riding in suddenly stopped between floors. The light started flashing, then went out completely. A few seconds later, the electricity came back on and the elevator moved on. Janice's close friend, oncologist Joan Borisenko, shared a fantastic story that happened at her friend's house. The boy was 3 years old when his sister was born in their family. Rob was a fairly developed child, and he constantly asked to be left alone with his newborn sister. The parents were confused by this request, but decided to comply with it. In order to avoid any trouble, a baby monitor was installed in the nursery. What they heard shocked them to the core. Their son whispered to his younger sister, "Tell me about paradise as soon as possible. I've lived here for so long that I've almost forgotten everything." Another story that Janice was told by a man named Patrick. He also turned to her after the lecture with a request to listen to his story. He was 68 years old when it happened. He almost missed his flight, so he had to run briskly through the airport building with a heavy bag in his hands. He managed to jump on the plane at the last minute. The flight attendant seated the late passenger, fastened her seatbelt, and brought a glass of water. Patrick's breath caught in his throat. He was sweating profusely, and then the pain in his chest began. He unbuckled his seatbelt, stood up, and immediately fell right into the middle of the aisle. At that very moment, he found himself under the ceiling of the plane. He watched everything that was happening and could hear the thoughts of everyone on that plane. All the passengers were worried. Then he began to see those who were praying for him. It was like rays of purple light that were rising up. The flight attendant brought a defibrillator, but she didn't know how to handle it at all. But then a large young man came up from economy class, said that he was a medic, and began to resuscitate. It lasted 7 minutes, but Patrick's spirit had already left the plane and found himself in a bright and beautiful hall. Everything here was filled with compassion and love. The events of his past life began to unfold in front of him. It looked like a fast-forward motion picture. He saw that tragic day and his death on the plane. After that, he was asked to look into the future if he decided to return to his body. Patrick made a choice and came to his senses. All these stories eloquently convey the truth. We can change our lives and make it more fulfilling. What you do in your earthly life will echo in eternity. When asked if she is afraid of death, Janice gives an unequivocal answer. No, not at all. My work is directly related to death. I have witnessed too much, which does not fit into the framework of official science. I know that death only opens the door to another world for us. In January 1978, Phyllis Atwater, a psychotherapist, suddenly felt unwell while working at the hospital. A terrible pain abruptly shot through her entire body and almost paralyzed her movement. Nevertheless, she found the strength to open the office door and call for help. But strangely enough, no one responded to her call. The pain continued to intensify, becoming unbearable. At one point, she had to scream, but even after that, no one came to her aid. Barely aware of herself from the insane pain, she screamed, but immediately faltered. This happened not because her suffering stopped, but because she saw something terrible. Her own body lying on the floor without movement or signs of life. At first, she didn't even realize what had happened. She was terrified that she was dead or that she was watching from the sidelines. This is how Phyllis Atwater described her first experience of clinical death. It would have been a shocking experience for anyone, but she had to go through 3 such experiences in a row. That is, she died 3 times and returned from the dead 3 times. As she herself said, I have experienced 3 clinical deaths. Therefore, I can say with confidence that what I saw there was not a figment of my imagination or a side effect of medications. It's hard to believe that I could see the same thing 3 times. It doesn't happen that way. Not every person has the fate to experience clinical death 3 times, and not everyone manages to preserve the memory of being out of the body. Phyllis, having been to the other world several times, was able to remember everything that happened to her well. And something so amazing was happening that upon her return, she decided to tell people about it, without fear of ridicule or criticism from other people, and even more so from her colleagues, who might consider her crazy. Phyllis Atwater not only told the world about the mysteries of clinical death, but soon became a world-renowned researcher in this field. For the first time, having found herself beyond the boundaries of mortal existence, she was able to calm down because, as a doctor, she was prepared for such experiences. But every time she tried to return to her body, she seemed to encounter an invisible barrier. It scared her. Fruitless attempts to reconnect with the flesh led to her panicking again. The fear returned with a vengeance. In addition, something happened that made her feel even more terrified. She noticed that black droplets appeared around her like ink blots, and they emanated coldness and hopelessness. Here's how she described her experiences. I couldn't figure out where these blots came from. When I looked at them, my fear became even stronger. But very soon I was back in my body. Coming back was like being stretched like a rubber band on a slingshot, and then released. I pulled back into my body through the top of my head, and my toes felt the ground. When I opened my eyes, I saw a nurse bustling around me. She looked like she had just seen a dead man who had suddenly come to life. Actually, it was. Those who, out of their ignorance, claim that clinical death is not really death, let them first experience it for themselves and then draw conclusions. Even if the brain did not remember what was happening outside of life, the soul definitely saw everything and will never forget it. Some people remember this terrible experience with their minds, others with their feelings, and there are those like Phyllis who remember it with their whole being. Phyllis Atwater thought that everything was over, but just a month later, in March, another relapse occurred, and she again experienced clinical death. This time, she found herself in the void, where she made a review of her entire life. Phyllis saw not only her actions, but also the result of her every thought. She was shown that every thought that appeared in her head came out and lived its own life. 7 months later, in October, Phyllis suffered her 3rd clinical death. After the last experience, she had to relearn how to stand and walk, as well as completely rethink her beliefs about herself, life, and death. According to her, in all three cases, having found herself beyond the pale of mortal existence, Phyllis did not meet the deceased relatives. In each of her near-death experiences, she was alone. However, it was the third time she heard someone's voice. It was so loud that it seemed to her that the whole universe was talking to her. This voice said, "You have to tell the whole world about your experiences, do research, and write 3 books, one of which will be called Memory of the Future." And so she did. After being discharged from the hospital, Phyllis quit her job, sold her house, and started a new life, devoting it to studying what happens to a person during and after death. She interviewed about 5,000 adults and children who had experienced clinical death. Phyllis devoted her first book to the near-death experience of children. She thought their stories were the most interesting because they were significantly different from the adult experience. During clinical death, everything they see seems ordinary to children. They think it happens to everyone. Some of them decide to talk about their near-death experiences only when they grow up, realizing that they have experienced something unusual, which may even have changed their lives. In her works, Phyllis cited several cases from which it becomes clear how unique the childhood experience of clinical death is and how it can be useful. That's what a 5-year-old boy named Tom told his father. It happened 2 months after the child returned from the other world. Dad asked him where he would like to go, and Tom said that he would like to return to the amazing park he had been in before when he was in the hospital. When asked which park he had in mind, the boy replied, "Well, the one I got into through a big pipe when I was in the hospital. There were a lot of kids in that park, swinging on swings, and there was a white fence. I wanted to climb over it, but one person told me not to do that. He sent me back to the tube, and I ended up in the hospital again." Another boy who suffered clinical death in the first year of his life shocked his parents with the revelation when he learned that his grandmother had died. He asked, "When Grandma goes to meet God, will she go through the same garden as me, or not?" Another case occurred with a girl named Natalia. She was deaf from birth. At the age of 9, she became very ill and lay at home alone, sleeping soundly. But suddenly she was woken up by a bright light coming from somewhere above. She got up to see what it was, but when she looked back, she saw herself sleeping in bed. Then she heard a pleasant voice calling her to get up and go. When she was about to follow him, she suddenly felt that someone stopped her and told her that it was too early for her to leave this world. Exploring the near-death experiences of adults and children, Phyllis Atwater admitted that the biggest surprise after death for many people will be the realization that their lives did not end there. Regardless of whether a person sees darkness or light after death, whether they witness pleasant events or negative ones, they will be surprised that they still exist. He can still think, hear, see, understand, and feel. In one of her books, Phyllis used an analogy to explain the continuation of life after death. Now we live on the same frequency, and then someone or something appears that changes the frequency for us. The old frequency still exists, but without us. Some people will experience this effect during their lifetime, and some will experience it after death. Knowing about life after death changes people. Those who have been on the other side of mortal existence are greatly transformed. They become kinder and stop chasing after the mirages of material pleasures, because they realize that their future life will be connected with a completely different reality. A person who expects to live after death may be very unpleasantly surprised to discover that the afterlife really exists. However, under certain circumstances, he may simply not be allowed in there. Watch this video to the end, and you will find out what this strange ban on posthumous existence is, to whom it applies, and also understand why people who have been beyond life have actually seen not an otherworldly space or the guidance of their own mind, but something completely different, more complex and majestic. Everyone has already heard about the possibility of the existence of the afterlife, in which human souls live in one form or another. Someone imagines it as a space of joy and light, someone as the territories of heaven and hell, and someone as another area of the multiverse. But the theory of reincarnation also adjoins the topic of posthumous existence. If we take it into account, then a strange and paradoxical situation arises. If, after the cessation of mortal existence, the soul continues to live in another world, then how and why does it reincarnate? If she goes through her metaphysical path through a series of births and deaths, then what is the point of her existence in the other world? Surely, every thoughtful person has asked himself such a question. At first glance, it seems that this is an insoluble contradiction, but as Alexei Prima's incredible discoveries have shown, everything is falling into place. His assumptions about what happens to a person after death also explain many other mysterious paranormal phenomena. Once, in an interview, Alexei Prima was asked directly if he really believes in the existence of life after death, and he replied, "I don't believe in it, just as I don't believe in the existence of air. I definitely and unequivocally know that this is the case." Why was he so sure he was right? The fact is that in the 90s of the last century, Alexei Prima was the head of a unique organization called the Center for the Study of Abnormal Contact Situations. Together with his colleagues, he studied mysterious phenomena and phenomena that cannot be explained by classical physics. Many different experiments were conducted at this center, both using high-precision scientific instruments and using hypnotic techniques. They were interested in the question, does a person have a soul? And if there is, where does it go after the death of the physical body? The first discovery that Alexei Prima and his team made was the following. Death exists not only for the physical body, but also for a part of the so-called spiritual substance of a person. The processes accompanying death are much more complex than is commonly believed by official science, and they affect not only the material shell, but also the energy one. This fact has an impact on what happens to us after the end of our mortal existence. According to Prima, at the moment of death, his bioenergetic twin separates from a person. It is a bundle of vital, that is, vital force, and is an intermediate state between matter and energy. He is often referred to as a ghost, because although he is invisible to ordinary vision, under certain circumstances he can be seen, especially if the deceased was filled with a thirst for life. This bioenergetic twin also possesses some residual elements of the mind, but gradually it loses its functional significance and, having exhausted its energy potential, disintegrates into tiny particles of light scattering in space. This usually happens about 40 days after death. But before this happens, and sometimes much earlier, a certain luminous egg-shaped astral entity separates from the bioenergetic double, like from a spacesuit. This, according to Alexei Prima, is the soul. Unfortunately, there are cases when it separates from its bioenergetic counterpart before it has exhausted its potential, and then the soul finds itself lost for a while, between the earthly and astral worlds. In the worst case, she may be possessed by a dark form of consciousness. This explains why sometimes, in the form of kind and sweet people, often relatives, an evil entity may appear to us in a dream or even in reality, seeking to cause harm. After separation from its bioenergetic counterpart, the soul goes to a parallel world, or rather, it is carried there by the so-called bird of death, the image of which can be seen on some Egyptian mystical frescoes. It is interesting to note that in many shamanic traditions, the human soul is also taken by an otherworldly spirit in the form of a giant bird. This bird takes the souls of ordinary people to the afterlife, and the souls of those who are destined to become shamans to where they will receive sacred knowledge. But according to Alexei Prima, not all people are carried away by the death bird to the afterlife. Some people should never go there, and it is logical to assume that this prohibition applies to those members of the human race whose sins are so terrible that they have no place in the otherworldly realms. In fact, the situation is different, according to Prima. Each person should stay on Earth for as long as it takes to fulfill the program with which he was sent to this world. Until he completes it, he will not enter the otherworldly realm. This state of affairs is confirmed by people who have experienced clinical death. They say that they were not allowed into the afterlife in one way or another, but were brought back because the deadline for leaving the Earth had not yet arrived, and their life program had not yet been completed. For example, as a result of an accident, a person does not have time to complete all their life tasks. According to Alexei Prima, such people should be reborn again and complete everything that was ordained for them from above. You must admit that this has its own logic. It's like we're taking some kind of spiritual maturity exam on Earth. The one who passes it goes to the next class, and the one who for some reason does not cope with the task stays for the second year. Prima believed that if a person's mortal path was not completed, then his soul tries to return to Earth as soon as possible, most often reincarnating near the place where he died. Some ancient mystical traditions hold the same opinion. For example, in Tibet, after the death of an outstanding leader of an esoteric school, it is customary to look for his reincarnation near the last place where he lived. Alexei Prima, in his book From Mystery to Mystery, cites many stories of people who have experienced clinical death. Thanks to their stories, he established that most of them had not actually seen the true afterlife, but only its vestibule. Information about the true otherworldly space is strictly forbidden to the deceased. Here's what Prima wrote about this. None of these people in the true next world, figuratively speaking, are not melted down across the river Styx. In other words, they can only see the entrance to another world, but not visit it. We don't know what's next. In the same book, Prima tells an interesting story of a doctor who once met his dead mother in the garden. Naturally, he asked her about what was going on in the next world. In response, he heard that the deceased were forbidden to answer such questions. The rulers of the otherworldly space believe that people do not need to know about this, so as not to confuse their minds and not push them to shorten their mortal existence. Everything has its turn. In addition, those who do not fulfill their own life task will not be allowed into the real afterlife. Therefore, even those who experienced clinical death actually saw only what they were allowed to see. Most often nothing more than a transitional area between the physical and subtle worlds. And for some reason, some people are not shown anything at all. But this does not mean that there is nothing beyond the mortal realm. After all, sometimes we don't dream either. Although this doesn't mean that our brain doesn't work at night. It is known that he never rests. Nature also works in the same way that a human fetus will not be born until it completes its intrauterine development program. By the way, no one tells him or shows him what awaits him in our world, but this does not mean that the world itself does not exist. The metaphysical principles of life are the same everywhere. You can believe the information provided by Alexei Prima, or you cannot believe it. It's everyone's right. But experience shows that even those who believe that there is no life after death actually hope deep down that there is an afterlife. Therefore, in their denial, there is a banal, childish fear and resentment that suddenly their aspirations will not be fulfilled. Otherwise, why do they come back to this topic over and over again? Read relevant books and watch movies. We all hope that our life is not accidental, and it will have a continuation. But people like Alexei Prima and researchers like him also have the courage to explore this field without fear of ridicule from skeptics. And by this alone, they already deserve respect, regardless of whether they are right or wrong. Write in the comments, what do you think about this, and what do you think awaits you after death? Existence in the afterlife, or a new reincarnation? We are all used to hearing that after the cessation of mortal existence, a wonderful world of posthumous life opens up to a person. However, in fact, everything is not as rosy as we would like. There is something that many people prefer not to talk about. Shocking facts and realities that may await us on the other side of biological existence. Watch this video to the end, and you will find out what revelations were shared by those who have been beyond our world. Why some people came back to life with screams of horror. Many doctors, who are constantly faced with the death of patients, are forced to become cynical and are not prone to sentimentality. They often say that with someone who leaves this world, absolutely nothing happens. He just becomes a flower fertilizer. Moritz Rawlings, MD, president of the Tennessee Institute of Cardiology and former personal physician to the President of the United States, once held the same opinion. For almost 20 years, he has been engaged in a noble cause, bringing people back from the dead. For a long time, he was interested in the question of what happens to people on the other side of life, but he did not believe in the afterlife. Everything changed after one incident, which radically changed his worldview and forced him to reconsider the direction of his career. A middle-aged patient who had a cardiac arrest was admitted to the intensive care unit. Everything happened according to the standard scheme. Rawlings began to carry out the necessary measures to save the man. It was a routine job for him. However, what happened later surprised him. After carrying out all the necessary procedures, the patient regained consciousness, but looked extremely scared. He was trembling with terror and kept repeating, "Doctor, if I hadn't been so weak, I would have screamed in fear for sure." Rawlings admitted that he had never seen a man so scared after he had been on the other side of life. Usually, people after intensive care are confused, exhausted, or grateful for the rescue, but such panic was rare. This reaction puzzled the cardiologist, and he could not contain his curiosity. He asked the patient about what caused such a violent reaction. The man said that after his death, he found himself in a pit where it was dark and unbearably lonely. He could not finish his story, as he began to shake with fear again. He was sweating profusely, and again asked the doctor not to let him return to this terrible place. Despite such an emotional story, Rawlings, who had seen a lot, did not attach much importance to it, and thought that it was just a strange reaction to stress. A person had experienced clinical death. But a few days later, Rawlings visited the patient again to monitor his health, and then he tried to ask him about those frightening visions. To the surprise of the doctor, the patient replied that he did not remember anything like that. "I'm sorry, doctor, but what are you talking about? I don't remember anything that would scare me. On the contrary, I met an amazing and kind woman there, about 20 years old, very beautiful and sweet. She introduced herself as my mother, but she didn't. My real mother looks completely different." After this answer, Rawlings was even more puzzled. Now his resurrected patient has not only renounced his terrible visions, but also told about meeting a woman whom he believed he had met beyond the line of death. The doctor realized that he would not calm his curiosity until he figured out what was going on here. Without informing the patient, he contacted his father and told him about his son's visions, as well as recounted the description of the woman. The father's comment literally stunned the cardiologist. Shocked, the patient's father said that he had been married twice, but his first wife had died. He did not dare to tell his son about it, so as not to traumatize his psyche. Moreover, he soon got married for the second time. But it was the first wife who was the biological mother of the patient, whom he had never heard of and had never seen her photos. Thus, the cardiologist's patient needlessly doubted the truth of the words of the woman he met beyond the line of death. This incident made an indelible impression on Rawlings Maurice, making him think seriously. What really happens after a person dies? Since then, he began to interview patients in detail about what they were going through at the moment when doctors were fighting for their lives. Thanks to these studies, the doctor came to the conclusion that there is another life beyond death. But unlike similar studies, which contain exclusively positive memories of posthumous life, Rawlings Maurice also collected evidence that cannot be attributed to pleasant ones. On the contrary, they frighten and make us treat the experiences of the posthumous experience more critically, forcing us to remember even hell and the torments of sinners in the afterlife. He came to the conclusion that not all people will have something pleasant after death. There is no doubt about the payback. Rawlings Maurice conducted countless surveys and experiments, about which he said the following. I interviewed everyone who was resuscitated. About 20% of them agreed to talk about their impressions from the otherworldly sphere. These descriptions have freed me from the darkness of ignorance and skepticism. They led me to believe that there is life beyond death. He had witnessed more than once how the deceased could see and hear the doctors in the ward. But it's easy to check. There is no doubt that they really perceive everything around them when the beating of life stops in their body. Living people, on the contrary, suffer from some spiritual blindness to the invisible world. and the perception of the dead, on the contrary, expands. An interesting observation was also made by the doctor. It turns out that if the patient is questioned immediately after resuscitation, most often you can hear from him a story about a frightening experience of death, and not about a pleasant transition to another world. According to the cardiologist, over time, such anxious and painful experiences are banished to the subconscious, and either only pleasant memories remain in conscious memory, or nothing remains at all. That is why at first glance it may seem that life after death is somewhat like paradise. But in reality, this is not always the case. According to the stories of those who survived clinical death and were saved, the retreat to the spiritual spheres usually begins with the fact that the deceased sees his own body, from which life has gone, while he is able to hear and see everything that is happening around. Then the soul leaves the place of death and rushes into a dark corridor. However, not everyone's flight through this tunnel ends in light. A large part of them said that they found themselves in a dark cave, or at the bottom of a deep pit, where it was cold and gloomy. Everything there is shrouded in fog, and the people living in those areas resemble shadows, from which there is a sense of horror and doom. There is emptiness, apathy, and hopelessness in that place. Some even admitted that they tried to escape from these places, but felt a certain unaffordable weight on themselves, like a large stone, which did not allow them to leave this abode of darkness. They very quickly realized that the heaviness in the dark sphere was their own sins, preventing them from rising into the bright regions of the other world. The severity of sins literally puts pressure on a person, preventing him from leaving hell. Naturally, few of those who have experienced such a frightening experience will share it with others, because this speaks to a very unpleasant truth about themselves, displacing terrifying memories from consciousness. That is why the testimonies that patients share immediately after resurrection from the dead are so important, before they have had time to fully comprehend what happened and put up psychological protection against it. At the end of his life, Rawlings Maurice said, "Throughout the history of mankind, mystics have talked about the existence of life after death, but only now, thanks to modern technology, we are really beginning to penetrate this great mystery. Perhaps existence after death is not only a mystery, but also the hope of mankind." The unusual encounters that his patients experienced had the most profound effect on them and changed their attitude to life and what would come after it. He had never met a single patient who had experienced such a thing and remained an atheist. As in any such example, everyone has the right to choose what to believe and what not to believe. But if this is true, then some of us should think carefully about our actions, and before it's too late, correct those of them that can take the soul into the terrible areas of the afterlife. I saw with my own eyes what awaits us after death. Neurosurgeon Eben Alexander. I have often heard from patients that after cardiac arrest, they were transported to amazingly beautiful places where they met with deceased relatives. As a neurosurgeon, I have always believed that such experiences are associated with brain disorders. However, my beliefs changed when I myself went into a coma for a week due to a serious illness, recalls Eben Alexander. During all these days, my brain wasn't fully functioning. I compare this state with a TV turned off. As soon as it is disconnected from the electricity, the screen goes out. But despite this, I continued to see the world I found myself in. He was so real that now earthly life seems less important. Nevertheless, I began to appreciate her even more, realizing her true value. The neurosurgeon shares his impressions. The death of the physical body does not mean the end of consciousness. About 10 years ago, Eben Alexander experienced something unusual. When his body was put into a coma, his consciousness was in darkness. This darkness was unlike Earth's. It could be compared to a murky mass into which one could plunge. Recalling this experience, Alexander described this place as the world as the worm sees it. In this thick darkness, he couldn't remember who he was. At first, he felt like a part of this viscous substance, but gradually his perception changed. Eben realized that he was not a part of this dark matter, but only abiding in it. He decided he had to find a way out. As soon as he thought about it, he saw faint rays of light coming from an unknown source. Alexander concentrated, trying to figure out where the light was coming from. It was like an opening through which the rays penetrated. Realizing this, the doctor began to climb rapidly upward. Flying through this gap, he found himself in a completely different world. To get there, you just had to think about it. Finding myself in this other world, I felt as if I had been born for the first time, as if I had never had any other birth before. This is how Eben Alexander describes his first impressions. What did he see in this new world? Eben hovered above the mysterious land, watching the dense thickets that resembled forests on Earth. Although it wasn't our planet, he felt something familiar, as if he were returning to a place from his childhood. You can forget such places, but when you return there, you realize that they have always been in your memory, and it brings joy. Traveling through this world, Alexander flew over forests, fields, and lakes, noticing people dressed in simple but elegant clothes that were in harmony with the world around them. He did not hear the words. The knowledge came to him as intuitive revelations. He was told that he was surrounded by love, that he was being watched, and that there was nothing to be afraid of. However, he also realized that his stay here was not for long. Soon Eben found himself back in that same darkness. In this state, fragments of memories from his earthly life began to return to him, which he had not remembered all this time. He remembered that he had a family, but the names of his wife and children were unknown to him. He thought again about the hole through which the light had penetrated, but it was already closed. When I woke up in the ward, earthly life seemed insignificant to me at first, but that feeling quickly disappeared. Thanks to this experience, I realized that life on Earth has a deep meaning, recalls Eben Alexander. During his stay in the other world, he understood why there is good and evil in our world. On Earth, we have freedom of choice, and our spiritual growth occurs through this choice. Choosing between good and bad deeds, we develop our spiritual side. Alexander is sure that this is the meaning of our life on Earth, the development of spirituality through love and compassion. He writes about this in detail in his book, Proof of Heaven. In 1965, I heard his incredible story. At that time, I was studying at the Faculty of Psychology and did not believe in the existence of life after death. However, Dr. Richie's account of his experience completely changed my beliefs, and I decided to seriously study this phenomenon, says psychiatrist Raymond Moody, known for his research on life after death. The story that happened to George Richie in 1943 is truly amazing. At the age of 20, he was hospitalized with severe pneumonia, and doctors pronounced him dead. He remained in this state for 8 minutes. George Richie described his impressions of this period in detail in the book Return from Tomorrow. George Richie's journey began when he turned 20. He was drafted into military service, but during his service he contracted pneumonia and fell into a coma. During this time, I was listed among the dead, but my consciousness did not disappear. Perhaps what I saw at that moment was given to me in order to dispel fears and misconceptions about life and death, George Richie said. That day, he regained consciousness in a hospital room. Feeling better, he decided to go out into the corridor and inform the doctor about his condition. Walking through the corridors, he noticed a doctor with a tray of instruments. George approached the doctor, but the doctor ignored him and continued walking. Trying to avoid a collision, Richie shouted loudly to get his attention and abruptly stepped aside. He was shocked when he noticed the ring with the inscription 19 and 45. This moment was a real shock to him. He couldn't believe that all this was happening to him, George Richie recalled. He began to think about his dream of becoming a doctor and how he was going to celebrate this moment with his family soon. It seemed impossible now. George confessed that he had never felt so lonely and confused before. He desperately wanted to be with his loved ones. As soon as this thought occurred, he suddenly found himself at the walls of the hospital. It seemed to me that I was moving at an incredible speed, much faster than an airplane. I saw the lights of cities and wanted to stay in one of them. Suddenly, I found myself on the sidewalk of an unfamiliar city. That's when I realized that my thoughts control my movements, George Richie said. Near the cafe, he saw a man who turned up the collar of his coat to escape the cold. Richie tried to ask him where he was, but the man walked past without noticing him. At that moment, George realized that he had become invisible to others. He stood on the street of a strange city, feeling lonely and lost again. Richie understood that even if he returned home, none of his family would be able to see or hear him. Richie decided to return to the hospital room. He tried to remove the sheet from his body, but all his efforts were in vain. George was confused, not knowing what to do or where to go. It caused him agonizing feelings. Suddenly, he noticed how the ward began to fill with light. At first, he thought that someone from the staff had turned on additional lighting. But the light was getting brighter. Its brightness was so incredible that it is difficult to put into words. It was like the light coming from multiple welding machines. It wasn't until some time later that George realized that a creature made entirely of light had entered the room. At that moment, the walls of the hospital disappeared, and he saw his whole life from birth to the age of 20, Richie recalled. After he saw his life, he was transported to other dimensions. According to his stories, these are the places where souls go after death. The first dimension he visited was in close proximity to Earth. Here George observed the souls of people who suffered from loneliness or quarreled, hating each other. He called this place the abode of unhappy souls. Then, together with the being of light, he ascended to higher realms. There he saw amazing parks flooded with a strange but warm light. There was joy and harmony in this place. His next stop was an unusual laboratory. The tools he saw struck him to the core. George couldn't figure out how they worked. It was only 10 years after his experience that he saw a photograph of the first nuclear plant in a scientific journal. The picture shocked him because it reminded him of what he had seen back in 1943. Dr. George Richie also told the students about his ring. Now he did not see it during the vision, but with ordinary vision. He was convinced that he had been brought back to life on Earth so that he could share his experiences with others. George wanted to show that everyone is capable of turning the material world into a paradise if they put their efforts into it. After he came back to life, George went to the very city where his soul was staying. This place was already familiar to him. He instantly recognized the street that led to the building with the cafe sign. When I approached this cafe, I was overcome by a strange feeling. I got goosebumps because I was already here when I was interrupted. After all, death is a great illusion, said George Richie. Death simply does not exist except in the human mind. The soul lives on. We are all souls that cannot be contained or limited by time or space or the physical body. For souls there is no death. Quote by Kate McGann. What you are learning now may change your understanding of the afterlife. The evidence that will be presented in this video may be a revelation to you. Today we will find out what secrets were discovered by the brilliant doctors who worked on the issues of the afterlife and why they are so sure that the afterlife exists. Watch this video to the end and I think you will be surprised by this information. One day everyone thinks, what awaits us beyond life? This issue becomes especially acute after the loss of a loved one. We mourn the short time allotted to each of us and ask ourselves, is this really the end? Ashes buried in the ground or ashes after cremation? Is this the end? Or is there something more hidden beyond the threshold of death? These thoughts are often frightening, generating anxiety and even despair. It seems that an abyss is opening up before us, into which everyone looks alone. But it's worth remembering, we are not alone in these reflections. Since ancient times, people have been searching for answers, trying to solve the mystery of death and the afterlife. And someone even managed to do it, but more on that later. There are various theories. The soul continues its eternal path in another world. The spirit returns to life through reincarnation, losing the memory of the past. Or after death, there is only silence and oblivion, interrupted when a person is forgotten. Everyone is looking for confirmation of their faith. Religious people turn to the dogmas of resurrection, philosophers explore the works of the wise men of the past, and rationalists study scientific theories. Today, we will look deep into this mystery and learn about 3 modern researchers who have come closer to solving it. All of them are medical practitioners with scientific degrees whose work challenges the very concept of death. They open the door to the unknown, and it seems that we have come closer to solving the mystery of the afterlife, which we are now learning about. Brian Weiss was born in 1944 in New York City. He graduated from Columbia University, then the Yale University School of Medicine, receiving a Doctor of Medicine degree in internal medicine. After several years of practice at the New York Medical Center, Brian returns to Yale to radically change his specialization. He gets a degree in psychiatry and becomes the head of the department at the Miami Training Clinic. While communicating with patients, Dr. Weiss successfully uses hypnosis sessions. This gives positive results in the treatment of mental illness and is becoming a common practice. However, 10 years later, it was the hypnosis session of one of the patients that changed the worldview of a certified psychiatrist. A woman named Catherine suffered from panic attacks and recurring nightmares that robbed her of the strength to lead a normal life. Traditional conversational therapy did not bring much results for 18 months, which prompted Weiss to explore hypnosis as a therapeutic tool. During the first hypnosis session, instead of revealing childhood traumas as he expected, Catherine began to recall vivid events from her past life, in particular, how she drowned in 1863 BC. Weiss was shocked. The skeptical psychiatrist did not believe in the transmigration of souls, but decided to check the information received during the session in the archives. Imagine his surprise when all the facts from the story were documented. During further hypnotic dives, Catherine reported that she had come into contact with the soul of a highly evolved entity, which she called her mentor. It was with his help that the patient managed to completely get rid of her nightmares. In one of the last sessions, Catherine told Weiss about what her mentor had revealed to her. The case concerned the doctor's own personal secret. The higher spirit spoke about the problems in the Weiss family that led to the mysterious deaths of the eldest son, Brian, and his wife, Carol. It was this episode that became crucial in the development of a new concept for the treatment of mental illness, according to which Dr. Weiss has been working for more than 40 years. During this time, according to documented medical records, Weiss was able to help 4,000 patients. Today, Dr. Weiss promotes hypnotic immersion of patients in past lives as a way to cure various phobias and mental disorders. In his opinion, it is from communication with higher beings that one should expect help in solving difficult life situations. This method of treatment is called regression in a state of hypnosis. In this case, the patient is introduced into a trance state with the help of a certain technique, in which he is able to recall the events of early childhood or what happened to him in a previous life. All this allows the patient to understand and eliminate the cause of modern problems. Reincarnation, according to Weiss, is a scientifically proven fact. Rebirth of the soul in a new body, or transmigration of souls, is the main dogma of many religions and beliefs. The idea was supported by ancient philosophers of various schools and modern scientists. To the best of his ability, Weiss tries to involve as many Americans as possible in the process of self-regulation, considering it a way to solve any complex, confusing, or mysterious problem. According to the psychiatrist, any mentally healthy person is able to help himself without the help of a specialist and in compliance with certain rules. Understanding and accepting what happened in past lives helps to rethink the present and correct mistakes. To do this, he conducts open seminars in different cities of the USA under the encouraging title, Miracles Happen. For more advanced students, Brian organizes masterclasses that allow them to independently immerse themselves in deeper layers of the psyche. At the age of 80, Weiss is not going to end his career, considering educating as many people as possible his mission. Along with scientific works that only professionals will understand, Dr. Weiss is the author of numerous popular books. In them, the psychiatrist talks about regression and reincarnation, ways of meditation, and finding inner peace in an accessible form for the layman. Some books have become national bestsellers, and their author has been an honored guest on various American television channels. Brian Weiss attributes his active longevity to the beneficial effects of repeated dives into memories of past lives. They are the ones who are able to overcome physical and mental ailments and give life a new, vivid meaning. If psychiatrist Weiss is convinced that the human soul can live an infinite number of lives, returning to our world in a new bodily form, then a specialist in another medical field is trying to convey to his contemporaries what a person experiences at the moment of clinical death. His name is Jeffrey Long. Practically nothing is known about the personal life of this man. Jeffrey Long was born in 1954 in New York City. He graduated from the medical faculty at the University of Iowa and received a doctorate in radiation oncology. He worked at Las Vegas Central Hospital for more than 30 years, dealing with the brutal effects of cancer day after day. One day, Jeffrey read an article in a medical journal by psychiatrist Raymond Moody, who collected and systematized fragments of memories of people who had experienced clinical death. Having the opportunity to replenish the proposed list, Dr. Long began to record the experiences of patients who returned to life after intensive care. When the unique material he had collected exceeded the volume of the most detailed magazine article, Jeffrey decided to write a book about what a person experiences when on the verge of life and death. In 2011, a voluminous book with a long title appeared on American bookstalls: The Scientific Study of Near-Death Experiences or Proof of Life After Death. The book was co-authored by professional journalist Paul Perry. The book instantly became a bestseller, and the issue raised in it became the #1 topic for television and newspaper investigations for many days. Based on his own rich experience, as well as using the memories of people who openly shared their memories of the minutes of clinical death, Long was able to identify several main points. The research material consists of 1,300 questionnaires filled out by real people. The main axiom of the book, which does not require any proof, is the theory that constantly recurring moments in the memories of different, unrelated people allow us to draw a reasonable conclusion. Everything they describe is true. Long identified 12 aspects that were present in most of the questionnaires. The separation of the soul from the body. All the respondents mentioned that they saw their body as if from above. Some claim that they could easily overcome obstacles and be present in different places at the same time. Sharpening of all senses except touch. Visual, auditory, and olfactory images were stunningly real and often surpassed all the impressions experienced in earthly life. A surge of emotions. Survivors of clinical death claim that at that time they experienced a comprehensive feeling of love for the whole world, peace and tranquility, joy, happiness, security. These are the feelings that enter the soul at this time. A flight or passage through a light tunnel. It is found in almost every questionnaire. Many people note the softness of the walls and the increased brightness of the light as they move through the tunnel. The glow of the surrounding space. The light could change colors, but they never stopped being pleasing to the eye. Almost no one has been able to find full-fledged synonyms to describe this in the earthly dictionary. Meeting with deceased relatives and friends. Everyone describes their own joy from such a meeting and the feeling of universal love in these moments. Time and space have changed. People lost their sense of up and down, past and present. All the physical quantities seem to combine and become unimportant. Memories of his own life. Someone saw themselves from birth to the moment of death. Someone was shown the most significant events from the past. Many people are sure that this was done to point out the perfect wrong choice, to explain how others see it. The appearance of paintings of another world. It was not possible to get a coherent description, but everyone notes the atmosphere of calm and serenity prevailing there. Many claim that purity has remained forever in their souls. Gaining new knowledge. All the secrets of the universe, all the knowledge accumulated by mankind over the centuries, were revealed to the human consciousness. Former skeptics bitterly regretted the loss of this information when returning back to their bodies, the feeling of an insurmountable obstacle. The most common comment was the following: "It felt like there was a fun party going on behind a wall or a door that I couldn't get to because my time hadn't come yet." Returning to your own body. Sometimes the decision to return to life is made by the person himself. In some cases, others help. Often, for those who ask for permission to stay here, they find good reasons why they should not stay. Surprisingly, Dr. Long notes that the most common words describing the road to the afterlife are peace and love. This gives us hope that there is something familiar and warm beyond our cruel lives. In 1998, Jeffrey Long founded the Foundation for Scientific Research on Near-Death Experiences, which unites scientists from all over the world researching this problem. The foundation has a website where people who have experienced clinical death can anonymously and truthfully tell about their impressions. In numerous interviews that appeared in the media after the book was published, Dr. Long argues that getting to know that world gives people a chance to get rid of the fear of impending death. Those patients with whom Long had the opportunity to communicate personally began to appreciate their ordinary life with its difficulties and problems more. Many people say that since returning to this world, they try to give others more love and sympathy. By the way, Raymond Moody's work inspired another American practicing cardiologist, Michael Sabam, to study human experiences at the moment of death. By the way, an interesting video about Raymond Moody has already been posted on my channel. I strongly advise you to watch it. Michael was born in 1944 in a small town in Colorado in a strict Catholic family. He graduated from college there. The young man decided to choose medicine as his life's work, so he graduated from the University of Texas Medical School. The young doctor chose cardiology as his specialty. For a long time, he worked in hospitals at the universities of Florida and Georgia, and then opened a private office. Sabam left the cardiology practice at the age of 73 and devoted himself entirely to the business, which began many years ago as a hobby. Interested in the research of psychologist and psychiatrist Raymond Moody, who for a long time collected and processed the stories of patients who had experienced clinical death, Sabam decided to keep such records on his own. Working with patients in cardiology departments was also conducive to this. However, unforeseen difficulties often arose. People were afraid to openly talk about their feelings and experiences because they considered them deviations from mental norms. The near-death experiences of 116 people treated by Dr. Sabam became the basis for the book Recollections of Death, a Medical Investigation. The scientist conducts medical research on conversations, identifies similar and recurring moments, and makes an unequivocal conclusion. The death of the physical body is not the final page of a person's spiritual essence. Being a deeply religious man, Michael brings the religious basis to scientific conclusions. The medical community has well accepted the work of Associate Professor Sabam. He was repeatedly quoted and referred to his conclusions. One of the patients whose impressions Dr. Sabam refers to was a fairly well-known country singer, Pam Reynolds. At the age of 35, an examination revealed a large tumor in Pam's head. Its location in close proximity to the brainstem made it impossible to perform a routine removal operation. After a medical consultation, it was decided to put the patient in a coma and lower her overall body temperature to 10 degrees Celsius. In this case, the heart will stop. There will be an outflow of blood from the brain, which will allow resection of the tumor. In other words, an actual dead body will be subjected to surgery. The removal of the tumor was successful. But after resuscitation, Reynolds said her spirit had left her body and was hovering over the operating room. She described the location of the medical staff in the operating room and the instruments used during the operation. Later, the doctors present confirmed the truthfulness of her words. Pam talks about the unusual brightness of vision and hearing at this time. She felt herself being swallowed up by a stream of white light, which brought her into a room where deceased friends and relatives were present. She really liked being there and didn't want to go back at all. Then her beloved uncle just forcefully pushed her down. This particular case, confirmed by video recordings, instrument readings, and medical reports, is a convincing example of maintaining consciousness after death. Fascinated by the idea of studying near-death experiences, Michael Sabam and his associates founded the International Association for Near-Death Experience Research in 1981. Today, its members include more than 1,200 medical researchers from 50 countries around the world. The association publishes a quarterly journal that publishes only scientifically based articles on the condition of people at the time of clinical death. and the community's website will be of interest not only to specialists, but also to ordinary people interested in this problem. Each of us, faced with the unsightly picture of the death and burial of loved ones, thinks about what awaits a person after death. But those who are able to uncover the mystery of death relate to this issue in a completely different way. They know for sure that the death of the physical body does not mean the end of the spiritual life. They are no longer afraid to die, because death is only the entrance to a new, different world. Many people are accustomed to consider doctors to be cynical materialists. But today I told you about 3 doctors who, faced with the inexplicable, did not dismiss it. Each of them started their own investigation, and now, with proven facts in their hands, they can prove that there is life after death. It is worth listening to their opinion and stop poisoning your existence with fears of imminent demise. I am a constant witness of the phenomenon of death. As a doctor, I use all available technologies to bring a person back to life. But there is something elusive. I have seen many clinical cases that cannot be explained from a scientific point of view. It's not possible yet, says intensive care specialist Peteris Klava. Brief biographical information. Peteris Klava was born in 1964 in Riga, the capital of Latvia. He graduated from the pediatric faculty of the Riga Medical Institute. He graduated as an anesthesiologist and intensive care specialist. He has been working as an intensive care physician at the Riga Children's Clinical Hospital for almost 40 years. Since 1985, he has been studying global issues related to life and death, out-of-body experience, and human development. Peteris Klava began to look for answers to the questions of what death is and whether there is life after it at the beginning of his medical practice since the late 80s of the last century. The scientist was prompted to study this issue by an incident that resembles the plot of a science fiction film: the nurse who wasn't there. The boy was brought to the hospital where Peteris Klava worked. A gas cylinder exploded in the house where the child lived and a fire broke out. The boy's mother died on the spot, and her son suffered severe burns. Heading to the intensive care unit to the victim, Peteris Klava understood that it was impossible to save such a patient. Walking along the corridor, the doctor noticed an unknown nurse with loose hair entering the patient. She was wearing a strange long robe with a loose fit. The young doctor became interested in an unknown girl. Peteris entered the room in a matter of seconds, but the nurse was not there. Before the eyes of the young doctor, the instruments began to show a deterioration in the patient's condition. Peteris Klava started resuscitation, but it was not successful. The boy died. The intensive care specialist often recalled this incident and tried to find an explanation for who the woman in the strange robe was. Today, the scientist is sure that this was the boy's mother, who came to help her son leave his body. The screams of unhappy relatives at the moment when the soul moves into the spiritual dimension disrupt the process. The moment of transition is full of grace. It should take place in silence, light, sublime sadness. Otherwise, the soul of a dying person will remain in the earth's atmosphere, like a ghost clinging to its home or relatives. Here is one of the cases that has been troubling the staff of the Children's Hospital for a long time. A 3-year-old girl died after a complicated heart operation, and for several more days, in an empty ward, nurses heard her crying. Even those who happened to be in the room by accident and didn't know anything at all also heard the girl calling for her mother. The baby could not make the transition. She was kept in our world, at the place of death, by the screams and sufferings of abandoned loved ones. In particular, mothers. A dying soul must also be cherished, surrounded with care and attention. After all, she has a long way to go, and perhaps a rebirth in another body. There are times in human life that are impossible to forget, and it's embarrassing to talk about them. Doctors, pilots, and cosmonauts usually encounter them. I've seen the inexplicable, but I won't tell anyone. They'll call me crazy, a drug addict, or just take me off the job, is the sad conclusion that the doctor drew based, among other things, on his own practical experience. There were even more cases in Peteris Klava's practice when his seemingly hopeless patients came back to life. Here are a few such stories. One day, a 12-year-old boy was brought to us. he was found unconscious at home. In the intensive care unit, the boy was connected to a ventilator, recalls Peteris Klava. The patient was in such a state that there was practically no hope of saving him. 4 days have passed. Klava was on night duty. He heard some strange noises coming from the boy's room. When the doctor entered the room, he saw that the patient had regained consciousness, and the instruments showed a sharp improvement in all the patient's indicators. A little later, the doctor decided to ask the patient if he remembers what happened to him all these days. The boy said that at first he traveled around the hospital, saw the medical staff and what was happening in other wards. Then he went on a trip to different planets. Peteris admits that he would not have believed this child if he had not given the names of all the nurses and doctors who were with him when he was in a coma. The second story from Dr. Klava's practice. An 11-year-old girl was brought in at night. At their house, a short circuit caused the TV to catch fire. The synthetic curtains instantly burst into flames, and the girl inhaled soot and smoke. She was dying, her face was blue, and she couldn't breathe. No air entered the lungs, and the artificial respiration apparatus did not help. I tried to clear her bronchi, but nothing worked. Cardiac arrest followed. We performed an indirect heart massage for 45 minutes, almost twice the allotted time for intensive care. They gave up. The girl had already been put on a gurney and was being prepared to be taken away. I started writing a referral to the morgue, and suddenly I thought, try again. I approached the girl, checked the reaction of the pupils. Wide, they do not react to light, which is an indirect sign of the death of nerve cells in the brain. Cadaverous spots appear. Further actions were already pointless, it had to be accepted. But I did the opposite. I have completed all the measures that I have planned. And the girl's heart started working. I stand there myself and think, you fool, why did you try? She's left without a brain, she'll be disabled all her life. 4 days later, the girl was sitting on her bed and eating oatmeal. She was smiling at me, and my mom was braiding her hair. How can this be explained? I don't know. And finally, the last case. A 3-year-old boy was admitted to the intensive care unit with severe pneumonia. He spent 40 days on a ventilator and in an induced coma. On my watch, all vital signs started to drop. The oxygen level in the blood decreased dramatically. My parents were horrified. I understood that the boy's brain was beginning to suffer from oxygen deficiency. Irreversible changes were coming, and I told my parents, it's unethical to detain a person in a condition where there's no cure. Why prolong the useless agony? Mom was silent. She was in shock. And Dad fell to his knees, prayed to God, and demanded that I save my son. You do everything you can. Your hands are God's hands now. He will give everything through you, but only through you. And if you give up, then God will have no hands. People in this condition are often inadequate, and we are used to it in the intensive care unit. We give them medicine right away, and they calm down. But there was something else. It seemed as if there was someone else behind the child's father who knew much more than me. And I continued resuscitation. A minute passed, then another, and the boy did not die. And suddenly the oxygen level in the blood began to rise. By myself, no academic in the world would have predicted such an outcome. The boy did not die that night, and the next one, too. Then they disconnected him from the equipment and sent him to a regular ward. Then he was discharged from the hospital and allowed to go home. Every New Year, his dad comes to the intensive care unit with flowers and cakes. Sometimes he brings his son. The boy is growing up strong, and there's nothing wrong with his intellect. With health too, no consequences. I can't rationally explain what happened. You can assume different things, but it was as if I was clearly shown. You thought he was going to die, but he survived. Why should a person know about this? Over the years of practice, the doctor has accumulated many stories when something inexplicable and impossible happened before his eyes. Sometimes it happened that someone, by all accounts, should have lived but passed away. And someone was completely hopeless but to continue to live. Klava has been studying these clinical cases and similar ones described by colleagues for many years. Observing people who have been on the verge of death and experienced out-of-body experiences, Peteris Klava noticed that many of them become more free internally, get rid of their fears. Such people stop worrying about trifles, and begin to enjoy all sorts of little things: a blooming flower, a cup of tea, fluttering butterflies. A person who has experienced an out-of-body shock ceases to demand something from his neighbor or lament the difficulties that befall him. According to Klava, a person who has left and returned to his body is not only aware of the fragility and imperfection of this world, but also understands that death is just a transition, not the end of the path, and now he is not afraid of it. I never tell a dying patient that he will die, but I also do not promise that his earthly life will continue. I explain that death does not exist, but only a transition to another state. And that side is as real as this one. A person loses only his material body, but his energetic essence continues to live, traveling through the worlds and uniting with God. The Latvian intensive care specialist is far from the only one who is trying to find answers to the same questions. We will give the floor to his colleague, British physician Sam Parnia. Life after death is absolutely real. After completing his general medicine course at the London Medical School, Sam completed his residency in cardiac and pulmonary resuscitation. Today, after moving to New York, Dr. Parnia is known for his extensive research on the near-death state of humans, which he has been conducting for more than 30 years. According to Parnia, patients who have been in a state of clinical death and who have been resuscitated often say that they have relived every moment of their lives. Moreover, they live these memories not only from their own point of view, but as if they look at everything through the eyes of other people. For example, if they did something that hurt someone, they relive the same pain that the other person experienced. If they have done something that has caused other people to feel happy, they relive the same feeling of happiness. Incredibly, patients constantly report that they are experiencing some amazing new experience internally. They feel that their own consciousness is suddenly becoming vast. While doctors and nurses are trying to revive them, they retain the ability to collect and understand information about what is happening to them, and come to the conclusion that it looks like I'm dead, says Parnia. Exploring the state of clinical death, we enter uncharted, forbidden territory. Nothing suggested that people would learn to bring back to life those who have already crossed the line. So the testimonies of those who have returned are striking and frightening in their similarity to each other. Of course, many do not return from there, but those who have managed to return always change for the better, because they realize that life has some deeper purpose. In conclusion, here is an excerpt from Sam Parnia's book, What Happens When We Die. When a person experiences a borderline state and the brain shuts down, the soul continues to live. At a minimum, it persists for as long as you can be resuscitated and brought back to life. From this, we can reasonably conclude that our brain acts only as an intermediary. It allows us to feel like a person, but it cannot be a place where our spirit lives. Peteris Klava does not call for reckless faith in his words about the reality of the afterlife. He just hopes that this knowledge will help not only to approach the phenomenon of death more consciously, but also to make his life better, more meaningful, and happier. And what is the happiness of earthly life? What is its meaning? The doctor explains in the words of his favorite actor, Yuri Nikulin. In one interview, the artist was asked what happiness is for him. "Happiness is simple," Yuri Vladimirovich replied. "Wake up in the morning, have coffee with my wife, have breakfast, go to work at the circus, work, return home in the evening, have dinner with my wife, have tea, go to bed." Peteris Klava says that these words contain transcendent wisdom and deep joy of life. You just need to live and do what you can, without nerves, regrets, anger, and fuss. Do you believe in life after death? Write in the comments. Modern science is delving deeper into the mysteries of the invisible world, and its discoveries are forcing us to take a fresh look at perhaps the most important issue of humanity, life after death. What you will learn from this video is not fiction or fantasy. These are real-life studies that can forever change your understanding of what happens to us after we leave this world. Death is one of the most mysterious topics that has been troubling mankind for centuries. While science has long uncovered biological processes, questions about what happens to the soul remain unanswered. But several prominent doctors have dedicated their lives to researching this mystery, and are now revealing sensational facts that bring us closer to solving it. Their discoveries and documented evidence make us think about what happens to the soul after the body ceases to live. That is why it is worth learning more about the opinions of these outstanding researchers who can reveal the truth about death and life after it. Everyone will be able to immerse themselves in research, personal stories, and conclusions that can help us better understand what awaits us beyond this world. Watch this video to the end, because the information it contains is unlikely to leave you indifferent. Dr. Sam Parnia, known for his work in the field of intensive care and the study of clinical death, conducts research that challenges traditional ideas about what happens at the moment of death. His research shows that consciousness can continue to exist even after cardiac arrest, which opens up new horizons for understanding life after death. He emphasizes that these experiences may not just be hallucinations, but evidence that consciousness can exist independently of the physical body. At the same time, his research shows that the state of the brain at the time of clinical death may be more active than we previously assumed. We began to realize that consciousness can continue to exist even after the heart stops beating. It opens up new horizons for understanding life and death. The doctor once shared. Sam Parnia is an outstanding expert in the field of near-death experiences and phenomena of consciousness at the moment of dying. As an associate professor at New York University School of Medicine and a project leader at Southampton, he actively explores and questions traditional beliefs about death. His work focuses on the study of phenomena that occur during cardiac arrest and resuscitation, which allows for a deeper understanding of the nature of human consciousness at critical moments in life. His research focuses on near-death experiences that can occur in people who have experienced clinical death. Dr. Parnia seeks to find out what happens to consciousness at these moments, and what the possible consequences are for understanding life and death. His approach combines scientific methods and philosophical reflections, which makes his research particularly relevant in light of the current debate about the nature of consciousness and its relationship to the physical body. Dr. Parnia also actively shares the results of his research with a wide audience, seeking to dispel myths and biases related to the topic of death. His work inspires both the scientific community and people interested in life and death, opening up new horizons for understanding these complex and multifaceted phenomena. Near-death experiences are an interesting and mysterious phenomenon that attracts the attention of both scientists and the general public. Research conducted by Dr. Parnia indicates that many people who have experienced clinical death share vivid and conscious impressions that arise at the moment of death. According to his data, about 20% of patients who have been brought back to life after cardiac arrest describe their experiences as unusual and intense. These states may include not only a feeling of heightened awareness, but also detailed memories of events that took place around them at the moment when their heart stopped beating. This phenomenon raises many questions about the nature of consciousness and its relationship to the physical condition of the body. Some researchers suggest that these experiences may be related to changes in brain activity occurring at critical moments, while others view them as spiritual or metaphysical events. In any case, near-death experiences open up new horizons for understanding human experience, life, and death, and continue to be the subject of active research and discussion in scientific and philosophical circles. In his research, the scientist focuses on the fact that death is not an instantaneous event, but a complex and reversible process. Parnia claims that during cardiac arrest, even when cardiac activity is stopped, a significant increase in brain activity can be recorded. This phenomenon is associated with the near-death experiences described by people who have experienced clinical death. Such observations allow us to hypothesize that consciousness can continue to exist in a certain form even after doctors have pronounced the patient dead. These are the key conclusions the doctor made while studying near-death experiences. Enlightened states. Many people who have experienced such states share their impressions of the clarity and deep awareness they experience. These moments are often accompanied by intense reflections on your life and its meaning. Brain activity. Scientific studies show that during the period close to death, significant activity in the brain can be observed. This activity may be related to the conscious experiences that people describe in their stories about being close to death. Moral assessments. Some people who have experienced near-death experiences share their impressions of the moral aspects of these experiences, which may indicate profound changes in their perception of life and values. Dr. Sam Parnia's work plays a key role in the field of patient care in the final stages of life, as well as in resuscitation methods. He emphasizes the importance of treating patients who are in a state of clinical death as if they were conscious. This approach can significantly change the views of medical professionals on the process of resuscitation. Moreover, his research challenges traditional ideas about the boundaries between life and death, suggesting that improved resuscitation technologies may open up new possibilities for patient recovery. Another outstanding researcher of near-death experiences is Dr. Eben Alexander, a neurosurgeon who himself experienced clinical death. He shares his personal experience, which has radically changed his views on life and death. His book, Proof of Heaven, A Neurosurgeon's Journey into the Afterlife, became a bestseller and attracted the attention of millions of people who want to understand what really happens after we pass away. In his book, he describes how, while in a coma, he found himself in an amazing world full of light and love. His story challenges traditional ideas about death and consciousness, opening up new horizons for understanding what can await us beyond life. I was in a state where time and space didn't exist. It was an incredible feeling of love and unity. I realized that life goes on after physical death, Dr. Alexander once said. Dr. Alexander's professional career spans more than 15 years of teaching at Harvard Medical School, where he has established himself as an expert in the field of neurosurgery, having performed operations on thousands of patients. In November 2008, his life took an unexpected turn when he found himself in a deep coma due to meningitis caused by E. coli, a disease that is extremely rare in adults. Despite the unfavorable prognoses of doctors, he survived this critical moment, describing it as a deep and transformative journey into the spiritual realm, while his brain was in a state far from the usual perception of reality. Dr. Alexander, while in a coma, had an amazing and transformative near-death experience. He described how he found himself in a super-real spiritual dimension, where he met angelic beings and felt an all-pervading sense of love and unity with the universe. This state was so vivid and intense that he couldn't help but pay attention to it. Interestingly, at that moment he experienced a complete lack of memories of his earthly life. This state of amnesia, in his opinion, became a weighty proof that consciousness can exist independently of the physical body. He interpreted his experience as confirmation that life continues after physical death, and that the soul has the opportunity to interact with higher spiritual levels. Alexander shares his impressions of how this experience changed his perception of life and death, as well as deepened his understanding of spirituality and connection with the world around him. His story inspires many people to think about the nature of consciousness and what can await us beyond physical existence. Key findings from Dr. Alexander's experience. Consciousness is beyond the brain. Dr. Alexander argues that consciousness is not just the result of the brain, but is a fundamental element of reality that can exist independently of physical processes. This discovery calls into question traditional ideas about the nature of consciousness and its connection with neurophysiology. Comprehensive interconnectedness. In his research, he focuses on the deep sense of unity that people experience during near-death experiences. This feeling suggests that all living beings are connected to each other on a level beyond physical existence, which can change our understanding of the nature of life and death. Influence on science and spirituality. Dr. Alexander's discoveries have a significant impact on both scientific research and spiritual practices. His work raises important questions about how we perceive reality and offers new perspectives for exploring the interaction between science and spirituality. Dr. Eben Alexander's story represents not only a personal journey of transformation, but also has a significant impact on broader issues related to consciousness and the afterlife. His amazing journey from skepticism to a deep belief in the existence of life after death, became a source of inspiration for many people, prompting them to reconsider their beliefs about spirituality and the very essence of human existence. This experience has become a catalyst for discussing issues that relate not only to individual perception, but also to the collective understanding of what happens to us after physical death. Another famous physician who has devoted himself to the study of death is Dr. Emily Williams Kelly. Dr. Emily Williams Kelly, a researcher in psychology and neuroscience, also contributes to this discussion by studying the phenomena associated with proximity to death and changes in perception of reality. Her work helps shed light on how our experiences and perceptions can change at critical moments. She conducts research that shows that many people, regardless of their religion, have similar experiences, which may indicate universal aspects of human consciousness. Dr. Kelly, our actions, thoughts, and feelings shape what we experience after death. This is not just the end, but a transition to a new state of being. Researcher Kelly considers near-death experiences as an important object of scientific study. In her work, she has conducted extensive research, including interviews with people who have experienced such conditions. The purpose of her research was to identify common patterns and characteristic features inherent in these unique experiences. Kelly argues that near-death experiences can occur even in conditions of significant brain dysfunction. This discovery calls into question traditional ideas about consciousness and its relationship to the physical state of the body. Research shows that even in moments of clinical death or deep coma, when brain activity may be minimal, people report vivid and meaningful experiences. From the point of view of psychology, near-death experiences may be associated with mental defense mechanisms that are activated in critical situations. These experiences often include elements such as feeling at peace, seeing bright lights, or meeting with departed loved ones. Such aspects can be interpreted as an attempt by consciousness to cope with the threat of death. From a philosophical point of view, questions about the afterlife and the nature of consciousness become especially relevant in the context of near-death experiences. If consciousness can exist independently of the physical state of the brain, it opens up new horizons for understanding life after death. Kelly and other researchers raise important questions about what happens to our consciousness after physical death and how these experiences can influence our perception of life and death. Thus, near-death experiences are a multifaceted phenomenon that requires further study. The scientific approach of Kelly and her colleagues provides a deeper understanding of the nature of these experiences and their possible implications for our understanding of consciousness and the afterlife. Research in this area can not only expand our knowledge of human experience, but also offer new perspectives for philosophical reflection on life, death, and what may lie beyond it. Kelly suggests that if consciousness is completely dependent on the functioning of the brain, then there is no afterlife. Nevertheless, her research shows that people are able to experience intense and meaningful sensations in those moments when their brain activity is disrupted. This makes her think that consciousness can continue to exist even after physical death. Another interesting aspect of Kelly's work concerns cases where people who have experienced near-death experiences report an improvement in their mental abilities. Her research has documented examples where participants, after such events, demonstrated increased creativity, improved memory, and ability to solve complex problems. These changes may indicate that unusual experiences associated with possible death can affect a person's mental state and cognitive functions, opening up new horizons for understanding the human mind and its capabilities. Although Kelly does not insist on the existence of an afterlife, she calls for a broader view of consciousness, including the possibility of its existence beyond physical existence. She focuses on the importance of an unbiased approach to complex issues related to mind and consciousness. The research conducted by Dr. Emily Williams Kelly plays an important role in the current discussion of consciousness and the possibility of life after death. Applying scientific approaches to the study of near-death experiences, she puts forward concepts that challenge established views on the connection between the brain and consciousness. Dr. Kelly suggests that our perception of life and what can await us after its completion may be much more multifaceted than is commonly believed in traditional science. Her work opens up new horizons for understanding these complex topics, offering the opportunity to rethink existing paradigms and deepen our knowledge of the nature of human experience. All three doctors emphasize that, despite the differences in their approaches, there is something in common. It is the desire to understand what happens to us after death and the desire to explore the boundaries of human consciousness. Their work opens up new perspectives and raises many questions, forcing us to think about what it means to be alive and what can await us beyond this world. Thus, the shocking truth about what awaits us after death may not be so far from our understanding. It is possible that in the near future, science will be able to confidently prove that our earthly life is not the end. An experienced nurse who has devoted years to working with the dying in places where medicine is already powerless, unexpectedly revealed mysteries that shocked the whole world and made even skeptics think. She's been silent for a long time, but people need to know the truth. One's own death or the loss of loved ones is always hard and scary. The revelations of Hadley Vlahos have helped thousands of people to look at the issue of life and death from a different angle. One day she said, "Why do we avoid talking about death? We think it's because, unlike other problems where we can search for a solution, death is inevitable. No one wants to erase themselves from life, so death evokes fear. On a subconscious level, we avoid thinking about it. But that only makes things worse. When we lack information about what really happens, our brain fills in the gaps, and we start fearing something that isn't actually worth fearing." Visions at the end of life. Proof of the existence of an afterlife? Do you want to know if there is an afterlife? Let's listen to what Hadley says. For her, the main evidence of the existence of another world beyond the threshold of death are visions of dying people. Before joining the hospice, Hadley did not believe in an afterlife, and now she hears almost daily from her charges that they are visited by deceased friends and relatives. Hadley has cared for thousands of patients during her work, and many people talked about visits from their deceased loved ones before they died. These cases instilled in the nurse a firm belief that these incredible phenomena are not nonsense, but a real reality. The patients talk about it very calmly. They just talk about what they see. For example, they might say,
"My dead sister is standing by the bed. My dead husband is looking down at us."
They see them the same way they see their living relatives or staff. This is not a near-death experience, but a kind meeting with loved ones. Early in her career, Hadley asked herself the question, is there an afterlife, or does everything turn black when you die? Now she knows for sure the answer to this question. There is an afterlife, and the stories she sees with her own eyes every day helped her to make sure of this. The first patient Hadley had to take care of was a woman in her 70s with bone cancer. She didn't seem to worry at all about her diagnosis and fully accepted her fate. One day, while on duty, a nurse was sitting next to the bed and working on a computer. The patient turned to her and said,
"My sister is sitting in the chair next to you."
It sounded so natural that Hadley turned to look at their guest, but there was no one else in the room. Then, the patient explained that her sister had died 20 years ago. The patient asked not to tell her family about it because she was afraid they would think she was going crazy. And then she said,
"I think I'm going to die soon."
Hadley tried to convince the woman that she had no signs of imminent death. Her blood pressure and heartbeat were normal. But when she came on shift a day later, she found out that the patient had indeed died. Her death was peaceful. And here is the story of another woman which Hadley will always remember. At first, she visited the patient twice a week at her home for 6 months. The woman was 98 years old, and she was ready to face death. Her husband died in a car accident. All her friends had already left, and she had no children. She was an ardent Catholic and dreamed of meeting God. Despite her advanced age, the woman felt good. But one day, during a nurse's visit, a woman had an attack of chronic bronchitis, in which breathing becomes extremely difficult. Hadley helped stop the seizure, but after that, the patient's health began to deteriorate rapidly. And after a couple of weeks, she agreed to move to a hospice. The woman slept a lot and woke up only for a few hours a day. During Hadley's next shift, the patient suddenly woke up and confidently said,
"I'm going to die tonight. I'm not afraid. My husband came to pick me up. He's watching us. He said my time has come."
Hadley's shift ended, and she went home, saying goodbye to the patient. The nurse was sure that the patient still had a little more time to live in this world. But at 3 a.m., Hadley suddenly woke up with the feeling that her ward had gone to another world. The next morning, a nurse from the night shift confirmed that the patient had died around 3 o'clock in the morning, and everything went very calmly. Hadley's patient was dying of cancer. Miss Cheryl was not yet an old woman, but the disease had completely depleted her body. A nurse with a tablet was sitting next to the sleeping patient's bed, filling out a work schedule. Suddenly, Cheryl opened her eyes, sat up in bed, and asked,
"Have you seen butterflies too? My son just brought me a box with the most beautiful butterflies in it."
The nurse calmed the patient down and put her back down. When the patient fell asleep again, the nurse went out into the hallway and met Cheryl's husband there. With tears in his eyes, he explained that she had indeed received a box of live butterflies from her son for his birthday. It happened many years ago, a week before the tragic death of the boy. Skeptics who try to explain these visions are considering several possibilities that these visits are not evidence of the existence of the afterlife. Religious beliefs. Patients say that they see dead loved ones because their brains have been trained to do so. They were programmed to believe that. Hadley is convinced that this is not the case. She took care of many atheists who saw their deceased loved ones in the same way before they died. It starts a week or 2 days before death, and visitors from another world come to comfort them and take them on their last journey. Powerful medicines. Hospice doctors do not see any connection between taking medications and near-death visions. With severe incurable diseases, patients have been taking medications for years, but they don't see anything like this until the last days of their lives. Lack of oxygen interferes with the normal functioning of the brain. Supposedly, this is enough to cause hallucinations. However, Hadley knows for sure that there is no relationship between these phenomena because she constantly measures the oxygen level in the body of patients. Hadley emphasizes that she used to be skeptical and did not believe in an afterlife. But since she sees it over and over again in different people, she has come to believe that the afterlife really exists. It gives her peace and tranquility. There is no need to be afraid of death. Our most beloved people are waiting for us beyond the last line. From skeptic to believer is the story of a hospice nurse. I would like to say a few words about Hadley herself before we return to even more fascinating stories from her practice. How did it happen that an atheist suddenly began to believe in life after death? Hadley was born in 1992 in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, the daughter of a funeral home owner and an embalmer. Since childhood, death had not been a taboo topic for her, and religious education, in the spirit of Catholicism, strengthened her confidence in the afterlife. She was sure that we would all go to the afterlife. That's exactly what the Bible says. However, at the age of 15, her faith was shaken. Before her eyes, Taylor's friend died in a fight, who died instantly from a ruptured liver. The shock and loss made her doubt divine mercy, and she turned away from religion, becoming a staunch atheist. In her youth, Hadley dreamed of becoming a children's writer and enrolled in the Faculty of Philology at the University of Florida. But life made its own adjustments. After the unexpected breakup of the engagement, her fiancé soon married someone else, and Hadley herself gave birth to a son a few months later. Then she realized that writing would not feed her family. In New Orleans, Hadley enrolled in a nursing course. After receiving her diploma, her medical career began in a regular clinic. There she encountered many cases of ill treatment of patients. She was able to work there for several months because it was hard for her to be there. Having accidentally landed a part-time job at a hospice, Hadley was struck by the warm family atmosphere that prevailed there, and she gladly accepted the offer of a permanent job in this place. And now, back to the main topic of the video. Dying patients talk to their deceased loved ones. People experience the same thing, regardless of their religion, race, or social status. Miss Susan, who was told that her illness was incurable, was painfully afraid of death. She harassed the staff with her tantrums. But one day, waking up in the morning, she announced that her late husband had come to her and told her about life after death. He said he was waiting for her there and would soon take her to a better world forever. After that, the patient's fear disappeared. Miss Edith suffered from severe dementia. Surprisingly, the manifestations of mental illness disappeared completely at the end of life. This happened after her late mother came to the patient and convinced her that everything would be fine from now on. The patient began to communicate with visitors and even learned to predict the future. Hadley was constantly witnessing such cases, but she couldn't figure out what to call what was happening. It just didn't fit with atheism. Dying people have taught the former atheist that life does not end with death. They lived their last days in happiness and tranquility, and they managed to convey this to Hadley. Now she is not afraid of death and appreciates every moment of her earthly life. It's a gift that her patients gave her. One of her charges, Miss Margaret, confessed after her late husband gave her a tour of that world.
I can't wait to go there forever. I'm ashamed in front of my children, but I miss that life. And I don't regret leaving them at all. It's not forever. Someday we'll all be together again.
Hadley's next story will be about Mr. Albert, who has worked all his life as a chef in the best restaurants in New Orleans. He was not in a hospice. Hadley visited him at home. The patient was indifferent to her visits. There was no way to find common topics for conversation. One day a nurse came in to see him at lunchtime. The patient was enjoying a famous Orleans dish, stewed red beans with rice. Hadley recalled that she had recently tried to make this dish at home, but the family refused to eat it. The cook was interested and asked her to tell him step by step how the cooking went. He immediately pointed out the gross mistakes and promised that someday he would teach her the right recipe. This is how the communication between the nurse and the patient began. One day, Mr. Albert's wife called Hadley and asked her to come over immediately. The fact is that he got out of bed for the first time in a year and is now cooking a specialty dish in the kitchen while talking to his late mother. His wife was very worried about what was happening, but Hadley, as a professional nurse, understood that the patient had terminal enlightenment, which was manifested by increased activity, a surge of energy, and a good mood. After that, death is likely to occur within 24 hours. When the nurse arrived, she found the patient in the kitchen. He cheerfully said, "You're just lucky. Now you will get a lesson from a real master. My mom is here, and she knows how to cook this dish better than anyone in the world." While Hadley was chopping vegetables under Mr. Albert's guidance, she witnessed his conversation with his mother. He was happy. When the dish was ready, the nurse escorted the patient to bed. He died a couple of hours later. And here's an amazing story worthy of a movie. Romance on the deathbed. The patient was not yet 40 years old, but she was dying of cancer. One morning, she told the nurse that she seemed to be losing her mind. And when Hadley asked her why she thought that, the patient replied that she had a dream.
The guy I went to college with was standing by my bed all night. We had a great romance, but before graduation we quarreled and broke up. The last time I saw him was at a farewell party. I went to the other side of the country and never heard from him again.
Hadley suggested searching the internet for information. They did so and found his obituary. He died 2 years ago. Hadley is sure that they are together now. At the beginning of her work at the hospice, Hadley thought that such visions were extremely rare and only happened to deeply religious people. But after talking to colleagues, she realized that this was not the case. It doesn't matter where the patient comes from, how they were raised, or what they believe in. This happens to people of different races, ages, and faiths. And that's fine. Hadley is sure that the afterlife exists, and our loved ones are waiting for us there. Those who are on the verge of death acquire special knowledge. Hadley often thinks of his patient Elizabeth. She was only 35 years old. She was a follower of a healthy lifestyle and had never smoked, but she was dying of lung cancer. Oncologists could not name the cause of her illness. Despite the terrible diagnosis, she was kind and open to communication. One day, she said thoughtfully,
"Don't be like me. I was too worried about my figure, and I think I spent too much time on the treadmill. It was necessary to communicate more with friends and enjoy delicious food. It would give me more joy than a flat stomach.
Working in a hospice taught Hadley to enjoy small pleasures, and her favorite motto was, "Let's worry about making life a joy. It's better than waiting longingly for death." Finally, I want to tell you a creepy story. All hospice workers believe that leaving is easier if your conscience is clear. Here is one example illustrating this idea. The man was dying of acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. He did not want to come to terms with his fate and was constantly in a state of anxiety. No amount of medication helped him calm down. His condition was deteriorating dangerously. Hadley contacted his doctor, but he suggested inviting a priest. This patient was a staunch atheist, but when a priest appeared, he agreed to listen to prayer. After that, the chaplain asked, "Sir, do you have unfinished business on this earth?" The patient replied that he did not understand what he was talking about. The chaplain left, but Hadley remained on duty. After a couple of hours of silence, the patient said that he urgently needed to call his daughter. The nurse handed him the phone. The man dialed the number, apologized for everything he had done, and was forgiven. He died in the morning in complete peace, refusing to take sedatives. In conclusion, I would like to quote from Hadley Vlahos' book, "I am grateful for the opportunity to be the last nurse in a person's life. It's really a privilege and a great honor for me. I always see myself as an intermediary helping people move on to the next world. I usually thank them for allowing me to be by their side until the end. In fact, I would like to convey to people that each of us sooner or later will face death. It is important not to avoid this topic. When your loved one is living his last days, respect his wishes and do everything to make his departure as calm and beautiful as possible. Every day is worth enjoying life. I feel like there is something beyond the threshold of death, but I do not know what it is called. What happens next cannot be explained by the language and knowledge that we have here on Earth. It's hard to believe, but of all the people who talked about the mysteries of life after death, she was the one whose words shocked millions of people around the world. We are talking about an ordinary hospice nurse who could not remain silent and told about the incredible things hidden from prying eyes in the walls of medical institutions, from where patients never return alive. Not many hospice staff are willing to openly share what they saw when they were caring for dying people. However, the fact remains that almost every one of them regularly encounters phenomena that go beyond science, medicine, and rational understanding. Julie McFadden is one of those who decided to openly talk about what really happens in hospices. She is a registered nurse who worked first in intensive care and in recent years in a Los Angeles hospice. She had to deal with unexplained cases so often in her work that she wrote the book Nothing to Fear, to help hopeless patients and their relatives and answer all the questions that arise about dying and death. Every story she tells is based on real facts from her practice. Why shouldn't you be afraid of death? Julie firmly believes that death is just one side of life. You need to accept that it exists and not expect it to come with fear. After all, death is not the end of our lives. An experienced nurse gives two main reasons why there should be no trepidation before death. The first reason is that doctors are constantly witnessing amazing phenomena that occur during the transition of patients from our world to another. They cannot be explained from a scientific point of view, but they make eyewitnesses believe that there is an afterlife where our soul, having left our mortal body, lives a new, fulfilling life. The second reason, Julie has seen many times how the physical body facilitates a person's transition to another world. When the body realizes that a natural, inevitable death is approaching, it turns on the mechanisms that help us die. I'll talk about this in more detail towards the end of the video. And now get ready to hear a shocking story that can convince even the most ardent skeptics that the afterlife really exists. Julie often talks about her favorite patient. She took care of him for a long time and received a kind of parting gift from him. Now she is not afraid of death and hopes that this story will help you to cope with this fear. An ordinary patient sought palliative care. He was diagnosed with death at the age of 55. It literally stunned the man. He isolated himself from society, had no friends, and did not communicate with relatives. In addition, he suffered from pathological hoarding, and his house was cluttered with a lot of unnecessary things. It was the desperation of waiting for an early death that made him change his usual life and seek help. A team of hospice workers cleared his house of trash to make it habitable. Now he could live the rest of his time in more comfortable conditions. The administrators found several distant relatives who agreed to visit the patient. He lived in a clean house for several months, but the deterioration of his health forced the man to move directly to a hospice. McFadden often had long conversations with him about the meaning of life, the inevitability of death, and what would happen after. When he was on the verge of death, he was provided with continuous care. Hospice workers were on duty around the clock. On the last day of his earthly life, he was unconscious and did not know what was happening around him. Julie knew that she would probably never see him alive again. At the end of her working day, she mentally said goodbye to the patient and thanked him for the wonderful relationship they had. Strangely, she didn't feel sad, but rather happy for him. After all, his last days were spent in comfortable conditions under constant supervision. The hospice staff did everything they could. Julie was already in the car getting ready to go home, and suddenly her soul was overwhelmed by a wave of joy and freedom. And in the nurse's head, the agitated voice of her beloved patient sounded, "Oh my God, Julie, if only I knew how good it is here." There were many difficulties in his life, but at this moment, he was completely free and happy. Julie was crying in her car, still in the parking lot, when she received a message from the nurse who replaced her at the post. Even before reading the text, Julie knew that the man had died. The nurse couldn't believe that all this had really happened. She hadn't told anyone about it for years. She didn't know then that what had happened was called a shared death experience. It's when someone shows you what it means to die. And this experience was peaceful and joyful. It remained in her memory forever and saved Julie from the fear of death. To bring this truth to a large number of people, McFadden began making videos, launched her website, and released a book. It provides answers to many important questions. How does death happen? What does a person see in the last days and hours before leaving for another world? What kind of help can people get in a hospice? How to deal with grief and despair? Near-death visions. Many people worry that they will never see their deceased loved ones again, but Julie thinks it's not worth being afraid of. They will be waiting for you at death's door, never to part again. Often, before leaving, people see dead relatives, friends, loved ones, even pets. This phenomenon is called near-death visions, and they can often be observed in hospice patients. Nurse McFadden was present at this on several occasions and often talks about her own observations or retells the stories of colleagues. Here are some of them. The Spanish-American woman was admitted to a hospice at the age of 94. She often had conversations in Spanish with her deceased relatives, her mother, sister, and cousins. After a minute's pause, she would start speaking English to her children, who were next to her. She was very happy that she was so well received here and was eagerly awaited there. A few days before her death, another patient told her that glowing creatures were approaching her. And the day before her death, she saw them taking on the features of her dead parents. They warned her that they would come for her the next day, never to be separated again. Sometimes the visions happen in the presence of staff. Julie remembers how one of the patients surprised her. She had a temporary improvement. She was sitting in an armchair and talking about her life. Suddenly she looked at the door and asked,
"Jim, what are you doing here?"
Then the woman fell silent, as if listening to the answer. A little later, she explained that her late husband had visited her. And after that, she continued the interrupted story from where she left off. The most amazing thing is that the nurse claims that she felt the presence of a stranger in the room, but when she turned around, she saw no one. One day, Julia heard her ward talking to someone from the hallway. There were no visitors in the room, but the woman smiled broadly, looking into the corner, and said,
"This is Julia, my good angel."
The nurse realized that the patient had introduced her to an invisible interlocutor and was very touched by this attitude towards herself. Life after death exists, Julie, who has seen hundreds of deaths, is sure of it. Scientists don't know why this happens. Some people call it the result of taking medications or try to explain what is happening with other theories. Julia doesn't claim that her stories are true. She just wants to convey to her viewers and readers that this is really happening, and this is absolutely normal. Hospice workers face death on a daily basis and are well aware of the difference between delusions, hallucinations, and visions. Visions always bring comfort. They often occur when a person is lucid. People tend to talk in detail about what they see. Do you want to know what the afterlife looks like before the eyes of dying people? An elderly woman said she saw angels all the time. They come in different guises, but they always bring comfort. For example, at night, a little girl sat next to her bed and stroked her hair. The patient did not take any medications that could cause hallucinations. Another patient claimed to hear beautiful music. After that, she closed her eyes and just fell asleep. A few minutes later, the instruments showed that the woman had died. A man who was a successful artist talked about the beautiful landscapes that open up to the inner eye shortly before his death. He found it difficult to describe them because there are simply no suitable words for such beauty in our language. People who are on the verge of death realize that their communication with the other world looks strange and try to explain to others what is happening to them. This alone can be regarded as evidence of the complete adequacy of the patient. As for religion, it doesn't seem to play a role in the visions. Followers of any religion enjoy beautiful pictures of the afterlife. Even atheists who do not believe in the existence of eternal life sometimes see something unusual. Interestingly, visions do not occur in people who suffer from dementia or mental illness. Such patients may only have hallucinations that cause anxiety and fear, and peaceful. But what do people say before they leave this world? As it turned out, many dying patients pronounce similar words. Thanks. I forgive you. Goodbye. I love you. It's okay. I'm ready. Please forgive me. Doctors hear them all the time. However, if you think that death looks like a scene from a movie, then you are mistaken. When a person is close to death, it is difficult for him to say anything. Therefore, if he says anything, it is very quietly and briefly. Most people die in silence, without saying a word. Does a dying person realize that he is uttering his last words? Most likely, yes. Julie shares her story. One guy was lying in bed and looked like he was very close to death. Suddenly he sat up in bed, grabbed my hand and said, "I'm dying," and then he leaned back and died. He wasn't scared, he just informed me of his death. What signs indicate that the end of life is near? Hospice medical staff perceive patients' visions as a signal of imminent death, but this is not the only sign. There is terminal enlightenment. This is what doctors call an unexpected return of consciousness, mental clarity, and memory shortly before death. This phenomenon is observed in about a third of patients. A person suddenly feels a surge of energy, becomes more active, talks, jokes, feels hungry. This period, as a rule, lasts no more than a day, after which there's a sharp deterioration and death. There are two more signs that inform hospice workers that the moment of leaving is approaching. They can appear separately, but most often they come at the same time. In medical jargon, they are called death gaze and death hug. The patient stares at one point for hours without looking away. Most often, it is located in an empty corner of the room. The patient is not distracted from contemplation for a minute. Sometimes, at the same time, a person stretches out his arms as if trying to touch or hug someone. This is an amazing phenomenon that is constantly being observed by doctors, but no one can explain what is happening scientifically. If a patient is asked what they see, they will answer that their deceased parents, friends, or just angels came to see them. Is it possible to set your own time of death? Sometimes a person decides for himself when to leave. If a patient says that he is going to die today, this most often happens, even if the physiological indications of the body do not signal an early death in any way. In such cases, Julie says that the patient simply made a decision and left. Sometimes people wait until all their loved ones are gathered together before they leave. Others, on the contrary, prefer to die in seclusion. It is not known why this happens, but hospice workers are sure that everything depends on the patient's temperament. People who lead a closed lifestyle leave alone, while more sociable people, on the contrary, want everyone to be around. McFadden tells an amazing story about a woman who decided that her time had come. The patient felt quite well and was absolutely adequate mentally. Before going home in the evening, Julie said goodbye to her until the morning, but in response she heard, "Thank you for taking care of me. Promise me you'll take care of my son the same way, and I'm tired, and I have to go home." Her son was an adult man, but had a mental illness and needed care. The nurse was surprised. "What do you mean? I'll see you in the morning." But the woman replied, "No, I'm tired, I'm going home." When Julie arrived in the morning, she found out that the woman had died quietly that night. But there are completely different examples that will strike you to the core. One of the amazing cases that we know thanks to Julie suggests that the afterlife exists, and sometimes we can see its messengers. She was late at work because her patient was dying. She couldn't be left alone. The patient was unconscious. The nurse was trying to make the woman as comfortable as possible when she suddenly felt that something had changed in the room. Looking back, Julie saw a huge figure. Most of all, the figure resembled a church statue and certainly did not look like angels, as they are usually depicted. The creature was big and strong. McFadden felt that she had witnessed a real miracle. The nurse thought it was a guardian angel who had come to escort his ward to the afterlife. She quietly left the room, leaving the two of them alone. Then the nurse was forced to go home after all, and the daughter who arrived stayed with the dying woman. Julie was waiting for a message about the patient's death, but it never arrived. When she arrived at the hospice in the morning, the first thing she did was go to that room. Imagine her surprise when she saw that the woman who was supposed to die yesterday was having breakfast with an appetite, sitting in bed today. Only then did Julie realize that the angel had come not to take her soul, but to prolong her earthly existence. The patient lived for another 3 months, and then quietly left without suffering. Act of dying. The human body was created not only for life but also for the inevitable demise. It helps us at the end of our lives. For example, the level of calcium in the blood increases. Because of this, a person begins to sleep more. People often say that they dream of dying in their sleep. Well, it could happen. Let's look at the last phase of life, which hospice doctors call active dying. Julie McFadden believes that understanding these processes will help patients come to terms with their inevitable passing and make it easier for patients' loved ones to accept death. Active dying is the last stage of life in which a person dies naturally. A few hours or days before death, the patient usually remains unconscious. He doesn't eat or drink, and his breathing becomes altered. His eyes and mouth can be open, he can make a death rattle. The skin turns pale, sometimes there is tremor of the limbs and sudden fluctuations in body temperature. At this point, a person is usually unaware of what is happening, does not talk, and does not respond to external stimuli. It's like he's falling into a deep sleep. This is a natural process, and it is not caused by medications. The body needs fluids and nutrients to survive, but at the end of life, the body no longer needs them. Carbohydrate starvation of cells begins, which releases endorphin hormones, which are a natural painkiller, and it becomes easier for a person. The pain recedes, and this happens naturally, without the intervention of medical professionals. Julie notes that it's amazing and comforting to watch it every day. Usually, patients at death's door do not feel hungry or thirsty. The less they are bothered, the more comfortable they feel. If they ask for food and water, of course, you need to give them what they need, especially if they still retain the swallowing reflex. If someone decides to put an IV in a dying person to inject nutrients into the body or give him a lot of fluids, this will not only accelerate his death, but also make it more severe. The liquid will cause swelling of the legs and back. The heart will not be able to carry water or liquid food through the body, which will lead to a sudden and painful respiratory arrest. On the contrary, starvation and abstinence from fluids will allow for a peaceful demise, and this is an established medical fact. At the end of life, there is a slowdown in breathing, so the question often arises, does a person feel a lack of air? In fact, there are several types of near-death breathing, and they are all considered normal. For example, I'll tell you about the most common types. Kussmaul's breathing is even, with a noisy deep breath and a strong exhalation. When inhaling, the patient opens his mouth and, as it were, tries to capture the air. Sometimes there is a long delay in breathing. Agonal breathing, weak, rare and short breaths and rapid exhalations. Sometimes you can see how a fish, pulled out of the water, makes the same movements with its mouth. People who take such breaths are unconscious because the oxygen level in the body is very low at that moment. The brain also does not work at full capacity, so a person does not experience discomfort and does not feel a lack of oxygen. It is a natural part of the process of death and dying. Specialists working in hospices are trained to assess the condition of patients. They can easily distinguish which patients feel comfortable even when they are unconscious, and who needs help to remove unpleasant symptoms. To conclude our story, I will quote an excerpt from Julie McFadden's book, Nothing to Fear. I hope that my observations will help people to be less afraid of death. The longer I work in a hospice, the less I fear the end of my mortal existence. I saw with my own eyes various supernatural things that happened at the moment of a person's death. It gives me hope that beyond the last line there is a wonderful world where I will meet again with those I loved. With the help of modern science, we are getting deeper into the mysteries of the metaphysical world every day, the solutions of which are amazing. Today I'm going to tell you something that can completely change your understanding of life after death. What you will hear next is not fiction. This is real scientific research. Imagine, every day, hundreds of people find themselves on the verge of life and death. Some come back. And you know what? Their stories are so incredible that they shock even the most skeptical doctors. What do people see at the moment of clinical death? Why are their stories so similar? And most importantly, why do the world's leading doctors believe that consciousness does not die with the body? In this video, I will tell you about the sensational research of 3 outstanding researchers. They devoted their lives to exploring the afterlife, and their discoveries simply turn all our ideas about death upside down. These doctors have been collecting evidence for decades. They risked their reputations and careers, they rejected simple explanations and sought the real truth. And what they found is really amazing. Watch this video to the end, because what you are learning